ಶ್ರೀಮತೆ ರಾಮಾನುಜಾಯ ನಮಃ. ವಸುದೇವ ಸುತಂ ದೇವಂ ಕಂಸ ಚಾಣೂರಮರ್ದನಂ ದೇವಕೀ ಪರಮಾನಂದಂ ಕೃಷ್ಣಂ ವಂದೇ ಜಗದ್ಗುರುಂ ಅರ್ಕಮಂಡಲ ಮಧ್ಯಸ್ಥಂ ಸೂರ್ಯಕೋಟಿ ಸಮಪ್ರಭಂ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮಾದಿಸೇವ್ಯ ಪಾದಾಬ್ಜಂ ನೌಮಿ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ರಮಾಸಖಂ ಪುಣ್ಯಾಂಭೋಜ ವಿಕಾಸಾಯ ಪಾಪಧ್ವಾಂ ದಕ್ಷಯಾಯ ಚ ಶ್ರೀಮಾನ್ ಆವಿರಭೂದ್ಭೂಮೌ ರಾಮಾನುಜ ದಿವಾಕರಃ. ತಸ್ಮೈ ರಾಮಾನುಜಾರ್ಯಾಯ ನಮಃ ಪರಮಯೋಗಿನೇ ಯಶ್ರುತಿಸ್ಮೃತಿಸೂತ್ರಾಣಾಂ ಅಂತರ್ಜ್ವರಮಶೇಷಮತ್. ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ರಥಸಪ್ತಮಿಯ ಶುಭಾಶಯಗಳು. ಇಂದು ಪರಮ ಪವಿತ್ರವಾದಂತಹ ಪರ್ವದಿನ. ಈ ರಥಸಪ್ತಮಿ ಸನಾತನ ಧರ್ಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ವಿಶೇಷವಾದಂತಹ ಮಹತ್ವವಾದಂತಹ ಪರ್ವದಿನ. ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಂಪ್ರದಾಯದವರು ಈ ರಥಸಪ್ತಮಿಯ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಶ್ರದ್ಧೆಯಿಂದ ಆಚರಿಸ್ತಾರೆ. ಕಾರಣ ಅಂದರೆ ಇಡೀ ಜೀವ ಜಗತ್ತಿಗೆ ಸದಾ ಸರ್ವದಾ ಚೈತನ್ಯವನ್ನು ನೀಡುವ ಸೂರ್ಯನಾರಾಯಣನ ಹಬ್ಬ ಇದು. ಸೂರ್ಯ ಬಿಂಬ ಒಂದು ಆರಾಧ್ಯ ಮೂರ್ತಿಯೇ ಹೌದು. ಹೇಗೆ ಸಾಲಗ್ರಾಮ ಪೂಜೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವೋ, ಈ ರಥಸಪ್ತಮಿಯನ್ನು ಅಚಲ ಸಪ್ತಮಿ ಅಂತಲೂ ಕರೀತಾರೆ. ಕಾರಣ ಅಂದರೆ ಹೇಗೆ ಅಕ್ಷಯ ತೃತೀಯೆ ಅಕ್ಷಯವಾದಂಥ ಫಲವನ್ನು ಕೊಡುತ್ತೋ, ಹಾಗೆ ಈ ರಥಸಪ್ತಮಿ ಅಚಲ ಸಪ್ತಮಿ ಅಚಲವಾದಂತಹ ಫಲವನ್ನು ಕೊಡುತ್ತೆ. ಇಡೀ ನಾಡಿನಾದ್ಯಂತ ಎಲ್ಲ ಭಗವಂತನು ಇಂದು ಸೂರ್ಯಮಂಡಲ ವಾಹನದಲ್ಲಿ ವಿರಾಜಮಾನನಾಗಿ ಭಕ್ತರೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೆ ದರ್ಶನವನ್ನು ಕೊಡ್ತಾನೆ. ಈ ಪುಣ್ಯ ದಿವಸ ಆದಿತ್ಯ ಹೃದಯ ಪಾರಾಯಣ, ಸೂರ್ಯ ಗಾಯತ್ರಿ, ಅರುಣ ಸೂಕ್ತ ಮುಂತಾದವುಗಳನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಜಪ ಪಾರಾಯಣ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಇಂತಹ ಪರಮ ಪವಿತ್ರವಾದಂತಹ ಪರ್ವ ದಿನದಂದು ನಮ್ಮ ಆಚಾರ್ಯ ಯೋಗ ವಿಶಿಷ್ಟವಾದಂತಹ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ಆಯೋಜನೆ ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ಶ್ರೀಮತಿ ಪದ್ಮಪ್ರಿಯ ಹಲವಾರು ವರ್ಷಗಳಿಂದ ಯೋಗಿನಿಯಾಗಿ ಅನೇಕ ಜನರಿಗೆ ಯೋಗ ದಾನವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರು ಒಂದಲ್ಲ ಒಂದು ವಿಶಿಷ್ಟವಾದಂತಹ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. ಅಂತಾರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಯೋಗ ದಿನದಂದು ಸಹ ನೂರಾರು ಯೋಗಾಭ್ಯಾಸಿಗಳಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ಕೃಷ್ಣಾಷ್ಟಕ, ಸೂರ್ಯನ ಆದಿತ್ಯ ಹೃದಯ ಮುಂತಾದವುಗಳನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳಿಸಿ ಯೋಗಾಸನವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿಸ್ತಾರೆ. ಈ ವರ್ಷ ಶ್ರೀಮತಿ ಪದ್ಮಪ್ರಿಯ ಒಂದು ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಶ್ರೇಷ್ಠವಾದಂತಹ ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟನ್ನು, ಥೀಮನ್ನು ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದು ಅಂದರೆ ವಿಷ್ಣು ಸಹಸ್ರನಾಮವನ್ನು ಪಾರಾಯಣ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ, ವಿಷ್ಣು ನಾಮಾವಳಿಯನ್ನು ಪಾರಾಯಣ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಯೋಗಾಭ್ಯಾಸವನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಕಳೆದ 9 ದಿವಸಗಳಿಂದ ನಿರಂತರವಾಗಿ ಪ್ರತಿನಿತ್ಯ ವಿಷ್ಣು ಸಹಸ್ರನಾಮದ ಅಷ್ಟು ನಾಮಾವಳಿಗಳನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಅದನ್ನು ಕೃಷ್ಣಾರ್ಪಣ ಮಾಡಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಶ್ರೀಮತಿ ಪದ್ಮಪ್ರಿಯ. ಅದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಅವರನ್ನು ನಾನು ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾರ್ದಿಕವಾಗಿ ಅಭಿನಂದಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಆ ಕೃಷ್ಣನ, ಆ ಸೂರ್ಯನಾರಾಯಣನ ಪರಿಪೂರ್ಣ ಅನುಗ್ರಹ ಆಶೀರ್ವಾದ ಇವರ ಮೇಲೆ ಇರಲಿ. ಇವತ್ತು ರಥಸಪ್ತಮಿಯ ದಿವಸ ಈ ಒಂದು ಶುಭ ಪರ್ವ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲ ಭಕ್ತರಿಗೆ ಆ ಸೂರ್ಯನಾರಾಯಣ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೆ ಚೈತನ್ಯವನ್ನು ಕೊಡಲಿ, ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಆರೋಗ್ಯವನ್ನು ಕೊಡಲಿ, ನೆಮ್ಮದಿಯನ್ನು ಕೊಡಲಿ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾರೈಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಶ್ರೀಮತಿ ಪದ್ಮಪ್ರಿಯ ತನ್ನ ಆಚಾರ್ಯ ಯೋಗ ಕೇಂದ್ರದಿಂದ ಹೀಗೆ ನಿರಂತರವಾಗಿ ನೂರಾರು ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ಯೋಗ ದಾನವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಲಿ, ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಆರೋಗ್ಯ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಸಿಕ್ಕಲಿ. ಶ್ರೀಮತಿ ಪದ್ಮಪ್ರಿಯ ಅವರ ಈ ಯೋಗ ಯಾತ್ರೆ ನಿರಂತರವಾಗಿ ನಡೆಯಲಿ ಅಂತ ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೃಷ್ಣನನ್ನು ಪ್ರಾರ್ಥನೆ ಮಾಡಿ, ಆಚಾರ್ಯ ರಾಮಾನುಜರ ಪರಿಪೂರ್ಣ ಅನುಗ್ರಹ ಶ್ರೀಮತಿ ಪದ್ಮಪ್ರಿಯ ಮತ್ತು ಅವರ ಕುಟುಂಬ ವರ್ಗದವರಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ಇರಲಿ ಅಂತ ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾರೈಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ, ಪ್ರಾರ್ಥಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಲೋಕಾ ಸಮಸ್ತ ಸುಖಿನೋ ಭವಂತು. ಶ್ರೀಮತೆ ರಾಮಾನುಜಾಯ ನಮಃ.
यो नित्यमच्युतपदाम्बुजयुग्मरुक्म व्यामोहतस्तदितराणि तृणाय मेने अस्मद्गुरोर्भगवतोऽस्य दयैकसिन्धोः रामानुजस्य चरणौ शरणं प्रपद्ये। शुक्लाम्बरधरं विष्णुं शशिवर्णं चतुर्भुजं प्रसन्नवदनं ध्यायेत् सर्वविघ्नोपशान्तये। यस्य त्वरितवक्त्राद्या पारिषद्या परशतं विघ्नं विघ्नन्ति सततं विश्वक्सेनं तमाश्रये। व्यासं वसिष्ठनप्तारं शक्तेः पौत्रमकल्मषं पराशरात्मजं वन्दे शुकतातं तपोनिधिं। व्यासाय विष्णुरूपाय व्यासरूपाय विष्णवे नमो वै ब्रह्मनिधये वासिष्ठाय नमो नमः। अविकाराय शुद्धाय नित्याय परमात्मने सदैकरूपरूपाय विष्णवे सर्वजिष्णवे। यस्य स्मरणमात्रेण जन्मसंसारबन्धनात् विमुच्यते नमस्तस्मै विष्णवे प्रभविष्णवे। ॐ नमो विष्णवे प्रभविष्णवे। श्रीवैशम्पायन उवाच श्रुत्वा धर्मानशेषेण पावनानि च सर्वशः युधिष्ठिरशान्तनवं पुनरेवाभ्यभाषत। युधिष्ठिर उवाच किमेकं दैवतं लोके किं वाप्येकं परायणं स्तुवन्तः कं कमर्चन्तः प्राप्नुयुर्मानवा शुभं। को धर्मः सर्वधर्माणां भवतः परमो मतः किं जपन्मुच्यते जन्तुर्जन्म संसारबन्धनात्। श्रीभीष्म उवाच जगत्प्रभुं देवदेवमनन्तं पुरुषोत्तमं स्तुवन्नाम सहस्रेण पुरुषः सततोत्थितः। तमेव चार्चय नित्यं भक्त्या पुरुषमव्ययं ध्यायन् स्तुवन्नमस्यंश्च यजमानस्तमेव च। अनादिनिधनं विष्णुं सर्वलोकमहेश्वरं लोकाध्यक्षं स्तुवन्नित्यं सर्वदुःखादिगो भवेत्। ब्रह्मण्यं सर्वधर्मण्यं लोकानां कीर्तिवर्धनं लोकनाथं महद्भूतं सर्वभूतभवोद्भवम्। एष मे सर्वधर्माणां धर्मोऽधिकतमो मदः यद्भक्त्या पुण्डरीकाक्षं स्तवैरर्चे नरः सदा। परमं यो महत्तेजः परमं यो महत्तपः परमं यो महद्ब्रह्म परमं यः परायणं। पवित्राणां पवित्रं यो मङ्गलानां च मङ्गलं दैवतं देवतानां च भूतानां योग्ययः पिता। यतः सर्वाणि भूतानि भवन्त्यादियुगागमे यस्मिंश्च प्रलयं यान्ति पुनरेव युगक्षये। तस्य लोकप्रधानस्य जगन्नाथस्य भूपते विष्णोर्नाम सहस्रं मे शृणु पापभयापहम्। यानि नामानि गौणानि विख्यातानि महात्मनः ऋषिभिः परिगीतानि तानि वक्ष्यामि भूतये। ऋषिर्नाम्नां सहस्रस्य वेदव्यासो महामुनिः छन्दोनुष्टुप् तथा देवो भगवान् देवकीसुतः। अमृतांशूद्भवोऽपीजं शक्तिर्देवकीनन्दनः त्रिसामाहृदयं तस्य शान्त्यर्थे विनियुज्यते। विष्णुं जिष्णुं महाविष्णुं प्रभविष्णुं महेश्वरम् अनेकरूपदैत्यान्तं नमामि पुरुषोत्तमम्। अस्य श्रीविष्णोर्दिव्यसहस्रनामस्तोत्रमहामन्त्रस्य श्रीवेदव्यासो भगवान् ऋषिः अनुष्टुप्-छन्दः श्रीमहाविष्णुः परमात्मा श्रीमन्नारायणो देवता। अमृतांशूद्भवो भानुरिति बीजं देवकीनन्दनस्रष्टेति शक्तिः उद्भवक्षोभणो देव इति परमो मन्त्रः शङ्खभृन्नन्दकी चक्रीति कीलकं शाङ्गधन्वा गदाधरैत्यस्त्रं रथाङ्गपाणिरक्षोभ्य इति नेत्रं त्रिसामासामगस्सामेति कवचम् आनन्दं परब्रह्मेति योनिः ऋतुः सुदर्शनः काल इति दिग्बन्धः श्रीविश्वरूप इति ध्यानं श्रीमहाविष्णुप्रीत्यर्थे श्रीसहस्रनाम जपे विनियोगः ध्यानम् क्षीरोदन्वप्रदेशे शुचिमणिविलसत्सैकतैर्मौक्तिकानां मालाक्लिप्तासनस्थस्फटिकमणिनिभैर्मौक्तिकैर्मण्डिताङ्गः शुभ्रैरभ्रैरदभ्रैरुपरि विरचितैर्मुक्तपीयूषवर्षैः आनन्दीनः पुनीयादरिनलिनगदा शङ्खपाणिर्मुकुन्दः भूपादौ यस्य नाभिर्व्यदसिननिलश्चन्द्रसूर्यौ च नेत्रे कर्णावाशा शिरौद्यौर्मुखपंहिदहनो यस्य वास्तेयमब्धिः अन्तस्थं यस्य विश्वं सुरनरखगोभो विगन्धर्वदैत्यैः चित्रं रं रम्यतेतं त्रिभुवनवपुषं विष्णुमीशं नमामि। ॐ नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय। शान्ताकारं भुजगशयनं पद्मनाभं सुरेशं विश्वाधारं गगनसदृशं मेघवर्णं शुभाङ्गं लक्ष्मीकान्तं कमलनयनं योगिहृद्ध्यानगम्यं वन्दे विष्णुं भवभयहरं सर्वलोकैकनाथं मेघश्यामं पीतकौशेयवासं श्रीवत्साङ्गं कौस्तुभोर्वासिताङ्गं पुण्योपेतं पुण्डरीकायताक्षं विष्णुं वन्दे सर्वलोकैकनाथं सशङ्खचक्रं सकिरीटकुण्डलं सपीतवस्त्रं सरसीरुहेक्षणं सहारवक्षस्थलशोभिकौस्तुभं नमामि विष्णुं शिरसा चतुर्भुजं छायायां पारिजातस्य हेमसिंहासनोपरि आसीनमम्बुदश्याममायताक्षमलङ्कृतं चन्द्राननं चतुर्बाहुं श्रीवत्साङ्गितवक्षसं रुक्मिणी सत्यभामाभ्यां सहितं कृष्णमाश्रये।
Vishwaya Namaha. Vishwam means the all-round completeness in nature, forms, qualities and grandeur. This name means that Bhagavan enters every part of this universe and pervades it. Vishnave Namaha. Vishnave Namaha. Since Bhagavan enters this creation as the indwelling self of all, he is called Vishnu. This means that he enters all of the sentient and insentient entities which are his properties as the indwelling self. Vashatkaraya Namaha. Vashatkaraya Namaha. Bhagavan is called Vashatkara in order to identify his expansiveness distinctly from the other expansive entities such as the sky or space, Akasha. The meaning of the name is the one who controls all out of his own free will. Bhuta Bhavya Bhavat Prabhave Namaha. Bhuta Bhavya Bhavat Prabhave Namaha. The name Bhuta, Bhavya, Bhavat, Prabhu means the sole master, Prabhu of all the things that appear in the different points of time, namely past, Bhuta, present, Bhavya, and the future, Bhavat. He is the ruler of all such things. Bhuta Krite Namaha, Bhuta Krite Namaha. The one who creates all these creatures independently is called Bhutakrit. This name explains Bhagavan's ownership, Seshatvam, over all the entities created verily by him, the Supreme Brahman. Bhutabhrite Namaha, Bhutabhrite Namaha. He is called Bhutabhrit due to his bearing of all the creatures. The scriptures declare thus: he supports all the creation and is the center of all the worlds. Bhavaya Namaha, Bhavaya Namaha. All the creatures born in all the worlds, as said earlier, are connected with Bhagavan, just like the feathers are connected with a peacock in its tail. Thus he is called Bhava, meaning the one who is connected with all the creatures. Bhutatmane Namaha, Bhutatmane Namaha. In all the creatures which are physically born in this creation, the one who is called by the name Bhutatma resides as the indwelling soul, thus explaining the property and the owner relation between the creatures and the Supreme Self. Bhuta Bhavanaya Namaha, Bhuta Bhavanaya Namaha. He who nurtures the creatures by providing them with all materials for their sustenance, nourishment and enjoyment is called Bhuta Bhavana. By this he demonstrates his complete ownership of all the creatures. Putatmane Namaha, Putatmane Namaha. Although all creatures are his body, he is not affected by any of their blemishes and does not enjoy the fruit of any of their actions. Thus he is called Putatma, the Supreme Self, glows with purity. Paramatmane Namaha, Paramatmane Namaha. By whom all the creatures are indwelled, and who is not himself indwelled by anyone else, and thus who is the master of himself. He is called Paramatma, the Supreme Soul. There is no other entity at all which is superior to him, says the scriptures. Muktanam Paramagataye Namaha, Muktanam Paramagataye Namaha. Those who attain the same attributes of Bhagavan are called the liberated souls. The ultimate abode and the main goal of such liberated souls, and hence the master of all such liberated souls, is called Muktanam Paramagatihi. Avyayaya Namaha, Avyayaya Namaha. He is called Avyaya since the liberated souls do not return to this world after attaining him. Bhagavan never allows a liberated soul who has crossed the ocean of samsara and attained his lotus feet to come back to this cycle of births and deaths. Purushaya Namaha, Purushaya Namaha. Bhagavan grants the divine experience of his auspicious qualities, grandeur, even to the liberated souls, since he gives everything, including himself, onto the liberated souls. He is called Purusha. Sakshine Namaha, Sakshine Namaha. He is the one who grants bliss unto the liberated souls, as well as being fully content with it, and thus sees the liberated souls being blissful. He is called Sakshi, the witness. Kshetrajnaya Namaha, Kshetrajnaya Namaha. The supreme abode, Sri Vaikuntham, is called Kshetram, that is even swarmed by the liberated souls, where such souls serve the Supreme Brahman. The one who grants the supreme bliss of his experience to such liberated souls is only called Kshetrajna. Aksharaya Namaha, Aksharaya Namaha. Bhagavan, even though incessantly experienced by countless liberated souls, is replete with boundless divine auspicious qualities and does not perish even a little bit. He is called Akshara. Yogaya Namaha, Yogaya Namaha. This name Yoga intends to show that Bhagavan does not need an external agent to support him in providing moksha to the seekers. He is the sole refuge for seekers in order to attain him. Yoga Vidam Netre Namaha, Yoga Vidam Netre Namaha. Since Bhagavan is the one who leads even the practitioners of other means of salvation such as bhakti, karma, jnana yogas to moksham, he is called Yoga Vidam Neta, the one who leads the practitioners of yoga to their destination. Pradhana Purusheshwaraya Namaha, Pradhana Purusheshwaraya Namaha. Since Bhagavan is the sole controller of the cause of bondages, Pradhana, and the bounded individuals, Purusha, at all times, he is called Pradhana Purusheshwara. Narasimha Vapushe Namaha, Narasimha Vapushe Namaha. The one who sports the form of man and lion out of his own free will in order to ward off fears from his dear devotees with steadfast devotion unto him is called Narasimha Vapu. Srimate Namaha, Srimate Namaha. Even though Bhagavan sported such a horrendous form of half man and half lion, which are mutually dissonant, unseen or unheard of before, yet he is Srimat, full of wealth, and the wealth referred here is the most charming beauty in his divine form. Keshavaya Namaha, Keshavaya Namaha. Bhagavan sports the most auspicious, smooth, charming, long and curly hair locks during the Narasimhavatara. The praise of his hair locks results in this name Keshava. Purushottamaya Namaha, Purushottamaya Namaha. The one who is distinct from all sentient entities such as bounded, liberated, and ever liberated souls, is called Purushottama, the best among souls, the supreme among all the sentient entities. Sarvaya Namaha, Sarvaya Namaha. The one who pervades in all of the sentient and insentient bodies is called Sarva. He is verily the embodiment of everything. He is the knower of all the entities at all times. Sharvaya Namaha, Sharvaya Namaha. Bhagavan is called Sharva, the slayer, since he wards off all inauspiciousness from the entities which are his body. The one who removes all sadness from this world, which is verily his body, is called Sharva. Shivaya Namaha, Shivaya Namaha. Since he bestows all auspiciousness among his devotees, he is called Shiva, the giver of auspiciousness. The scriptures in this regard say that he is eternal, auspicious, and non-faltering. Sthanave Namaha, Sthanave Namaha. Even after slaying all inauspiciousness and bestowing all auspiciousness upon his devotees, the one who never rests himself is called Sthanu, the one who graces and blesses his devotees firmly. Bhutadaye Namaha, Bhutadaye Namaha. Since Bhagavan is the most desirable as the end goal of attainment for all creatures, with a beautiful form, and since all such creatures indeed attain him at the end, he is called Bhuthadihi. Avyayaya Nidhaye Namaha, Avyayaya Nidhaye Namaha. The one who is ever available like a treasure trove in exigencies is called Nidhi. Although being enjoyed by the creatures endlessly, he does not diminish a little bit. He is the unlimited wealth that does not diminish ever at all. Sambhavaya Namaha, Sambhavaya Namaha. Although well hidden, thus like a treasure trove, since Bhagavan manifests himself out of his urge to mingle with his devotees who seek to attain him, he is called Sambhava, the one who manifests. Bhavanaya Namaha, Bhavanaya Namaha. Having manifested thus, since he revives all creatures by warding off all omnious things, he is called Bhavana, the one who nurtures and protects. Bhartre Namaha, Bhartre Namaha. He is called Bharta, the one who bears, since he gives himself unto his devotees and bears to nurture them. Prabhavaya Namaha, Prabhavaya Namaha. Bhagavan gets this name due to his births being clearly distinguished from that of the Devas, Manusyas et al., without even the smallest connection with false, and also since just by knowing him in those forms, the creatures shall be rid from all of their birth cycles. Prabhave Namaha, Prabhave Namaha. The one who is capable of conferring all that is desired by all creatures, starting from Brahma, such as material enjoyments as well as salvation, is called Prabhu, This mantra grants all desired fruits. Ishwaraya Namaha, Ishwaraya Namaha. Even in incarnations as human and other lower births, his splendor is of great use even to the four-faced Brahma and others. Thus he is called Ishvara. Swayambhuve Namaha, Swayambhuve Namaha. How is such a splendor possible? It is possible since he is Swayambhu, the one who is born out of his own free will and not bound by any karmas. Shambhave Namaha, Shambhave Namaha. The one who grants a lot of happiness among all souls by showing the transcendental beauty of his divine form and his auspicious qualities is called Shambhu. Adityaya Namaha, Adityaya Namaha. Thereafter, the source of all such manifestations is shown to be the indweller of the sun with this name, Aditya, the one whose abode is the sun. Pushkarakshaya Namaha, Pushkarakshaya Namaha. The confluence of the extraordinary characteristics of mastership of all entities as well as the nature of being lotus-eyed is indicated with this name, Pushkaraksha, the lotus-eyed one. Mahasvanaya Namaha, Mahasvanaya Namaha. Another characteristic of the same Supreme Soul is shown with this name, Mahasvana, the one with a great sound. The name means the one who possesses divine sound and the one who is greatly praised by all Vedas is called Mahasvana. Anadinidhanaya Namaha, Anadinidhanaya Namaha. He who has no beginning and no end, such a one is called Anadinidhana. Also, only since he is called Anadinidhana, as he is said to possess an ever youthful divine form. Dhatre Namaha, Dhatre Namaha. The one who placed the collection of individual souls within the origin of insentient entities, namely Prakriti, for further creation by the four-faced Brahma is called Dhata. Vidhatre Namaha, Vidhatre Namaha. The one who transforms that fetus and makes it manifest in the form of four-faced Brahma, and the one who bears the fetus like a sport, he is called Vidhata. Dhaturuktamaya Namaha, Dhaturuktamaya Namaha. He is called Dhaturuktama, the one who is superior even to the Creator, the four-faced Brahma. He is also therefore superior to other mortals such as Prajapatis, Shiva, Indra, et al., who are all created by the four-faced Brahma. Aprameyaya Namaha, Aprameyaya Namaha. The one who cannot be envisioned either by the senses of Brahma and other individual souls or by Sri Mahalakshmi herself is called Aprameya. He is the one who is not accessible even by words. Rishikeshaya Namaha, Rishikeshaya Namaha. The one who controls the senses of all such individual souls is called Rishikesha, the master of senses. Due to his innate happiness, pleasure, and his delighting wealth, he attains the state of being Rishikesha. Padmanabhaya Namaha, Padmanabhaya Namaha. The one who makes all the said entities manifest is called Padmanabha, the one who sports a lotus in his navel, in which the four-faced Brahma was born. Amaraprabhave Namaha, Amaraprabhave Namaha. Since Bhagavan is the controller of all demigods, by granting the necessary powers for further creation and other actions, he is called Amaraprabhu, the ruler of demigods. Vishvakarmane Namaha, Vishvakarmane Namaha. He whose characteristic is to conduct the activities of this world, both before and after the creation of the lower creator, namely Brahma, is called Vishvakarma. Manave Namaha, Manave Namaha. Since he is known to create all these worlds merely by a small thought in his mind, he is called Manu. All the things are created by a fraction of Bhagavan's thoughts. Tvashtre Namaha, Tvashtre Namaha. For all such entities thus created merely out of his thought, since he categorizes the entities as gods, humans, animals and non-living objects by assigning them their respective names and forms, he is called Tvashta, the one who gives names and forms to the entities. Stavishtaya Namaha, Stavishtaya Namaha. Having expanded his own body into many forms, the one who gives manifestation to the subtle sentient and insentient entities, and thus who himself is manifest, is called Stavishta. Staviraya Namaha, Staviraya Namaha. The one who is unique to the lower material causes such as milk, curds, etc. due to his natural superiority over time is called Stavira. The one who is constant at all times due to his rulership over time is called Stavira. Dhruvaya Namaha, Dhruvaya Namaha. Although being transformed in numerous ways in order to create this manifest world, since he is unchanging by nature, at any time he is called Dhruva, the unchanging one. Agrahyaya Namaha, Agrahyaya Namaha. The one who is not ruled by anyone else, like the mud, thread et al. Being controlled by a potter, a weaver et al. Respectively, is called by the divine name Agrahya, the imperceptible. Shashvataya Namaha, Shashvataya Namaha. The acts of creation, maintenance and destruction of worlds are uninterruptedly carried out by Bhagavan in a constant flow, which is why he is called eternal and is called Shashvata. Krishnaya Namaha, Krishnaya Namaha. The one who is absorbed in supreme bliss by performing the acts of creation, destruction and maintenance in solitude is called Krishna. The word Krishi denotes earth or creation, and Na denotes the bliss therein. Lohitakshaya Namaha, Lohitakshaya Namaha. The one who sports a pair of very pleasing lotus-like reddish eyes that show off his supreme bliss is called Lohitaksha, the red-eyed one. Pratardhanaya Namaha, Pratardhanaya Namaha, the nature of being the destroyer of all at the end of creation is shown in with this divine name, Pratardhana, meaning the destroyer, and from whom both the Brahmins and Kshatriyas are food. Prabhutaya Namaha, Prabhutaya Namaha, he unto whom the endless objects of enjoyment in the eternal and limitless land of Sri Vaikuntham belongs, and the one who is thus ever bountiful is called Prabhutha. Trikakuddhamne Namaha, Trikakuddhamne Namaha. The Sri Vaikuntham, which is thrice as big as this world, is called Trikakut. Thus, he whose divine abode is Sri Vaikuntham is called Trikakuddhamna. Alternately, he is called Trikakuddhama, who possesses three couplets of characteristic divine qualities. Pavitraya Namaha, Pavitraya Namaha, the one who always manifests in his characteristic pure form by showing his extraordinary qualities, wealth and forms is called Pavitram, the one who protects his devotees with his divine weapons such as the conch, discus, mace, sword and bow and arrow is called Pavitram. Parasmai Mangalaya Namaha, Parasmai Mangalaya Namaha, he who is always devoid of all blemishes and characterized by boundless supreme bliss, and who is also beyond perception even by scriptures, is called Mangalam Param. Ishanaya Namaha, Ishanaya Namaha, Bhagavan, due to his innate ability to control and arrange all entities as per his whims at all times, under all circumstances, is hailed by the divine name Ishana. Pranadaya Namaha, Pranadaya Namaha. This name indicates that Bhagavan gives unto the ever liberated souls, Nityasuris, to have a glimpse of his divine body at all times, and also to experience him by performing subservience in all possible ways unto him. Pranaya Namaha, Pranaya Namaha. He is the only reviver of all the Nityasuris by being their very life force. He protects all these worlds by being the life force of all creatures within. He is called Prana, since he is the life force of all at all. Jyeshtaya Namaha, Jyeshtaya Namaha. Although being constantly enjoyed by Bhagavan as well as Suris, ever liberated souls, since his wealth is boundless and non-diminishing, he is called Jyeshta. Sreshtaya Namaha, Sreshtaya Namaha, the one who is constantly praised by the Nityasuris out of the immense love born by their undeterred experience of Bhagavan, is called Shrestha, the lauded one. Prajapataye Namaha, Prajapataye Namaha. Those who are superior to the bounded and liberated souls are called Suris or Praja. The master of such Nitya Suris is indeed the Prajapati. Hiranyagarbhaya Namaha, Hiranyagarbhaya Namaha. Since the supreme abode, Sri Vaikuntham, is comparable to pure gold in its luster, it is called Hiranya. He is called Hiranyagarbha, who resides in that abode always. Bhugarbhaya Namaha, Bhugarbhaya Namaha. As Bhuma Devi is carefully borne by Bhagavan at all times with unflinching enjoyment, just as a fetus in the womb, Bhagavan is called Bhugarbha. Madhava refers to the divine consort of Sri Mahalakshmi, who is also known as Ma. The scriptures quote thus about Bhagavan: the ruler of all these worlds is Vishnu, whose divine consorts are Sri Mahalakshmi and Bhuma Devi et al. Bhagavan Vishnu gains his supremacy only because of him being the consort of Sri Mahalakshmi. Ishwaraya Namaha, Ishwaraya Namaha, the one who sports an undeterred free will, even while being in the boundless supreme land of enjoyment, is called Ishvara, the undaunted ruler. Since he is the unfettered ruler and the one who enjoys such ruling, he is called Ishvara. Vikramine Namaha, Vikramine Namaha. Bhagavan's capability of impeding his adversaries is shown by this divine name Vikrami, the valorous. The scriptures say, for those, one who creates all these worlds and also destroys them by mere thought. Is it really a Herculean task to destroy his enemies? At all. Dhanvine Namaha, Dhanvine Namaha. Bhagavan's eternal possession of the divine bow, Saranga, befitting of such a magnificent and praiseworthy valor, is shown in this divine name Dhanvi, the wielder of bow named Sharanga, as well as of all of his divine weapons, the conch, discus, mace, sword, et al. Medhavine Namaha, Medhavine Namaha. He who possesses abundant knowledge called Medha, which is marked by boundlessness and eternity, befitting his boundless and opulent nature, is called Medhavi by the seers. Vikramaya Namaha, Vikramaya Namaha. Bhagavan is the one who moves about to the places of his interest out of his own free will on the shoulders of the king of birds, the embodiment of Vedas, Garuda, as his divine vehicle. He is called Vikrama, the one who rides the king of birds. Kramaya Namaha, Kramaya Namaha. He is called Krama, since he is the one who is himself prosperous with such eternal and bountiful wealth, as well as the one who makes everyone flourish. Anuttamaya Namaha, Anuttamaya Namaha. the one who has none superior to himself, is called Anuttama. The scriptures declare thus: there is no one known to be superior to the Supreme Brahman who is sporting this cosmic form, the Vishwarupam. Duradharshaya Namaha, Duradharshaya Namaha. Since Bhagavan is most composed and inviolable like the vast ocean, he is called Duradarsha. Alternately, since he possesses the unintelligible supreme abode of Sri Vaikuntham, he is called Duradarsha. Kritagnyaya Namaha, Kritagnyaya Namaha. Since Bhagavan remembers even the smallest of deeds done unto him by all creatures and returns suitable fruits, and since he gets satisfied even with just a leaf or a flower or any small thing offered to him, and grants verily the moksha in return of their small service, he is called Kritagnya. Kritaye Namaha, Kritaye Namaha. Since he only gets even such small services done unto him from the creatures all by himself, he is called Kriti, the one who gets the righteous acts done. The scriptures also say thus: he only gets the righteous acts done by those whom he wishes to uplift from this material creation. Atmavate Namaha, Atmavate Namaha. As Bhagavan resides in the individual souls as well as their bodies as their sole owner, he is called Atmavan. Alternately, since he is focused in his own greatness, he is called Atmavan. Sureshaya Namaha, Sureshaya Namaha. The one who grants the wishes of even the mortals, such as Brahma and other devas, who long for lower material pleasures, is called Suresha by the knowledgeable men. Sharanaya Namaha, Sharanaya Namaha. Since he is the one who ends the distress of the afflicted souls, he is called Sharanam, worshipping whom the souls get rid of all their fears, sorrows, sins and bondages, and also gain utmost happiness and knowledge. Such a one is the Sharanam. Vishwaretase Namaha, Vishwaretase Namaha. Since this world is the offspring of Bhagavan, that Hari is called Vishwareta, the one who gives knowledge and senses onto the individual souls in the form of a body, only for serving him eternally, is called Vishwareta. Prajabhavaya Namaha, Prajabhavaya Namaha. Since all the creatures utilize the tools given unto them by the Supreme Brahman, such as body with all such faculties as mind, senses, et al., and approach him as their final goal, he is called Prajabhava. Ahne Namaha, Ahne Namaha. The one who has no lowly possessions is called Aha. Alternately, the one who wakes up all bound souls, appearing to be sleeping due to their ignorance from time immemorial, is called Aha. Samvatsaraya Namaha, Samvatsaraya Namaha. Among the souls who are thus woken up from the deep slumber of ignorance by him, since he resides within them as their guiding force. He is called Samvatsara, the one who guides from within. Vyalaya Namaha, Vyalaya Namaha. As shown in the Sri Ramayanam, where Sri Rama says, "Ho Sugriva, bring that Vibhishana to me. I have granted Abhayam, security to him, since he accepts all souls as his own by sending out his messengers. He is called Vyala, the one who accepts all souls as his own." Pratyayaya Namaha, Pratyayaya Namaha. Since all such creatures firmly believe in him, he is called Pratyaya, the one who is most trusted. He only creates trust in himself among individual souls and also grants assurance to them. This is as said in the scriptures, that Supreme Godhead who grants us the knowledge about himself. Sarvadarshana Namaha, Sarvadarshana Namaha. He is called Sarvadarshana, since he shows his own all-enduring greatness to the deserving souls who have accepted his supremacy, and also since he only grants the necessary vision for it. Ajaya Namaha, Ajaya Namaha. For all such souls, since he is the one who wards off all the obstacles that stop them from attaining him, he is called Aja, the remover of obstacles. This is as said in the scriptures by Bhagavan. Among such souls, I destroy their ignorance out of sheer mercy by residing in their minds as the guiding light of knowledge. In Bhagavad Gita, I treat all souls equally. 9th set completed. Relax. Samitaya Namaha, Samitaya Namaha. He is called Samita, since he is bound by the love of his devotees. This is shown in Srimad Ramayanam and Sri Vishnu Puranam, where Dasharatha declares, "My Rama, the lotus-eyed, is not even 16 years of age," and Vasudeva declares, "He, Krishna, is truly my son." Samaya Namaha, Samaya Namaha. Bhagavan never differentiates on the basis of the new devotees and old devotees, the knowledgeable souls and the ignorant souls, and other such factors. And since he respects all of their love towards him equally, he is called Sama, the equal one. Amoghaya Namaha, Amoghaya Namaha. The one whose relation is never futile is called Amogha, the unfailing one. Srimad Ramayana says thus, "O Rama, the very sight of yours is unfailing. Praising you would never go in vain. Those who are devoted unto you would never fail to attain their fruits." Pundarikakshaya Namaha, Pundarikakshaya Namaha. The eternal, imperishable abode, Sri Vaikuntham, is called Pundarikam. He who is like the eye of the souls who reside in Sri Vaikuntham is called Pundarikaksha, the eye of Sri Vaikuntham. Vrishakarmane Namaha, Vrishakarmane Namaha. The one whose actions are known to be beneficial to everyone and righteous at the same time. Such a one with the most auspicious actions is popularly called Vrishakarma. Vrishakritaye Namaha, Vrishakritaye Namaha. The one who is verily the embodiment of righteousness is called Vrishakriti. Alternately, the one who sports the divine form and actions that are extremely cool, like the nectar to the fallen souls, being burnt in the three heats of samsara, called Vrishakriti. Rudraya Namaha, Rudraya Namaha. Since Bhagavan makes his devotees shed tears of joy by showing them such beautiful and divine forms and deeds, he is called Rudra. This mantra bestows joy to all such intimate devotees. Bahushirase Namaha, Bahushirase Namaha. Bhagavan possesses innumerable heads, thousands of hoods like the Adisesha. Hence he is called Bahushirasa, the one with many heads. The one who has many hoods is called Bahushirasa. Babhrave Namaha, Babhrave Namaha. Since Bhagavan bears the whole world on his hoods in the form of Ananta, he is called Babhru, the one who bears the world on his hoods. The scriptures say, he unto whom all of these worlds form the invaluable gems on the hoods bears the whole string of creation. Vishvayonaye Namaha, Vishvayonaye Namaha. The one who sports various divine forms in order to mingle with his devotees very normally, and the one who organizes a special setup for the same is called Vishvayoni, the one who mingles with the world, with all creatures. Shuchishravase Namaha, Shuchishravase Namaha. As Bhagavan has declared himself in Mahabharata, O Arjuna, I listen to every word of my devotee who talks pure and pleasant words. I do not listen to the sinful talks ever. That is why I am called Shuchishrava, the intent listener by the learned men. Amritaya Namaha, Amritaya Namaha. Bhagavan is called Amrita because he is the one who wards off the shackles of aging and death. As his devotees are never fully satisfied even by serving him eternally, he is called Amrita, also due to his unquantifiable sweetness always.
Shaswatastanave Namaha, Shaswatastanave Namaha. Bhagavan is enjoyed eternally by the liberated souls, never to re-enter the cycles of samsara again. He who is eternally enjoyable to his devotees and who is also eternal himself is called Shaswatasthanu, the permanent one. Vararohaya Namaha, Vararohaya Namaha. The one whose attainment is hailed as the supreme achievable goal for the seekers is called Vararoha. This mantra is capable of conferring the highest position of Sri Vaikuntham to the seekers. Mahatapase Namaha, Mahatapase Namaha. The word Mahat refers to the venerable nature and Tapas refers to the knowledge. The one who possesses such venerable knowledge is called Mahatapa. Sarvagaya Namaha, Sarvagaya Namaha. Since he bears all entities like a soul bearing the body, and since he draws all such entities unto himself At the time of destruction, he is called Sarvagha. Sarvavidhe Namaha, Sarvavidhe Namaha. Bhagavan then wishes to create the various worlds again for the benefit of individual souls and achieves the same in the form of Pradyumna. He is called Sarvavid, the one who possesses all wealth. Bhanave Namaha, Bhanave Namaha. Bhagavan only creates all worlds and entities and glows with utmost effulgence without displaying any kind of transformations. He is called Bhanu, the glowing one. Vishwaksenaya Namaha, Vishwaksenaya Namaha. The word Sena refers to the souls who accompany their master. All souls in all worlds are totally protected by him, resulting in this divine name, and thus he is also called Aniruddha. Janardhanaya Namaha, Janardhanaya Namaha. Since Bhagavan destroys those oppressors, Jana, who raise obstacles in his divine deed of protecting his devotees, and that too without the least bit of expectation of an external aid, he is called Janardhana, the destroyer of repressing souls. Vedaya Namaha, Vedaya Namaha. Since Bhagavan confers the sacred knowledge in form of scriptures as Sankarshana, he is called Veda. Thus, Sankarshana Bhagavan is characterized as means of attainment, source of knowledge, the leader, the knowledgeable one, and the preceptor. Veda Vidhe Namaha, Veda Vidhe Namaha. Bhagavan knows the purport of Vedas without any confusions or doubts, and hence this divine name Vedavid, the knower of Vedas. As Bhagavan himself has declared, I am only the knower of purport of Vedas. Avyanghaya Namaha, Avyanghaya Namaha. The one who has no shortcomings due to the praises by the 6 limbs of Vedas such as Siksha, Vyakarna, etc. is called Avyangha.
Vedangaya Namaha, Vedangaya Namaha. Vedas consist of innumerable branches that are verily the divine body or limbs of Bhagavan. Since Bhagavan's intimate divine nature and qualities are exposed by the Vedas, Bhagavan is called Vedanga, the one who possesses Vedas as his limbs.
Vedavide Namaha, Vedavide Namaha.
The subject of Vedas is called Veda. The purport of such Veda is called Dharma. Since he always makes the individual souls observe such Dharma, Pradyumna is called Vedavid.
Kavaye Namaha, Kavaye Namaha.
Since Bhagavan possesses expansive foresight, he is called Kavihi, the one with an expansive vision.
Lokadhyakshaya Namaha, Lokadhyakshaya Namaha.
The word Lokaha refers to the practitioners of righteousness or Dharma. Bhagavan, in his Aniruddha Vyuha, is bound to remove the malignity of conferring of undeserving fruits and lack of conferring of fruits of action, thereby conferring the righteous fruits of action to every individual soul according to his deeds.
Suradhyakshaya Namaha, Suradhyakshaya Namaha.
The word Suraha refers to the various demigods worshipped by virtuous men who are the practitioners of righteousness. Therefore, Bhagavan Aniruddha is known to be the knower of the destination, paths of attaining the destination, the Lord of souls, treading such paths, righteous and the grantor of knowledge.
Dharmadhyakshaya Namaha, Dharmadhyakshaya Namaha.
Lokaha are those souls who practice certain virtues. The demigods worshipped by such souls are called Suraha. The means of such attainment are collectively termed as Dharmaha. The Lord of all these entities is that Bhagavan Aniruddha, who is connoted by the divine name Dharmadhyaksha.
Krita Kritaya Namaha, Krita Kritaya Namaha.
The one whose nature is to bestow the fruits of action to those who practice both kinds of deeds that result in either promotion of samsara or release from samsara is called Krita Kritaha.
Chaturatmane Namaha, Chaturatmane Namaha.
Bhagavan is called Chaturatma due to his manifestation in four forms, namely Vasudeva, Sankarshana, Pradyumna and Aniruddha.
Chaturvyuhaya Namaha, Chaturvyuhaya Namaha.
Since Bhagavan is verily the embodied with four forms indicative of the various states of mind such as awakened, dreaming, deep slumber and completely enlightened, he is called Chaturvyuha.
Chaturdamshtraya Namaha, Chaturdamshtraya Namaha.
Since Bhagavan shows his supremacy even in his Vyuha forms, he is called Chaturdamshtraha, the four-teethed one. The possession of four fangs is said to be the characteristics of great men, and Lord Sri Rama possessed them, says the scriptures.
Chaturbhujaya Namaha, Chaturbhujaya Namaha.
As a characteristic connoting of his greatness, Bhagavan possesses four shoulders and hence called Chaturbhuja. Bhagavan possesses four divine and mighty shoulders sporting various weapons such as conch, discus, etc.
Bhrajishnave Namaha, Bhrajishnave Namaha.
Bhagavan is called Brajishnuhu due to his nature of showing himself through his effulgence to his worshippers.
Bhojanaya Namaha, Bhojanaya Namaha.
He is enjoyed by his devotees who see him with all his effulgence. He is called Bhojanam since he is enjoyed as verily the food with all happiness by his devotees.
Bhoktre Namaha, Bhoktre Namaha.
Bhagavan is called Bhokta since he is the consumer of all offerings of his devotees offered with pure love. He is called so since he is the consumer of nectar, the food offered by his devotees with pure love.
Sahishnave Namaha, Sahishnave Namaha.
Bhagavan is called Sahishnu as he shows supreme endurance as a natural trait to all kinds of misdeeds of his devotees done in the past or future with their minds and other faculties such as violations of scriptural injunctions and some other types of misdeeds which are even unbearable to the devotees themselves.
Jagadadijaya Namaha, Jagadadijaya Namaha.
Since Bhagavan is born among the primordial entities of creation, the Trinity namely Brahma, Vishnu and Shiva in the form of Vishnu is called Jagadadija.
Anaghaya Namaha, Anaghaya Namaha.
Although born in the samsara as one among the individual souls, since he is untouched by the effects of karma, he is called Anagaha, the one who is untouched by sins.
Vijayaya Namaha, Vijayaya Namaha.
Even for the other two entities in the Trinity, Brahma and Shiva, since Bhagavan is the one who assigns the tasks of creation and destruction and also makes them successful in their respective tasks, he is called Vijayaha, the victorious one.
Jetre Namaha, Jetre Namaha.
Bhagavan is the one who ordains Brahma and Shankara to act as per his wishes and hence is called Jeta, the ordainer.
Vishwayonaye Namaha, Vishwayonaye Namaha.
Through Brahma and Rudra, since Bhagavan becomes the cause of this cycle of creation, he is called Vishwayoni, the originator of worlds.
Punarvasave Namaha, Punarvasave Namaha.
The one who resides again within the various Vedas, including the four-faced Brahma, as their indweller, is called Punarvishu. Bhagavan is already the indweller of all entities, sentient and insentient.
Upendraya Namaha, Upendraya Namaha.
The one who is born as the younger brother of even lower mortals like Indra is called Upendra. That eternal supreme soul who is devoid of births due to karma is born as the most qualified of all the Adityas out of his own free will.
Vamanaya Namaha, Vamanaya Namaha.
Since he is the one who is capable of conferring happiness with his own effulgence to those who see his divine body, he is called Vamanaha.
Pramshave Namaha, Pramshave Namaha.
This divine name refers to the one who pervaded the whole universe by growing as Trivikrama in an instant during the Vamana Avatara.
Amoghaya Namaha, Amoghaya Namaha.
Bhagavan is called Amogha since he satisfied both Bali and Indra alike at the same instant and hence possesses immeasurable influence among entities. The one who has no wasteful deeds to his credit is called Amogha.
Shuchaye Namaha, Shuchaye Namaha.
The greatest one who doesn't expect even the smallest favor in return, even among those whom he personally helped greatly, is called Suchihi, the pure one. Bhagavan is the purest since he is untouched by any blemishes of expecting return favors, says the scriptures.
Urjitaya Namaha, Urjitaya Namaha.
The one who possessed extraordinary strength that was required to slay or arrest even the great warriors like Namuchi, the son of Mahabali, and the like, when they tried to attack him for his deeds as Trivikrama, is called Urjitaha, the powerful.
Atindraya Namaha, Atindraya Namaha.
Although born as the youngest brother of Indra, since Bhagavan transcends Indra himself by his divine wealth and his purely selfless deeds, he is called Adhindraha, the one who transcends Indra.
Sangrahaya Namaha, Sangrahaya Namaha.
The one who is very easily or effortlessly comprehended or accessed by his true devotees is called Samgraha, the comprehended one.
Sargaya Namaha, Sargaya Namaha.
The one who voluntarily extended his divine lotus feet to all his devotees for them to bear on their heads when he grew as Trivikrama is called Sargaha, the one who creates for his devotees.
Dhritatmane Namaha, Dhritatmane Namaha.
The one who bears all souls by giving away himself unto them is called Dhritatma, the bearer of all souls.
Niyamaya Namaha, Niyamaya Namaha.
The one who is capable of controlling the opponents of his devotees, such as Mahabali and others, is called Namaha, the controller. The one by whom this world is controlled is called Namaha.
Yamaya Namaha, Yamaya Namaha.
The one who renders all situations totally harmless and conducive to his devotees by being their indweller is called Yamaha.
Vedyaya Namaha, Vedyaya Namaha.
Bhagavan, having incarnated thus, manifests his extraordinary greatness and is easily comprehended by one and all due to his easy accessibility is called Vedya, the known one.
Vaidyaya Namaha, Vaidyaya Namaha.
Bhagavan is called Vaidya, the learned, since he is learned in the science of destroying the cycles of birth and death among his devotees. He who has completely mastered the skill of removing the disease of samsara among his devotees is called Vaidya.
Sada Yogine Namaha, Sada Yogine Namaha.
The one who is thus ever wakeful in protecting his devotees is called Sadha Yogi. The scriptures say, he who is awake even while everyone is fast asleep.
Viraghne Namaha, Viraghne Namaha.
Bhagavan is called Viraha, the destroyer of heroes, since he destroys such heroes who obstruct the efforts of pious men in attaining Bhagavan. He is called Viraha, who destroys those who obstruct his devotees from meditating upon him.
Madhavaya Namaha, Madhavaya Namaha.
The source of supreme knowledge about the Bhagavan is called Ma. The Lord of such supreme knowledge is called Dhava. Thus, Bhagavan is called Madhavaha, the granter of Brahma Vidya, knowledge about the Supreme Brahman.
Madhave Namaha, Madhave Namaha.
Bhagavan is called Madhuhu, since he is very sweet to such devotees who have attained the supreme knowledge about him. The scriptures say thus, in those divine feet of Bhagavan, the divine nectar flows.
Atindriyaya Namaha, Atindriyaya Namaha.
He is called Atindriyaha, who transcends the reach of sense organs. Bhagavan is the sweet nectarian ocean with core divine qualities yet inaccessible to the sense organs.
Mahamayaya Namaha, Mahamayaya Namaha.
He who possesses a magical blanket or veil thus eludes every non-devoted entity and hides him from their senses is called Mahamaya. This 8-syllable mantra makes the chanter shine.
Mahotsahaya Namaha, Mahotsahaya Namaha.
He is called Mahotsaha, who possesses extreme enthusiasm in action, creation, sustenance and destruction of the worlds, itself as his wealth. This mantra grants wealth of Kainkaryam upon the chanters.
Mahabalaya Namaha, Mahabalaya Namaha.
The one who doesn't expect any external aid in his tasks of creation and hence sustenance and destruction and solely depends on his own power is called Mahabalaha, the one with Herculean strength.
Mahabuddhaye Namaha, Mahabuddhaye Namaha.
The one unto whom great knowledge is an inherent trait is called Mahabuddhihi. Bhagavan's divine knowledge is highly pervasive and is not restricted by space, time or nature, neither limited by distance nor by delusions. It is inherent, accurate and eternal in Bhagavan.
Mahaviryaya Namaha, Mahaviryaya Namaha.
Although it is common to see transformations in the cause while resulting in a certain effect, the one who shows such immense energy that he undergoes no such transformations while creating these worlds is called Mahavirya.
Mahashaktaye Namaha, Mahashaktaye Namaha.
He is called Mahashaktihi, the most powerful one, since he transforms the primordial nature to create these worlds. Bhagavan, with his immense power, transforms the Prakriti, which is just a part of his divine body, into the various effects, namely the 24 tattvas constituting the entire creation.
Mahadyutaye Namaha, Mahadyutaye Namaha.
The one who naturally possesses supreme effulgence without any external aid is called Mahadyutihi. Bhagavan's effulgence repels all darkness, both internal and external, and appears to be pleasing to his devotees while being fierce to his opponents at the same time.
Anirdeshya Vapushe Namaha, Anirdeshya Vapushe Namaha.
Bhagavan possesses a divine body made of the 6 qualities Jnana, Bhala, Aishwarya, Veera, Shakti and Tejas, and is completely unique in the sense that it has no simile whatsoever. It is full of effulgence. Thus, Bhagavan is only called as Anirdeshya Vapu.
Srimate Namaha, Srimate Namaha.
The one who is always bedecked with divine ornaments befitting his divine form is called Srimat, the wealthy one.
Ameyatmane Namaha, Ameyatmane Namaha. Bhagavan is called Ameyatma since he possesses the profoundness befitting his divine nature and forms, just like the vast and deep ocean. Mahadridrute Namaha, Mahadridrute Namaha. Bhagavan is hailed by his divine name Mahadridruta since he bore the great Mantara mountain on his back when he incarnated as Kurma, the great tortoise, while churning the milky ocean. Maheshwasaya Namaha, Maheshwasaya Namaha. The one who is adorned with the fierce bow, named Sharangaha, is called Maheshwasaha, and displayed his proficiency with the wielding of arrows while constructing the bridge Ramasetu across the mighty ocean, as well as while exterminating Ravana and his army. Mahibhartre Namaha, Mahibhartre Namaha. Bhagavan is the one who sportily bears the elegant earth. Bhuma Devi is called Mahibharta. Srinivasaya Namaha, Srinivasaya Namaha. The divine name Srinivasaha, the abode of Sri Mahalakshmi, shows Bhagavan's divine sport of attracting Sri Mahalakshmi, who was born from the milky ocean during the churning, by speaking the most pleasing words and ascending her on his own chest. Satam Gataye Namaha, Satam Gataye Namaha. Although his deeds are driven by his own free will, Bhagavan does only those things that are both pleasing and favoring to his dear devotees. Hence, he is called Satam Gatihi. Aniruddhaya Namaha, Aniruddhaya Namaha. The one who is characterized by innumerable, unfathomable, and boundless divine deeds favorable to his devotees, and slays his opponents in the pursuing endeavor, he is called Aniruddha, the non-oppressed. Suranandaya Namaha, Suranandaya Namaha. Thence, the incarnation of Aniruddha as Hamsa is being elaborated, since all devas are delighted by Bhagavan when he arrives as their sole savior in all the difficulties. He is called Surananda, the delighter of devas. Govindaya Namaha, Govindaya Namaha. The one who is praised by all such devas who are delighted by Bhagavan is called Govinda, the praised one. All devas hail Bhagavan as the one who favors them at times of crisis. Govidam Pataye Namaha, Govidam Pataye Namaha. The word Go refers to the Vedic verses Govindaha, is the one who is praised by such Vedic verses. The one who protects the knower of such Vedas is called Govidam Patihi. Marichaye Namaha, Marichaye Namaha. The one who shows his faultless divine forms even to those who are born blind is called Marichihi. The resplendent one, Bhagavan, reveals his divine nature when he incarnates as Hamsa, the great swan, even to the blind creatures as Marichihi. Damanaya Namaha, Damanaya Namaha. He is further called Damanaha, the oppressor, since he subdues the heat of samsara by his constant stream of charming light. Hamsaya Namaha, Hamsaya Namaha. The one who shears the bondages of his devotees and the one who walks and smiles most charmingly is called Hamsaha. The Kataka Bhashya says, as Bhagavan is ever free from all blemishes and possesses the most auspicious qualities, he is called Hamsaha. Suparnaya Namaha, Suparnaya Namaha. Bhagavan is called Suparnaha since he possesses beautiful wings. Alternately, he is called Suparnaha since he takes the individual souls to the other shore of samsara, makes them cross the samsara. Bhujagottamaya Namaha. Bhujagottamaya Namaha. The primordial incarnation of Bhagavan as Padmanabha is being said now. The master of the divine serpent, Adisesha, the one who reclines on the serpent bed, is called Bhujagottama. Hiranyanabhaya Namaha. Hiranyanabhaya Namaha. That Bhagavan himself is Hiranyanabha, since he possesses a beautiful navel like the gold that attracts the minds of everyone. Sutapase Namaha. Sutapase Namaha. The word tapas refers to knowledge, the one who possesses that itself as his own divine body, and hence hailed as the one full of knowledge, is called Sutapaha. Padmanabhaya Namaha. Padmanabhaya Namaha. The one from whose navel was born a royal, divine, sumptuous lotus with 8 petals, whose golden carpel was itself said to be the Meru mountain, is called Padmanabha. Prajapataye Namaha. Prajapataye Namaha. The master of all creatures, right from the four-faced Brahma, created during the Prakruta Shrishti, up to the lowest mortals, created during the Naimittika Shrishti, is called Prajapatihi. Amrutyave Namaha. Amrutyave Namaha. Thereafter, the Narasimha incarnation is hailed. The word Amrityuhu means the one oppressor of death. This is as hailed in the mantras as Mrityor Mrityuhu, the one who is the death of verily the death itself. Sarvadrushe Namaha. Sarvadrushe Namaha. The one who himself sees every creature, whether they are in favor of him, opposing to him, or unbiased, and controls them all befitting to the disposition, is called Sarvadruk. Simhaya Namaha. Simhaya Namaha. He is verily the one who is hailed as Simha, the ferocious lion. He is the one who incarnated as the ferocious and mighty Narasimha with a great divine body combining the human and lion forms. Sandhatre Namaha. Sandhatre Namaha. Although fierce in pouncing upon the enemies, who are like mighty elephants, Bhagavan is called Sandhata, since he is the one who lovingly unites his dear devotees such as Prahalada and the like with himself. Sandhimate Namaha. Sandhimate Namaha. The one whose union with his dear devotees like Prahalada, whom he united as Sandhata, remains eternal, is called Sandhimanaha.
Sthiraya Namaha. Sthiraya Namaha. Bhagavan is called Sthira since he is not moved by offenses of his devotees after uniting with them. In the mantra varnas, he is hailed as Bhadra, the one which corresponds to his divine name. Acharya Namaha, Acharya Namaha. Since Bhagavan sprang from the pillar and was not born in a mother's womb like other mortals, he is called Aja, the one who is not born like others. He is called Aja as he wins over many people. Durmarshanaya Namaha, Durmarshanaya Namaha. The one whose mere sight is not endured by his adversaries is called as Durmarshana, the one who cannot be won over. That Brahman who holds the discus and the conch in his hand is the most fierce. Shastre Namaha, Shastre Namaha. Bhagavan is called Shasta since he lawfully punishes all the impending bad elements. As the scriptures say, the demons were terrified just by his roar and run at his mere sight. Vishrutatmane Namaha, Vishrutatmane Namaha. The one whose divine deeds are heard by the Devas with awe, and the one who is the abode of all noble characters is hailed by such Devas as Vishrutatma. He is indeed the bestower of great fame. Surarigne Namaha, Surarigne Namaha. Since Bhagavan during Narasimha Avatara tore the chest of Hiranyakashipu, who was the enemy of all Devas, he is called Surarigne, the slayer of the enemy of Deva. Gurutamaya Gurave Namaha, Gurutamaya Gurave Namaha. Thence the incarnation as the great fish Matsya Avatara is hailed. Bhagavan is called Gurutamaya since he is the foremost preceptor of all knowledge. Damne Namaha, Damne Namaha. Since Bhagavan was the refuge of the boat that housed the seeds of all movable and immovable entities, he is called Damne. Satyaya Namaha, Satyaya Namaha. The one who favored Manu and others who sought his refuge at the time of Pralaya is called Satya, the favorable one for his devotees. Satyaparakramaaya Namaha, Satyaparakramaaya Namaha. Bhagavan's words and deeds towards Manu and others were never deceitful. Hence he is called Satyaparakrama. The word Satya means non-deceitful, Parakrama means act, a noble act. Nimishaya Namaha, Nimishaya Namaha. Since Bhagavan closes his eyes towards opponents of his devotees and doesn't even glance at them, he is called Nimisha, the one who closes his eyes. Animishaya Namaha. Animishaya Namaha. He is Animisha, the one who never closes his eyes. Since Bhagavan is even alert in protecting his devotees and never closes his eyes even for a fraction of a second to blink, he is called Animisha. He is the one who sports the divine form of a fish. Stragvinne Namaha. Stragvinne Namaha. Although born in Tiriyakyoni as a fish, since Bhagavan is inseparably associated with the garland named Vaijayanti, which is indicative of his supremacy, he is called Stragvi, the decorated one. Vachaspataye Namaha. Vachaspataye Namaha. Since Bhagavan fortified the Vedas by propounding Srimat Purana, he is called Vachaspati, the master of words. Udhardiye Namaha. Udhardiye Namaha. The one who is omniscient, possessing the required knowledge to uplift all the fallen souls in this material creation, is called Udhardhi. Agranye Namaha. Agranye Namaha. With his boundless compassion, since Bhagavan leads every devotee to his supreme abode as the foremost goal, he is called Agrani. He is verily the granter of moksha to his dear devotees. Gramanye Namaha. Gramanye Namaha. In his supreme abode of Sri Vaikuntham, since Bhagavan leads the individual souls into an assembly of all liberated and ever liberated soul, he is called Gramanye. Srimate Namaha. Srimate Namaha. As the scriptures hail Bhagavan clearly, showed his absolute supremacy even in his incarnation as fish with his lotus eyes. The scripture says, Bhagavan as Matsya is called Sriman due to his possession of lotus-like eyes. Nyayaya Namaha. Nyayaya Namaha. Bhagavan is called Nyaya since he does only such things that are favorable and befitting, especially to his devotees. Netre Namaha. Netre Namaha. Since Bhagavan completes the work of his devotees, he is called Neta. The divine name shows Bhagavan's capacity of steadfastness in completing his devotees' works. Samiranaya Namaha. Samiranaya Namaha. The one who displays adorable deeds is called Samirana. Bhagavan is hailed as Samirana due to his tendency to act as per his devotees' wishes. Sahasramurdne Namaha. Sahasramurdne Namaha. The word Sahasra is said to indicate infinity. Thus, the one with infinite heads is called Sahasram Urda. He is the one who is hailed by his divine name in Purushash Ukta and other Vedic hymns. Vishvatmane Namaha. Vishvatmane Namaha. The one who permeates the entire creation with such infinite knowledge, unbounded capability of knowing everything, and actions born out of his infinite faculties is called Vishwatma, the indweller of the world. Sahasrakshaya Namaha, Sahasrarakshaya Namaha. The one who possesses infinite knowledge and actions with such faculties is hailed by the divine name as Sahasraksha. Bhagavan has eyes all over and he sees everything at once, as said by the Vedas.
Sahasrapade Namaha, Sahasrapade Namaha.
He is the one who is hailed by this divine name in the Purusha Yukta and other Vedic hymns, which declares thus Bhagavan's hands and legs are all around, his eyes, heads are all around.
Avartanaya Namaha, Avartanaya Namaha.
Since Bhagavan spins the cycle of samsara, he is called Avartana. Bhagavan Keshava revolves the wheel of time, creation and destruction with his own powers, running them in cycles.
Nivritatmane Namaha, Nivritatmane Namaha.
Bhagavan is called a Nivritatma since he possesses the Nitya Vibhuti, which is 3 times as large as this material creation and hence possesses a high stature.
Samvritaya Namaha, Samvritaya Namaha.
While in this grandeur of Nitya Vibhuti, as the scriptures say, he transcends tamas since he hides himself from the creatures dwelling upon the tamasic nature. He is called Samrita, the well-hidden one.
Sampramardhanaya Namaha, Sampramardhanaya Namaha.
Bhagavan is further called Sampramardana since he completely destroys the darkness of tamas that surround his devotees with his own light of knowledge.
Ahasamvartakaya Namaha, Ahasamvartakaya Namaha.
Bhagavan is the cause of transformation of time denoted by the word Aha. Hence, he is called Ahasamvartaka. The scriptures hail this feat of Bhagavan. Thus, all these quantities of time have born from the effulgence of Bhagavan and he turns the wheel of time.
Vanhave Namaha, Vanhave Namaha.
Bhagavan bears the whole creation in his body in the form of free space and hence called Vahni, the bearer. Foremost space that he bears in his supreme abode, Sri Vaikuntha. The other include the vast sky directions.
Anilaya Namaha, Anilaya Namaha.
The one who breathes in life into every creature, bound, liberated, ever liberated, by being the life force is called Anila. The scripture says, thus the entity called air was born from the breath of Bhagavan.
Dharanidharaya Namaha, Dharanidharaya Namaha.
The earth bears all the creatures or entities. Since Bhagavan bears this earth itself, he is called Dharanidhara. Bhagavan Purushottama created entities such as earth, sky, heaven, etc. merely by his Sankalpa Shakti. He is the one who places all of them under his influence and controls them.
Suprasadhaya Namaha, Suprasadhaya Namaha.
The one who thus shows love and kindness towards all devotees who worship him is called Suprasada. Since Bhagavan most mercifully grants the wishes of his dear devotees, he is called Suprasada.
Prasannatmane Namaha. Prasannatmane Namaha.
Bhagavan is also called Prasannatma, the one whose wishes are ever fulfilled and hence who is free from transformation of the mind, such as desire, anger, etc. The chanting of this mantra gives us the bliss in mind.
Vishwasrije Namaha. Vishwasrije Namaha.
Bhagavan creates all these worlds out of sheer compassion towards a fallen soul, without any consideration towards the faultiness of such souls. Thus he is called Vishwasrik, the one who creates the world out of sheer compassion.
Vishwabhugvibhave Namaha. Vishwabhugvibhave Namaha.
Bhagavan pervades all of his own creation and thus controls and nurtures the entire creation. Hence, he is called Vishwakvibhu, the one who nurtures by pervading.
Satkartre Namaha. Satkartre Namaha.
The one who is devotedly worshipped by his true devotees with austerities such as Archanam is called Satkrita. The scripture says thus, behold, Bhagavan is the one who pleases all of his intimate devotees. He is also the one who happily accepts their worship with very high regard.
Satkritaya Namaha. Satkritaya Namaha.
The one who is devotedly worshipped by his true devotees with austerities such as Archanam is called Satkrita. The Srimat Bhagavata and Sri Vishnu Purana hail Bhagavan as the one who was lovingly worshipped by Mayakara.
Sadhave Namaha. Sadhave Namaha.
Since Bhagavan happily accepts and accomplishes the task trusted to him by his dear devotees, such as being a messenger, charity, he is called Sadhu, the one who acts according to his devotees' wishes.
Janhave Namaha. Janhave Namaha.
Since Bhagavan hides his greatness and supremacy from non-devotees filled with jealousy and contempt, he is called Jahnu, the one who hides.
Narayanaya Namaha. Narayanaya Namaha.
Having pervaded all entities, sentient and insentient, both from outside and within Bhagavan is called Narayana. In all the Upanishads he is hailed thus. Let us contemplate on that Narayana who is the supreme Brahman.
Narayana Namaha. Narayana Namaha.
This hidden inseparable pervasion is further said in this divine name Nara. This means that he is possessed with the sentient and insentient entities that are imperishable by nature.
Asankheyaya Namaha. Asankheyaya Namaha.
Since the sentient and insentient entities that Bhagavan possesses are infinite in number, he is called Asankhya, the one who is infinite due to possession of so many entities as his body.
Aprameyatmane Namaha. Aprameyatmane Namaha.
Since Bhagavan pervades every bit of the infinite and incomprehensible sentient and insentient entities, both from outside and within, he is called Aprameyatma.
Vishishtaya Namaha. Vishishtaya Namaha.
Although intimately associated with all sentient and insentient entities, thus, since Bhagavan is clearly distinct from all of them, he is called Vishishta, the distinct one.
Shishtakrite Namaha. Shishtakrite Namaha.
Since Bhagavan bestows all the auspiciousness upon the sentient and insentient entities according to their merits and make them tread the right path, he is called Shishtakrit, the one who makes his devotees tread the right path.
Shuchaye Namaha. Shuchaye Namaha.
Bhagavan is pure by himself and does only good deed to his devotees. He is called Suchi, the pure one, or the one who does only good actions.
Siddharthaya Namaha. Siddharthaya Namaha. He whose every desire is fulfilled is called Siddhartha. In other words, since no desire remains to be attained by Bhagavan, he is called Siddhartha. Siddha Sankalpaya Namaha. Siddha Sankalpaya Namaha. Since he is the one who is capable of accomplishing all that he desires, in other words, since he is the one whose every desire is fulfilled by his will alone, he is called Siddha Sankalpa. Siddhidhaya Namaha. Siddhidhaya Namaha. Since Bhagavan bestows the 8 Siddhis, Ashtamaha Siddhis, Anima, Mahima, Lagima, Garima, Prapti, Prakamyam, Ishitva, Vashitva, to the practitioners of yoga, he is called Siddhidha, the granters of Siddhis. Siddhi Sadhanaya Namaha. Siddhi Sadhanaya Namaha. Apart from granting Ashta Siddhis, Bhagavan also possesses bhakti as a tool that enables the mortal souls to attain verily his supreme abode. This bhakti not only brings us the sweetest of the sweet, Bhagavan himself, but he is also equally sweet at the time of practicing. Vrishahine Namaha. Vrishahine Namaha. The word Vrisha refers to dharma or righteousness. The day when an individual soul places its first step towards Bhagavan itself results as the most auspicious and the righteous day for it. Thus, Bhagavan is called Vrishahi. Vrishabhaya Namaha. Vrishabhaya Namaha. Bhagavan is called Vrishabha, since he showers his divine nectarine love on the fallen souls, being burnt in the heat of samsara when they approach him. This mantra dispels fears from the minds of his devotees. Vishnave Namaha. Vishnave Namaha. Since Bhagavan pervades all places by shower of divine love, like the torrent that pervades an entire area, and since he is absolutely necessary for the very existence of every entity, he is called Vishnu. Vrishaparvane Namaha. Vrishaparvane Namaha. The word Vrishaparva refers to the Varna Ashrama Dharmas, rites. They form the flight of steps to reach him. Hence, he is called Vrishaparva, the one who possesses the rightful duties as steps to reach him. Vrishodharaya Namaha. Vrishodharaya Namaha. Bhagavan fills his stomach with the oblations offered by his devotees. He is easily available to every soul who yearns for his service. He is thus the one who possesses a stomach of righteousness and hence called Vrishodhara. Vardhanaya Namaha. Vardhanaya Namaha. Bhagavan is called Vardhana, the fosterer, since he fosters all the individual souls by placing them all in his own belly at the time of destruction, Naimitika Pralayam, just as a mother nourishes a child in her womb. Vardhamanaya Namaha, Vardhamanaya Namaha, fostering his devotees and looking at them grow, since Bhagavan himself feels elated and grows with them. He is called Vardhamana. He is the one who possesses such bountifulness that he fosters every individual soul infinitely. Viviktaya Namaha, Viviktaya Namaha. With all his supernatural feats and most auspicious qualities that distinctly qualify him, Bhagavan is called Vivikta. This mantra bestows auspiciousness upon all chanters. Shruti Sagaraya Namaha, Shruti Sagaraya Namaha. Just as ocean is the final residing place for all rivers, so also Bhagavan is the final resting place for all Vedas that hail his supreme qualities. Thus he is called Shruti Sagara. Subhujaya Namaha, Subhujaya Namaha. Since Bhagavan possesses mighty and auspicious shoulders that bear the burdens of all his dear devotees who have surrendered unto him, he is called Subhuja, the one with beautiful shoulders. Durdharaya Namaha, Durdharaya Namaha. With such mighty shoulders, Bhagavan possesses immense force that none can oppose, just like the mighty waves in an ocean cannot be stopped by a sandy bridge on the shores built by playful kids. Hence, he is called Durdhara, the one who cannot be restrained. Vagmine Namaha, Vagmine Namaha. Since Bhagavan speaks sweet and favorable words whose forms are verily the Vedas, he is called Vagmi. As Bhagavan possesses commendable speech, he is called Vagmi, the excellent orator. Mahendraya Namaha, Mahendraya Namaha. Since Bhagavan possesses venerable, supreme, infinite wealth spread all around, he is called Mahendra, the wealthiest one. The qualifier Maha is prefixed to clearly show that Bhagavan's wealth overthrows that of the lower demigods such as Indra, Kubera, etc. Vasudhaya Namaha, Vasudhaya Namaha. Bhagavan bestows all wealth upon such individual souls who seek such lowly wealth from him. Thus, he is called Vasudha, the one who bestows wealth. Vasave Namaha, Vasave Namaha. For his great devotees like Vidura, Malakara, Alvars, etc., who live their life claiming Bhagavan to be everything for them, he becomes the greatest wealth himself. Thus, he himself called Vasu, the greatest wealth. Naikarupaya Namaha, Naikarupaya Namaha. The one who always manifests in numerous forms is called Naikarupa. With a multitude of forms, the one who is beheld by all his devotees according to each of the levels of knowledge is called Naikarupa. Brihad Rupaya Namaha, Brihad Rupaya Namaha. Bhagavan's every form is magnanimous to the extent that it completely pervades all the space in all directions. Thus, he is called Brihad Rupa, the one who has magnanimous forms. Shipivishthaya Namaha, Shipivishthaya Namaha. The word Shipaya refers to the race. Since Bhagavan manifests by pervading all of such rays, he is called Shipivishta. He is thus in the form of the sun, moon, fire, etc. as other effulgent entities. Prakashanaya Namaha, Prakashanaya Namaha. Since Bhagavan manifests in such glorious forms before his devotees who wish to see him, thus, such as Arjuna, Bhishma, Udanaka, etc., he is called Prakashana, the manifest one. Ojastejo Dutidharaya Namaha, Ojastejo Dutidharaya Namaha. Extraordinary power is called Oja. The capacity to overpower others is termed as the Teja. It also means glory. Dutihi means effulgence. The one who always sports of all these attributes, he is hailed with a divine name as Ojas Tejo Dutidhara.
Prakashatmane Namaha, Prakashatmane Namaha. Since Bhagavan's charm is well accepted even by the ignorant souls, he is called Prakashatma, the one whose characters are well manifest even among the dullards. Pratapanaya Namaha, Pratapanaya Namaha. Since Bhagavan remains fierce to all of his opponents, he is called Pratapana. This is as hailed in the scriptures thus: with your ferocity, all your opponents gets burnt. Ruddhaya Namaha, Ruddhaya Namaha. Since Bhagavan prospers like the increasing ocean tides on a full moon day, he is called Ruddha. His glorious form is divine, extraordinary and vivid, and which is ever prosperous, as quoted in Mahabharata. Spashtaksharaya Namaha, Spashtaksharaya Namaha. Since all the Vedas glorify Bhagavan's prosperity, thus he is called Spashtakshara, the one whose glories are clearly spoken. Mantraya Namaha, Mantraya Namaha. The purport of the word mantra to mean the one which protects those who meditate upon it. Since Bhagavan also protects his devotees who constantly meditate upon him, he is called mantra. Chandramshave Namaha, Chandramshave Namaha. Since Bhagavan possesses refreshingly cool effulgence like the moon rays that is capable of quenching all weariness in this samsara and bestowing appeasement to his devotees who constantly meditate upon him, he is called Chandramshu. The mantra bestows peace and happiness upon his devotees. Bhaskaradyutaye Namaha, Bhaskaradyutaye Namaha. Bhagavan is characterized by his divine effulgence that is capable of destroying all opponents. Hence, he is called Bhaskaradyuti. This mantra bestows clear vision. Amritam Shodbhavaya Namaha, Amritam Shodbhavaya Namaha. Since the moon that is extremely cool and quenching all heats, unlike the revitalizing nectar, is born from Bhagavan, born from the cool mind of Bhagavan, he is called Amritam Shodbhava.
Bhanave Namaha. Bhanave Namaha. With his extreme effulgence, he lights up even the effulgent sun. Hence, he is called Bhanu, the one who lights up the sun. The Vedas hail this feature of Bhagavan thus: he whose effulgence lights up even the sun. Shashabindave Namaha. Shashabindave Namaha. The word Sasa refers to crooked paths. The word Bindu refers to the eliminator of people who tread such crooked paths, opponents. Thus, Bhagavan is called Shashabindu because he destroys his opponents who tread crooked paths. Sureshwaraya Namaha. Sureshwaraya Namaha. Bhagavan is also the one who leads people who are on the righteous track. Thus, he is called Sureshwara. The word Sura in this context means the one who treads the righteous path. Aushadaya Namaha. Aushadaya Namaha. Since Bhagavan is like a nectarine medicine that cures the dreadful poison of samsara, he is called Aushadam, the medicine. This is as hailed in the scriptures thus: O Bhagavan, you are indeed the only medicine for this poison of samsara, who is begotten with a focused mind, constant contemplation. Jagatassetave Namaha. Jagatassetave Namaha. Since Bhagavan stands as a bridge separating out the two ends of good and evil categories, he is called Jagatassetu. He stands against the mixing up of actions and fruits of various souls. Satya Dharma Parakramaya Namaha. Satya Dharma Parakramaya Namaha. The one who truly, Satya, possesses innumerable auspicious qualities, Dharma, and extraordinary divine deeds, Parakrama, is called Satya Dharma Parakrama. Bhuta Bhavya Bhavannathaya Namaha. Bhuta Bhavya Bhavannathaya Namaha. He whose absolute lordship holds in all three frames of time, namely past, present and future, is fondly addressed as Bhuta Bhavya Bhavannatha by learned men. Pavanaya Namaha. Pavanaya Namaha. Since Bhagavan voluntarily moves freely and reaches every nook and corner in this creation at all times and bestows speed and movement to the flowing wind, he is called Pavana. Pavanaya Namaha. Pavanaya Namaha. The one who sanctifies even the purifying objects such as Ganga, etc., merely by their relationship with him. Ganga is the Sripada Tirtham of Bhagavan, is popularly called Pavana. He is the one who bestows the purifying ability even to the purest objects. Analaya Namaha. Analaya Namaha. Even after favoring his dear devotees again and again, the one who is never satisfied with his deeds and longs to do more for them is called Anala. Bhagavan is ever enthusiastic in favoring his devotees and never laces from it. Kamagne Namaha. Kamagne Namaha. The one who shears the desires on material objects in the minds of the devotees who constantly dwell upon his divine qualities is called Kamaha. The mantra fulfills all the desires of such devotees even without their asking for it. Kamakrite Namaha. Kamakrite Namaha. Bhagavan only bestows all the desired fruits of his devotees both in this world as well as in moksha. Further, he only generates the desire for his divine feet in his devotees. Hence, he is called Kamakrit, the one who generates and fulfills all desires. Kantaya Namaha. Kantaya Namaha. Bhagavan instantly steals the minds of individuals with his natural beauty, gentleness, divine forms and auspicious attributes. Hence, he is called Kanta, the one who is most desirable. Kamaya Namaha. Kamaya Namaha. Bhagavan is also called Kama due to his possession of many great virtues such as morality, generosity, compassion, etc. He is the one who is exceedingly desirable to the minds of people through his extraordinary virtues. Kamapradaya Namaha. Kamapradaya Namaha. Since Bhagavan bestows the desired fruits to all his devotees who seek verily his own self as well as the devotees who seek the material benefits, he is called Kamaprada. Prabhave Namaha. Prabhave Namaha. The one who engages himself in stealing the minds of his devotees by his auspicious forms and qualities is called Prabhu. Srimat Ramayana hails thus: Rama steals the minds of every individual with his beautiful lotus eyes and with his great qualities.
Yugadikrute Namaha. Yugadikrute Namaha. The eternal and supreme Lord Bhagavan lies on a banyan leaf and causes the recurrence of yugas in a new cycle at the end of destruction, due to which he is called Yugadikrit. Yugavartaya Namaha. Yugavartaya Namaha. With all the rites, dharmas of each yuga intact, such as in Krita, Treta, Dwapara and Kali, since Bhagavan causes the cycle of 4 yugas to recur, he is called Yugavarta. He is verily the Hari, who is the form of time. Naikamaya Namaha. Naikamaya Namaha. Taking the form of an innocent child, since Bhagavan possesses numerous wondrous deeds, such as swallowing the worlds, sleeping on a small banyan leaf with no support, etc., he is called Naikamaya. Mahashanaya Namaha. Mahashanaya Namaha. Since Bhagavan swallows all worlds at the time of destruction, he is called Mahashana, the one with the great appetite. The Aranya Parva of Mahabharata says thus: I saw all the movable and immovable entities which I have seen in this world till now in the belly of that great Lord. Adrishyaya Namaha. Adrishyaya Namaha. with his wondrous deeds, even during the great deluge that are beyond all logical boundaries, since Bhagavan is hidden from the comprehension of even great seers such as Markandeya Maharishi, who constantly meditate upon him. He is called Adrishya. Vyaktarupaya Namaha. Vyaktarupaya Namaha. Since Bhagavan manifests in glorious and divine forms, and since he showed himself thus manifestly to the learned Markandeya Maharishi, who was moving about in the deluging waters when he sought to behold the glorious form of Bhagavan, he is called Vyaktarupa. Sahasrajite Namaha. Sahasrajite Namaha. Bhagavan wins over everything even while lying for the entire duration of creation, spanning over 1,000 cycles of Chaturyugas. Thus, he is called Sahasrajit. Anantajite Namaha. Anantajite Namaha. Bhagavan's greatness has no bounds and cannot be traced by anyone, anytime, in any way. Although he sports the form of a small child with limited attributes, thus he is called Anantajit. Ishtaya Namaha. Ishtaya Namaha. Since Bhagavan is most desired by each and every entity alike in his belly, irrespective of birth, just like an infant craving for its mother, he is called Ishta, the one who is desired, and Avishishta, the one who is equal. Avishishtaya Namaha. Avishishtaya Namaha. The one who is engrossed in protecting all entities alike is called Ishta and Avishishta. Just as all entities desire him alike, so also Bhagavan protects every entity without any bias. Shishteshtaya Namaha. Shishteshtaya Namaha. Since Bhagavan is thus most desired by the scholarly men like Markandeya and others as the ultimate goal of attainment, he is called Sishteshta, the one who is liked by learned men. Shikhandini Namaha. Shikhandini Namaha. Bhagavan possesses his immense, inviolable and ruling effulgence itself as an ornament on his head. Hence he is called Shikhandi, the one who possesses his greatness itself as his ornament. Nahushaya Namaha. Nahushaya Namaha. Since Bhagavan always binds the individual souls with his power of Maya, he is called Nahusha. As the Shvetashvadhara Upanishad puts it, all of these are bound in Bhagavan's Maya. Vrishaya Namaha. Vrishaya Namaha. Residing like nectar amidst the individual souls fallen into the ocean of samsara, the one who revives such fallen souls with his charming beauty and sweet words, and thus showers his love generously on such souls, is called Vrisha. Krodakne Namaha. Krodakne Namaha. The one who subdued his anger that play ill upon the Kshatriyas at the behest of Kashyapa is called Krodaha. This 6-syllable mantra dispels the anger of the chanters. Krodakrute Namaha. Krodakrute Namaha. Krodakrit is the one who was earlier roused with anger against the Kshatriyas for a full 21 generation period during the Parasurama Avatara of Bhagavan. Kartre Namaha, Kartre Namaha. The one who killed Kartavirya, who actually triggered such fierce anger in him, is called Karta. The Vishnu Dharma says Parashurama is the one who dispelled Kshatriyas from the face of this earth. Vishwabhahave Namaha, Vishwabhahave Namaha. Since Bhagavan's hands are thus beneficial to the entire world by removing thorns, is called Vishwabahu. Mahidharaya Namaha, Mahidharaya Namaha. The one who reduces the load by eliminating evil people of this earth and bears, it is called Mahidhara. Achyudhaya Namaha, Achyudhaya Namaha. Since Bhagavan doesn't lose his greatness even in his incarnations amidst the demigods such as Brahma, Rudra and others who are bound to lose their positions someday, he is called Achyuta. Pradithaya Namaha, Pradithaya Namaha. Since Bhagavan is popularly known to hold his greatness at all times, he is called Pradita, the popular one. The scriptures say thus, his name is widely known. He is the only one who is bound to succeed in everything, etc. Pranaya Namaha, Pranaya Namaha. The one who is verily the life force for all souls in this world is called Prana. The scriptures hail thus Bhagavan verily the life force and the knower. Know him to be the life of all and verily the nectar, and worship him. Pranadhaya Namaha, Pranadhaya Namaha. The one who bestowed the Devas with all necessary energy to churn the mighty milky ocean during his incarnation as the great tortoise is called Pranada. This divine name hails from the Kurmavatara incarnation as the great tortoise of Bhagavan. Vasavanujaya Namaha, Vasavanujaya Namaha. Since Bhagavan was born as the younger brother of Indra, who desired for the lost wealth and nectar by churning the milky ocean, he is called Vasavanuja.
Apamninidaye Namaha, Apamninidaye Namaha. Bhagavan is called Apamnidhi due to his supporting of the mighty ocean that was being churned during his Kurmavatara, the great giant turtle. Adhishthana Namaha, Adhishthana Namaha. At the same time, as he supported the mighty ocean, he also supported the Mandara mountain that was used as a churning rod by holding it firmly from above. Thus he is called Adhishtanam, the supporting base. Apramadhaya Namaha, Apramadhaya Namaha. Since Bhagavan is ever cautious in protecting his devotees thus, he is called Apramadha, the one who never falters. The one who is extremely mindful in protecting his devotees is called Apramadha. Pradishtitaya Namaha, Pradishtitaya Namaha. Since Bhagavan does not need another support for himself and stands firm in his own greatness, he is called Pradishtita. The Chandogya Upanishad raises a question and answers thus. Where does that Bhagavan rest? He rests in his own greatness. Skandaya Namaha, Skandaya Namaha. Since Bhagavan withers the Asuras during his incarnation as Mahakurma, he is called Skanda, the one who destroys or slays. Skandadharaya Namaha, Skandadharaya Namaha. Since Bhagavan supports even the commander-in-chief of Devas, Subramanya Skanda, he is called Skandadhara. After all, even Subramanya is also included in Bhagavan's wealth of entities. Duryaya Namaha, as the mantras hail Bhagavan as the one who bears the entire creation. He, he is called Durya, the one who bears the worlds. Varadaya Namaha, Varadaya Namaha. Bhagavan bestows boons even upon devas who are different and lower to himself and who bear different works in his creation. Thus he is called Varada, the bestower of boons. Vayuvahanaya Namaha, Vayuvahanaya Namaha. Bhagavan propels the air, which is like a life force in this creation. Hence, he is called Vayuvahana, the one who causes the movement of air, which is like the life force in this creation, is called Vayuvahana. Vasudevaya Namaha, Vasudevaya Namaha, the one who indwells in every creature, he is called Vasu, since he resides in every iota of this creation and constantly protects every entity. Further, he is full of playfulness, victory, splendor, praiseworthiness, and action. Hence, he is called Deva. Thus, he is called Vasudeva. Brihadbanave Namaha, Brihadbanave Namaha. Bhagavan glows magnificently in his glorious forms in Sri Vaikuntham. His effulgence is both magnificent and eternal. Hence, he is called Brihadbanu. Adidevaya Namaha, Adidevaya Namaha. Since Bhagavan plays with this material world, which is just as much as a quarter of Sri Vaikuntham, he is called Adideva. In other words, since Bhagavan possesses creation, sustenance, and destruction of this material world itself as a sport, he is called Adideva. Purandaraya Namaha, Purandaraya Namaha. Bhagavan tears apart the cities of Asuras and hence is called Purandara. With this divine quality, Bhagavan shows his capacity to ward off fears from the minds of his devotees caused due to Asura, Pichasas, lightning, planets, etc. Ashokaya Namaha, Ashokaya Namaha. Bhagavan eliminates the spiritual obstacles caused due to the one's own limitations in the path of attaining Bhagavan, such as sorrow, delusion, hunger, etc. Hence, he is called Ashoka, the one who represses sorrows caused due to one's own limitations. Dharanaya Namaha, Dharanaya Namaha. Bhagavan also eliminates natural obstacles caused due to the limiting nature in this Prakriti, such as enemies, thieves, ailments, and all other types of fears. Hence, he is called Dharana, the one who represses natural obstacles. Dharaya Namaha, Dharaya Namaha. With his mere presence, since Bhagavan eliminates fear of samsara from the minds of his devotees, he is called Dhara, the eliminator of fears. He is called Dhara, who lifts us out of the fear of samsara once and forever. Surya Namaha, Surya Namaha. Since Bhagavan is ever desirous and capable of triumphing over all the opponents, he is called Sura. It means the one who is capable of winning. So, Surya Namaha, Surya Namaha. Bhagavan's special quality of him voluntarily going to his devotees and protecting them as against his devotees seeking his refuge from their protection is shown in this divine name Surya Namaha. Janeshwaraya Namaha, Janeshwaraya Namaha. Bhagavan is a vast ocean of radiant wealth capable of uplifting all the fallen souls from the swirls of samsara. Hence, he is called Janeshwara, the Lord of all the souls born in this samsara. Anukulaya Namaha, Anukulaya Namaha. Although great and potent by nature, since Bhagavan gives up all his pride, bewilderment, etc., and always abides by his devotees' whims, he is called Anukulaya Namaha. Satavardaya Namaha, Satavardaya Namaha. Bhagavan possesses hundreds of swirls due to the flow of his unbounded wealth, being constrained by the limits of his devotees as per their capacities, and hence called Satavardaya Namaha, Padmine Namaha, Padmine Namaha. The divine quality of Bhagavan in his manifestation as Vasudeva were hailed till now, and thence his divine forms are hailed. Since Bhagavan sports a lotus in his hand at all times, he is called Padmini. Padmanibhekshanaya Namaha, Padmanibhekshanaya Namaha. The one who possesses attractive eyes resembling the freshly bloomed lotus in clear waters, which are also capable of quenching the weariness of his devotees in order to protect them at all times, is called Padmanibhekshana. Padmanabhaya Namaha, Padmanabhaya Namaha. Bhagavan's navel also resembles a beautiful lotus. Hence he is called Padmanabha. The one who makes all these said entities manifest is called Padmanabha, as Bhagavan sports a divine lotus in his navel in which the four-faced Brahma was born.
Aravindakshaya Namaha, Aravindakshaya Namaha. Bhagavan's eyes are as beautiful as red lotuses. Hence, he is called Aravindaksha. The one who possesses beautiful eyes like the red lotuses is called Aravindaksha. Padmagarbhaya Namaha, Padmagarbhaya Namaha. Bhagavan situates himself in a beautiful lotus as tender and fragrant as himself. Alternately, he situates himself in the lotus of heart of his devotees who sincerely worship him. Thus, he is called Padmagarbhaya, the one who is situated in a lotus. Sarira Brute Namaha, Sarira Brute Namaha. Sporting such auspicious forms thus, since Bhagavan nourishes his devotees who are verily his divine body, he is called Sarira Brut. He nourishes every individual's soul with his adorable qualities. Mahardadaye Namaha, Mahardadaye Namaha.
Bhagavan's divine wealth is expansive enough to look after the yoga, attainment of wealth, and kshima, retentiveness of such gained wealth of all of his devotees. Thus, he is called Mahadade, the one who bestows great prosperity upon his devotees. Rudhaya Namaha, Rudhaya Namaha. Bhagavan himself experiences completeness from the progress of such true devotees like Vibhishana. Hence, he is also greatly prosperous himself and aptly called Rudhaya, the greatly prosperous one. Vriddhatmane Namaha, Vriddhatmane Namaha. Since Bhagavan's divine nature is so great as to reduce all other greatness to merely a handful measure, he is called Vriddhatma, the magnanimous one by nature. Mahakshaya Namaha, Mahakshaya Namaha. Garuda is called Aksha, to mean chariot, since he acts similar to a chariot by carrying Bhagavan around. Since such a chariot of Bhagavan, Garuda, is most venerable, Bhagavan is called Mahaksha. Garudatvajaya Namaha, Garudatvajaya Namaha. Bhagavan possesses the same Garuda as his identifying flag as well. Hence, he is called Garudatvaja. The Garuda flag itself is one of the most uniquely identifying characteristics of Bhagavan, showing his absolute supremacy. Atulaya Namaha, Atulaya Namaha. The one who is thus incomparable is called Atula. The Vedas say thus, there is no other entity like him, due to his possession of Garuda as his flag. Bhagavan is incomparable and hence called Atula. Sharabhaya Namaha, Sharabhaya Namaha. Since Bhagavan punishes those individuals who disobey his divine orders in the form of sastras, he is called Sharabha. Bhagavan punishes those entities that act beyond their limits and hence called Sharabha, the punisher. Bhimaya Namaha, Bhimaya Namaha. Bhagavan is called Bhima, since he instills fear of punishment in the lower demigods such as Vayu, Indra, Etral, if they dare to disobey his orders. With such fear of Bhagavan, alone do the Devas remain in their limits of action, bound by Bhagavan's orders. Samayajnaya Namaha, Samayajnaya Namaha. Thus, the one who clearly knows the behavior of his servants such as Agni, Vayu, Etal, to know how they behave at various times, is called Samayajnaya, the one who knows the time. Havishe Namaha, Haraye Namaha, Havishe Namaha, Haraye Namaha. Since Bhagavan accepts the oblations given in the sacred fire directly as well as in the form as indweller of lower demigods to whom such oblations may be directed, he is called Havishehara. Sarvalakshana Lakshanyaya Namaha. Sarvalakshana Lakshanyaya Namaha. Bhagavan possesses an auspicious divine body showing insignia of great prosperity due to his constant embracing of his consort Sri Mahalakshmi. Hence, he is called Sarva Lakshana Lakshanya, the one who possesses all auspicious insignia. Lakshmi Vate Namaha. Lakshmi Vate Namaha. Bhagavan himself declares thus, when I held the hand of Sri Mahalakshmi in marriage, I playfully disclosed her eternity just like myself without another cause. I have taken shelter in her ever since, and she has sought my refuge. So we are mutually inseparable for eternity. Hence, he is called Lakshmi Vate. Samidinjayaya Namaha. Samidinjayaya Namaha. Having united with Sri Mahalakshmi, since Bhagavan dispels the confusions from the minds of his dear devotees regarding their eternal and natural subservience unto the Deo, and thus, since he dispels the root of all their sorrows and bestows all auspiciousness, he is called Samidinjayaya. Viksharaya Namaha. Viksharaya Namaha. Since Bhagavan's divine love towards his dearest devotees said, hitherto never diminishes, he is called Vikshara. Rohitaya Namaha. Rohitaya Namaha. Bhagavan possesses a reddish hue as in the calyx of a beautiful lotus flower due to his eternal union with Sri Mahalakshmi. Hence, he is called Rohita, the one with a beautiful reddish hue. Margaya Namaha. Margaya Namaha. Since Bhagavan is sought by all of his dear devotees, he is called Marga, the one who is sought after. As said in the mantra Varnas, Bhagavan is the one who is the most liked by the devotees. Hetave Namaha. Hetave Namaha. Since Bhagavan bestows the desired fruits upon all devotees and thus remains the cause for all their attainments, he is called Hetave, the cause. Damodaraya Namaha. Damodaraya Namaha. The one who houses all worlds Dharma in his belly is called Damodara. This divine name represents his disposition as primordial creator with Sri Mahalakshmi. Bhagavan is also popularly called Damodara, since he was easily tied up Yashoda with a rope in his belly. Sahaya Namaha. Sahaya Namaha. Although being the consort of verily Sri Mahalakshmi herself, indicating his absolute supremacy, since he happily puts up with all the tying, scolding, threatening, etc. by Yashoda, he is called Saha, the one who endures. Mahidaraya Namaha. Mahidaraya Namaha. Since Bhagavan prepares the world by reducing the load by destroying all evil entities. He is called Mahidara. Mahabhagaya Namaha. Mahabhagaya Namaha. Mahabhaga is the one who possesses lofty attributes that are desired by many great women such as Rukmini, Satyabhama and others, and was married by them.
Veghavate Namaha. Veghavate Namaha. Although born as a human, since Bhagavan shows his invincible supreme lordship even in his incarnations, he is called Vegavan. Amitasanaya Namaha. Amitasanaya Namaha. He who ate the unlimited quantities of food prepared by the cowherds with the intent of offering it to Indra without leaving any traces is called Amitasana. Udbhavaya Namaha. Udbhavaya Namaha. As Bhagavan uplifts the fallen souls from the shackles of death, samsara, he is called Udbhava, the one who uplifts fallen souls from samsara. The scriptures hails thus that Damodara, who was tied with a rope, but who unties the fallen souls from the shackles of death. Kshobhanaya Namaha. Kshobhanaya Namaha. Bhagavan is called Kshobhana since he mixes up with the individual souls and the Prakriti, nature, which are otherwise different from each other. Devaya Namaha. Devaya Namaha. Just like trapping and caging a tiger and other wild beasts, since Bhagavan binds the individual souls bound by karma in this creation with his rope called Maya and plays with them, he is called Deva. Shri Garbhaya Namaha. Shri Garbhaya Namaha. Bhagavan, along with Sri Mahalakshmi, play thus with all his creations, and since his divine will constantly grows with such divine sport, he is called Shri Garbha. Parameshwaraya Namaha. Parameshwaraya Namaha. Owing to Sri Mahalakshmi, who voluntarily married Bhagavan, since he possesses absolute supremacy and lordship over every entity, he is called Parameshwara. Karanaya Namaha. Karanaya Namaha. The one who is himself the tool for all individual souls in the pursuit of attaining him is called Karanam. The scripture says thus: Narayana is verily the eyes and the object of vision. Narayana is indeed the ears and the object of hearing. Karanaya Namaha. Karanaya Namaha. Bhagavan is only the cause for all organs to act as per their natures, such as the eye seeing, the ears hearing, etc. He only enables them to act accordingly. Hence, he is called Karanam. Kartre Namaha. Kartre Namaha. The one who is originally not bound by any of such actions is called Karta. Although the individual souls are purely casual for their own actions, fruits and enjoyments, Bhagavan considers all of them as his own out of his love towards the souls. Vikartre Namaha. Vikartre Namaha. Since Bhagavan voluntarily takes on the ownerships of enjoyments of fruits, thus and hence experiences joy and sorrows, thereby showing transformations. He is called Vikarta. Gahanaya Namaha, Gahanaya Namaha. Bhagavan is the one who is unfathomable due to his great quality of completely identifying himself with the fallen souls, is called Gahana. Thus, Bhagavan identifies himself with every individual soul, mixing well with each other, each of their knowledge, levels, enjoyments, nature of actions, etc. Guhaya Namaha, Guhaya Namaha. Since Bhagavan protects each and every devotee, thus he is called Guha. Vyavasayaya Namaha, Vyavasayaya Namaha. Since Bhagavan firmly binds the constellations and planets in the Dhruva Mandala, his own body, he is called Vyavasaya. He is the very support for all such entities. Vyavasthanaya Namaha, Vyavasthanaya Namaha. Since the various units of time such as Kala, Muhurta, etc. are firmly established in him, he is called Vyavasthana. He is verily the indweller of such time. Samsthanaya Namaha, Samsthanaya Namaha. At the end of creation, since all these entities, constellations, planets, time, etc. get merged in him, in his divine body, he is called Samsthana. Sthanathaya Namaha, Sthanathaya Namaha. Since Bhagavan alone is the grantor of the supreme abode, Sri Vaikuntham, he is called Sthanada. He granted Sri Vaikuntham to Dhruva Maharaja. Dhruvaya Namaha, Dhruvaya Namaha. Bhagavan is called Dhruva since he bestowed upon an ordinary soul Dhruva Maharaj verily the highest position in the Dhruva Mandala and established him firmly for a long time. Pararthaye Namaha, Pararthaye Namaha. Thence, the divine deed of Bhagavan in his greatest incarnation as Sri Rama, which is capable of reviving a dying soul, is hailed. Although possessing all wealth, since his divine auspicious qualities are highly opulent, he is called Parardhi. Paramaspashtaya Namaha, Paramaspashtaya Namaha. The one whose absolute supremacy is very clearly seen even in his incarnations as Sri Rama is called Paramaspashta. Srimat Ramayana also hails Rama thus: he is verily the son to even the sun god, etc. Tushtaya Namaha, Tushtaya Namaha. The one who is highly contented with his attainment of the status of being Dasharatha's son, ruling over the kingdom of Ayodhya and acting like an ordinary human being, more than his absolute supremacy itself, is called Tushta. Pushtaya Namaha, Pushtaya Namaha. Since Sri Rama is resplendent with an abundance of such great qualities, he is called Pushta. The Srimad Ramayana says that Sri Rama, who is full of auspicious qualities. Subhekshanaya Namaha, Subhekshanaya Namaha. Lord Sri Rama possesses white, pacific, benign, long and red-hued, auspicious, lotus-like eyes, betraying his supreme nature set hitherto. Hence, he is called Subhekshana. Ramaya Namaha, Ramaya Namaha. Since Bhagavan delights the individual souls with his auspicious sight, divine form and great qualities, he is called Rama. Sri Rama shone with his great qualities just like the sun shines with its bright rays, attracting every citizen of Ayodhya with his love and verily embodying the Siddha's love.
Viramaya Namaha, Viramaya Namaha. The one who causes the various entities to rest, such as the granter of boon Brahma, the seekers of boon Ravana and others, and the boon itself, the boon of immortality and invincibility is called Virama. Virathamarghaya Namaha, Virathamarghaya Namaha. By nature, since Rama is unattached to the material pursuits, such as kingdom rule and the like, he is called Viratha. Also, since he is constantly sought after by sage Bharadwaj and others, he is called Marga. Neyaya Namaha, Neyaya Namaha. The one who subordinates to his dearest pious devotees is called Neya. Sri Rama subjects himself to the orders of pious men and obeys them. Hence he is called Neya. Nayaya Namaha, Nayaya Namaha. Although Bhagavan subordinates himself at the behest of the pious sages, yet the sages remain to be protected by Bhagavan only. This is shown in this divine name Naya. Anayaya Namaha, Anayaya Namaha. The one who cannot be led by his oppressors is called Anaya. Alternately, the only one who is capable of conferring auspiciousness with no alternate is called Anaya. Viraya Namaha, Viraya Namaha. Bhagavan causes commotion among the Rakshasas and causes them to shiver, as well as chases them away by displaying his valor. Hence he is called Veera, the valorous one. Shaktimatham Shrestaya Namaha, Shaktimatham Shrestaya Namaha. Bhagavan is superior to Devas, who are all powerful. Hence he is called Shaktimatham Shrestha, the best among the powerful ones. Dharmaya Namaha, Dharmaya Namaha. Bhagavan himself bestows the fruits for all material as well as spiritual pursuits, and thus bears all the individual souls. Hence he is called Dharma. Dharma Viduttamaya Namaha, Dharma Viduttamaya Namaha. Bhagavan as Rama is the one who is sought as refuge by sages of the rank of Vashishta et al. In order to know about Dharma is called Dharma Viduttama, although he humbly claims to be their disciple. Vaikunthaya Namaha, Vaikunthaya Namaha. The meaning of root kuti is said to be obstacles to union. Those who are ridden of such obstacles are called Vaikunthas, since Bhagavan is the one who rids such obstacles from them. he is called Vaikuntha. Purushaya Namaha, Purushaya Namaha. Bhagavan is called by the divine name Purusha due to his nature of purifying souls by burning out their loads of sins. Bhagavan moves ahead of all souls and protects them. Thus, he is called Purusha. Pranaya Namaha, Pranaya Namaha. Bhagavan is the very life force in all entities, hence he is called Prana. Here Rama is said to be the very life force of his parents, brothers, all the denizens of Ayodhya, as also to all the sages in the forest, the monkey troops, the noble Rakshasas like Vibhishana et al. Pranadhaya Namaha, Pranadhaya Namaha. Since Bhagavan as Rama bestows the very life force upon every entity in Ayodhya, he is called Pranadha. Pranamaya Namaha, Pranamaya Namaha. Since Bhagavan makes all sentient and insentient entities bow down by displaying his divine qualities, he is called Pranama. He charms the hearts of all subjects by displaying his divine qualities. Prutave Namaha, Prutave Namaha. Since Bhagavan's fame is exceedingly high, he is called Pruta by the learned Srimat Ramayana. Hails Bhagavan thus: he is the one with wealth of fame. He is the son of the ruler Dasaratha. Hiranyagarbhaya Namaha, Hiranyagarbhaya Namaha. Bhagavan Rama resides in the hearts of his devotees, considering them to be the most beneficial and likable place for him, and is indeed the most auspicious object for their meditation. Thus, he is called Hiranyagarbha. Shatrugnyaya Namaha, Shatrugnyaya Namaha. Bhagavan prevents all such devotees who meditate upon him from falling into the coop of materialistic pursuits by controlling their senses that act like Ravana with his powerful boss called intellect. Thus, he is called Shatrugnya, the slayer of enemies. Vyapthaya Namaha, Vyapthaya Namaha. The one who is highly revered by everyone alike with no difference of high class, low class, et al. Due to his unbiased affection towards them is called Vyaptha. Vayave Namaha, Vayave Namaha. Bhagavan is called Vayu, since he only goes to every place to meet all of his dear devotees, such as Bharadwaj, Guha, Sabari, et al. Adokshajaya Namaha, Adokshajaya Namaha. Although being experienced by everyone continuously, yet Bhagavan's greatness never diminishes, just like the nectarine ocean, because of which he is called Adokshaja. Rututave Namaha, Rututave Namaha. Bhagavan always moves his devotees with his ever-growing, delighting, auspicious, divine qualities. Hence, he is called Rutu, the one who moves. Sudarshanaya Namaha, Sudarshanaya Namaha. Even the ignorant souls who are not aware of the greatness of Rama's divine qualities are attracted by the sheer beauty of Rama. Thus, Bhagavan is called Sudarshana, the beautiful one. Kalaya Namaha, Kalaya Namaha. with such divine beauty and auspicious qualities. Since Bhagavan attracts every single soul towards himself, he is called Kala. Parameshtine Namaha, Parameshtine Namaha. Since Bhagavan resides in Paramapadam after the end of incarnation as Sri Rama, he is called Parameshti. Srimat Ramayana says thus: Rama, along with his divine body and followers, ascended to his supreme effulgence of Sri Vaikuntham.
Parigrahaya Namaha, Parigrahaya Namaha. Since Bhagwan holds every soul with equanimity both here and hereafter, he is called Parigraha. The scriptures say that Bhagwan grants Paramadam to every soul who is affectionate about him in all his incarnations. Ugraya Namaha, Ugraya Namaha. He who appears in the form of Kalki when the dharmas decline and slays the evil souls and thus protects this world is called as Ugra by the learned men. Samvatsaraya Namaha, Samvatsaraya Namaha. With all the tools for destruction and waiting for the right time, since Bhagwan rests on Adhisesha in the Patal Loka, he is called Samvatsara. Dakshaya Namaha, Dakshaya Namaha. Since the root Daksha means swiftness, and since all the evil souls are slain by Bhagwana within a moment, that swiftly acting Bhagwan is called Daksha by the learned men. Vishramaya Namaha, Vishramaya Namaha. Since Bhagwan is the resting place for all the distressed souls who are suffering by committing sins and enjoying their fruits, he is called Vishrama. Vishwadakshinaya Namaha, Vishwadakshinaya Namaha. The one who is extremely tolerant even towards his offenders is called Vishwadakshina. Alternatively, he who offered the entire world as a donation to the Brahmanas in the Asamaveda sacrificed is called Vishwadakshina. Vistaraya Namaha, Vistaraya Namaha. Destroying the Kali age completely and establishing Kruta Yuga thence, since Bhagavan extends the scope of Vedas thereafter, he is called Vistara. Sthavar Sthanave Namaha, Sthavar Sthanave Namaha. He who firmly establishes Dharma and becomes peaceful and who cannot be moved from his specific state whatsoever is called Sthavarasthanavu. Pramanaya Namaha, Pramanaya Namaha. Bhagwan looks after the welfare of all people in Kruta Yuga by creating the necessary guidelines and promoting them. Thus, he is called Pramanam. Even the usual Pramanas like Pratyaksha, Anumana and Agama are established with his power only. Bijaya Vyayaya Namaha, Bijaya Vyayaya Namaha. Since Bhagwan re-establishes Dharma again and again, as and when Dharma declines, as is during the end of the Kali Yuga, and the like, he is called Bijam Vyayama, the seed of Dharma who knows no extinction. Arthaya Namaha, Arthaya Namaha. The one who is attained as the only goal by Paramahamsetyadi, who have otherwise completely given up all the other three desires, namely dharma, artha and kama, is called artha. Anarthaya namaha, anarthaya namaha. The ignorant souls desiring material benefits would not approach Bhagwana for his sake, but they approach him only for lower material benefits. Thus, he is also called Anartha. Mahakoshaya namaha, Mahakoshaya namaha. Although Bhagwan keeps giving abundantly to everyone at every time, since his wealth never diminishes, he is called Mahakosha, the one tremendous treasure. Mahabhogaya namaha, Mahabhogaya namaha. He from whom the experience of great materialistic desires born out of lowly wealth is also born is called Mahabhoga. He is indeed the one who grants all the desired wealth. Mahadhanaya namaha, Mahadhanaya namaha. Since Bhagwan always possesses inexhaustible wealth that can be bestowed even upon the greediest person immeasurably, he is called Mahadhana. Anirvinnaya namaha, Anirvinnaya namaha. He is called Anirvinna, who is constantly occupied in the external cycles of creation, sustenance and destruction without the least bit of despondence. Swavishtaya namaha, Swavishtaya namaha. Since Bhagwan always manifests in the Simsumara chakra form as a stellar constellation in an expansive form, he is hailed as Swavishtha. He is the one who cleanses us all our sins. Bhuve namaha, Bhuve namaha. Since the Simsura chakra supports every entity due to its relation with Dhruva star, Bhagwan in that form is called Bhu. He is the one who grants all the desired wealth to his devotees. Dharmayupaya namaha, Dharmayupaya namaha. Since Bhagwan wears the Dharma Tattvam in the prime position as his head, he is called Dharmayupa. The scriptures support thus, Dharma takes shelter in his head and his head is verily Dharma, etc. Mahamakhaya namaha, Mahamakhaya namaha. Since Yajna itself, which is the most revered due to its being the embodiment of Dharma, is the limb of Bhagwan, he is called Mahamakhya. He is the one who supports every soul in its righteous actions. Nakshatra nemaye namaha, Nakshatra nemaye namaha. He who guides the glorious stellar constellations by spinning them, setting them in motion, and whom the constellations come around in such motion is called Nakshatra Nemi. Nakshatrine namaha, Nakshatrine namaha. He whose divine form is the glorious Simsumara constellation in the sky, or in other words, he who supports the Simsumara chakra is called Nakshatri. Shamaya namaha, Shamaya namaha. Since Bhagwan bears the weight of all worlds with utmost ease, he is called Shama. The Vishnu Purana hails thus, since Bhagwan bears all the constellations, he is called Pravaha. Shamaya namaha, Shamaya namaha. Since the Samsura, consisting of 4 stars near Dhruva Mandala, stays on in a subdued state even during the intermediate deluge when all the stars are destroyed, Bhagwan is called Shamaha.
Samihanaya Namaha. Samihanaya Namaha. The one who re-engages every entity in their respective designations at the beginning of creation is called as Samihanaha. He is the one who sets every entity in action. Yajñaya Namaha. Yajñaya Namaha. Since Bhagavan is worshipped with Yajna, he is himself called Yajnaha. The Vishnu Purana continues to expound the divine forms of Bhagavan in the Dhruva Mandala, clouds, rains, etc. in a hierarchy, and finally comes down to Yajna, its limbs and its fruits, by saying, "This is the divine land of enjoyment or the fruits of Yajna." Ijjaya Namaha. Ijjaya Namaha. Bhagavan accepts worship from lower mortals who desire for mundane benefits in the form of lower demigods such as Indra and others. Thus, he is called Ijjaha, the one who accepts worship through rituals in the form of demigods. Mahejjaya Namaha. Mahejjaya Namaha. He who is worshipped greatly is called Mahejjaha. In other words, he who is directly and fondly worshipped by devotees, desiring only his union, is called Mahejjaha. Kratave Namaha. Kratave Namaha. Agnishtoma and other sacrifices consisting of the Sapta Samstha and other such sacrifices are called as Kratu. Since Bhagavan is worshipped through such sacrifices, he is called as Kratuhu. Satraya Namaha. Satraya Namaha. The sacrifices that are conducted for long durations, such as for several months by several Yajamana, are called as Satra. Since Bhagavan is worshipped through such Satras and therefore becomes their final goal, he is called as Satram. Satangataye Namaha. Satangataye Namaha. He who is the destination of all people who take to the path of inaction, that is Nivritti Dharma, is called as Satangatihi. Since Bhagavan is verily the goal of attainment for those who take to the path of inaction, that is absolute surrender, etc., he is called as Satangatihi. Sarvadarshine Namaha. Sarvadarshine Namaha. Since Bhagavan possesses the great nature of overseeing the practice of both dharma, that is action done with detachment, and adharma, which is action done with attachment, with the same regard, he is called as Sarvadarshi. Nivrittatmane Namaha. Nivrittatmane Namaha. Since Bhagavan incarnated as Nara and Narayana to preach the Nivritti Dharma and is hence completely renounced from mundane desires, he is called as Nivrittatma. Sarvajñaya Namaha. Sarvajñaya Namaha. Also, since Bhagavan knows about his own absolute supremacy in entirety, he is called Sarvajñaha. This is as shown in the scriptural statement thus: him who is ever absorbed in his own self in the indestructible supreme abode. Jnanamuttamaya Namaha. Jnanamuttamaya Namaha. Since the highest knowledge of Vaishnava Dharma, which is the source of prosperity for every individual being, is obtained from Bhagavan, he is called as Jnanamuttamam. Suvrataya Namaha. Suvrataya Namaha. The one who has taken up the most auspicious ordinance of acting for the sake of devotees is called Suvrataha. Bhagavan possesses a very auspicious ordinance for himself of helping other entities by all means. Hence he is called Suvrataha. Sumukhaya Namaha. Sumukhaya Namaha. He whose divine face is most charming, without any undulations. For all those who meditate upon him is called Sumukhaha. Bhagavan's face is filled with the nectar of bliss and glows like the moon, and he holds a nectar pot in his hand. Is called Sumukhaha. Sukshmaya Namaha. Sukshmaya Namaha. Bhagavan is called Sukshmaha, owing to his subtle form, which can be envisioned only by deep meditation. Alternately, he is called Sukshmaha, whose intentions were not known to the Asuras at the time of churning the milky ocean. Sukshmaha. Sughoshaya Namaha. Sughoshaya Namaha. The one who is hailed by the words of Upanishads is called Sughoshaha. Alternately, since Bhagavan was hailed by the Devas and Asuras while churning the Milky Ocean, he is called Sughoshaha. Sukhadaya Namaha. Sukhadaya Namaha. Since Bhagavan preaches the practice of Samadhi, deep meditation upon himself, and bestows unlimited happiness upon the souls who stick to such practices, Bhagavan is called as Sukhadaha. Sukhride Namaha. Sukhride Namaha. He who possesses a noble heart even towards the ungrateful souls, thinking, what can I do for this soul, is called Sukhrita. Alternately, the one who was friendly to Devas in bestowing happiness upon them is called Suhrit. Manoharaya Namaha. Manoharaya Namaha. He who takes away the minds of people with such natural affection towards them is called Manoharaha. Alternately, Bhagavan is called Manoharaha since he possesses a beautiful form that bewildered even the Asura. Jitakrodhaya Namaha. Jitakrodhaya Namaha. He with whose grace the internal enemies such as anger, etc., are won over by devotees is called Jitakrodhaha. Specifically, during the churning of Milky Ocean, he, with whose grace the Asuras' anger against Devas was subdued, is called Jitakrodhaha. Virabhave Namaha. Virabhave Namaha. During the churning of Milky Ocean, Bhagavan possessed 1,000 mighty arms and beautiful shoulders, which appeared to be fighting amongst themselves to come to the fore in churning the ocean with the Mandhara mountain. Thus, he is called Veerabahuhu. Vidaranaya Namaha. Vidaranaya Namaha. Since Bhagavan slays the enemies with divine and terrific weapons, he is called Vidaranaha. The mantras praising the Bhagavan hails thus: unto that Bhagavan, who is the slayer of all terrific fears of devotees. Vidaranaha. Swapanaya Namaha. Swapanaya Namaha. He who completely mesmerizes and lulls to sleep the rest of the Asuras who are not slain with attractive glances, playful eyebrows, and other manifestation of his divine beauty is called Swapanaha. Swavashaya Namaha. Swavashaya Namaha. Since Bhagavan freely mingled with the Devas with no restraints and having put the Asuras to sleep, he is called Swavashaha. The mantra Varnas hail Bhagavan as the one who is the master of all entities and thus the one who willfully mingles with anyone he wishes without restrictions. Swavashaha. Vyapine Namaha. Vyapine Namaha. Bhagavan is called Vyapi since he pervaded all entities involved in the churning of milky ocean such as Devas, Asuras, Mandara mountain, Vasuki serpent et al. In order to enhance their energies. Vyapi.
Naikatmani Namaha. Naikatmani Namaha. While churning the milky ocean, Bhagavan took several forms. His natural form of Vishnu, the supreme master of all, the tortoise or Kurma, the attractive woman or Mohini, and others. Thus he is called Naikatma, the one who took more than one forms. Naika Karma Krite Namaha. Naika Karma Krite Namaha. As Bhagavan took many forms and performed various actions such as churning, supporting the mountain from below, slaying of enemies, bestowing of the desired nectar, etc., he is called Naika Karmakrit, the one who did many deeds. Vatsaraya Namaha. Vatsaraya Namaha. Hence, the form of Bhagavan as Dharma is being elucidated. In order to enable the souls in achieving their final goal, since Bhagavan resides in every entity as their indweller, he is called Vatsara. Vatsalaya Namaha. Vatsalaya Namaha. The one who possesses boundless affection towards the surrendered souls, which instigates him to be their indweller, is called Vatsala. Bhagavan's affection towards the surrendered souls is much akin to the affection shown by a cow towards its calf. Vatsine Namaha. Vatsine Namaha. Bhagavan possesses umpteen individual souls who are thus nurtured and cared by Bhagavan, as shown in the previous divine name, Vatsala. Thus he is called Vatsi. Ratnagarbhaya Namaha. Ratnagarbhaya Namaha. Among such intimate souls, there are also souls who desire for material benefits. Since Bhagavan possesses immense wealth so as to satiate their desires, he is called Ratnagarbha. Dhaneshwaraya Namaha. Dhaneshwaraya Namaha. Dhaneshwara. He is called Dhaneshwara who acts swiftly in bestowing the desired wealth upon the seekers. Dharmagupe Namaha. Dharmagupe Namaha. Although Bhagavan confers the mundane desires of his devotees, yet he turns them away from lowly desires and upholds their righteous interests for their benefit, which is why he is called Dharmagup. Dharmakrite Namaha. Dharmakrite Namaha. Since Bhagavan makes every individual soul righteous and observes his own dharma, which is to grace such righteous endurance, souls causelessly, without specific reasons, he is called Dharmakrit. Dharmine Namaha. Dharmine Namaha. Even the well-established dharma is used by Bhagavan as a tool to accomplish his deeds. Hence, he is called Dharmi. Sate Namaha. Sate Namaha. Since Bhagavan is causeless and eternal and always possesses divine auspicious qualities, the learned men, well-versed in Vedas and Upanishads, call Vishnu as Sat. Sadaksharaya Namaha. Sadaksharaya Namaha. The one who is free from blemishes, such as fading, destruction, etc., is called Akshara. Thus, the words Sat and Aksharam get together, resulting in a single name as Sadaksharam. Bhutamaheshwaraya Namaha. He who controls even the ordinary controllers, such as Yama, Brahma, etc., and who is the primordial creator of all worlds, is called Bhuta Maheshwara. Adidevaya Namaha. Adidevaya Namaha. The one who created even devas such as Brahma, etc., and the one who is capable of attracting them towards him is called Adideva. Mahadevaya Namaha. Mahadevaya Namaha. Bhagavan uses devas themselves as his toys for his divine sport. Hence he is called Mahadeva, the one who controls and uses his devas according to his own whims.
Deveshaya Namaha. Deveshaya Namaha. Since Bhagavan is thus proven to be the supreme master who rules over the devas as well, he is called Deveshaha. He is the one who utilizes Brahma and others as per his whims. Deveshaha. Devabhrite Namaha. Devabhrite Namaha. Apart from deploying Brahma and others in specific deeds suitable to their specific capacities, since Bhagavan also bears them and protects them, he is called Devabhrit, the one who bears Deva. Devabhrit. Gurave Namaha. Gurave Namaha. Since Bhagavan reaches the Vedas to Brahma, Indra, Varuna and other devas, and hence administers each of their responsibilities as stated therein, he is called Guru. Uttaraya Namaha. Uttaraya Namaha. Since Bhagavan protects and uplifts Brahma and other devas from the distress of asuras, thus he is called Uttaraha, the one who uplifts by giving up his divine slumber, which is called Yoga Nidra, and rose to accomplish the task of the devas. Uttaraha. Gopataye Namaha. Gopataye Namaha. Bhagavan is the master of all words, represented by various languages in various meters called Chandaha. Thus he is called Gopatihi, the master of words. Gopatihi. Goptre Namaha. Goptre Namaha. Bhagavan thus protects all knowledge, which is why he is called Gopta, the one who safeguards the mantra varna, hail Bhagavan as the one who is the master of all knowledge. Gopta. Jnanagamyaya Namaha. Jnanagamyaya Namaha. Bhagavan is realized through Paravidya, also known as Samadhi or deep state of meditation. Thus he is called Jnanagamyaha. The scriptures say thus in support of this meaning. One must meditate upon the master of words Hayagriva. Jnanagamyaha. Puratanaya Namaha. Puratanaya Namaha. Since Bhagavan enlightens the individual souls with highest knowledge about himself in every kalpa, which is a frame of time in creation, he is called Puratanaha. Sharira Bhuta Bhrite Namaha. Sharira Bhuta Bhrite Namaha. Since Bhagavan wears the 24 elements of creation, starting with Moola Prakriti or primordial nature and ending in Prithvi or earth, which are also part of his body, he is called as Sharira Bhuta Bhrit. Bhoktre Namaha. Bhoktre Namaha. He who consumes the Havya and Kavya, which are oblations to Devas and Pitrus, respectively, is called Bhokta, the enjoyer of all kinds of oblations. Bhokta. Kapindraya Namaha. Kapindraya Namaha. Since Bhagavan is the Lord of all Devas, who, in the form of monkeys, surrendered unto him, he is popularly called as Kapindraha, the Lord of monkeys. Kapindraha. Bhuri Dakshinaya Namaha. Bhuri Dakshinaya Namaha. Being an example to the rest of the world, since Rama performed yajna like Ashwamedha and others, and thereby gave away sumptuous rewards, he is called Bhuri Dakshinaha. Bhuri Dakshinaha. Somapaya Namaha. Somapaya Namaha. In such yajnas, since Rama partook of classic Soma Rasa, he is called as Somapaha, the consumer of Soma. The one who partook of Soma Rasa in the Ashwamedha is called Somapaha. Amritapaya Namaha. Amritapaya Namaha. Bhagavan provides the liberated souls in the supreme abode of Sri Vaikuntham with the nectar of his own divine experience to drink is called Amritapaha. Amritapaha. Somaya Namaha. Somaya Namaha. Bhagavan is nectarine not only for himself but also for his devotees who are ever fixed in his divine experience. Thus, he is called Somaha, the nectar. Since Bhagavan is nectarine for the liberated souls who are much aloof from the lowly nectar gotten by the Devas, he is called Somaha. Purujite Namaha. Purujite Namaha. The one who wins over a multitude of individuals, like the general people in all worlds, the downtrodden, the preceptors, and the enemies, respectively by his virtues of honesty, donations, servitude, and valor with a bow, is called Purujit. Purusattamaya Namaha. Purusattamaya Namaha. The word Puruhu here refers to the great people, who are devotees of Bhagavan. The one who resides in the hearts of such great people like Hanuman and others is called Guru Sattamaha. Guru Sattamaha. Vinayaya Namaha. Vinayaya Namaha. Maricha and other demons like Kumbhakarna, Mahakaya, Khara and Ravana are also easily subdued by Bhagavan's pravas. Thus, Bhagavan is called Vinayaha, the one who subdues. Vinayaha. Jayaya Namaha. Jayaya Namaha. Since Bhagavan is easily won over by his devotees who have completely surrendered unto him, and since he is completely obedient to them, he is called Jayaha. Jayaha. Satyasandhaya Namaha. Satyasandhaya Namaha. The word Sandha refers to pledge. Bhagavan's words of assurance to his devotees are ever truthful. Hence, he is called Satyasandhaha, the one whose words are true. Satyasandhaha. Dasharhaya Namaha. Dasharhaya Namaha. Since Bhagavan is eligible for offerings in both ways, as the devotees submitting themselves unto him, as well as Bhagavan submitting himself unto those devotees, he is called as Dasharhaha. Dasharhaha. Sattvatam Pataye Namaha. Sattvatam Pataye Namaha. The one who is the master of all Sattvika or noble souls who are devoted to Bhagavan, otherwise called as Bhagavata, is called Sattvatam Patihi. He is indeed the protector of all such souls. Sattvatam Patihi. Jeevaya Namaha. Jeevaya Namaha. He who delivers the Bhagavatas from the laws of nature of self by bestowing upon them his eternal servitude and thus restores them is called Jeevaha. He cannot stand the sight of suffering for his devotees. Jeevaha. Vinayitre Namaha. Vinayitre Namaha. Not just stopping at bestowing servitude upon his devotees, Bhagavan goes further and looks after, that is, protects and nurtures them like royal prince. Thus he is called Vinayita. Vinayita.
Shakshine Namaha. Shakshine Namaha. For the sake of protecting his devotees, since Bhagavan acts as a direct witness to all their enjoyments, he is called Sakshi. Mukundaya Namaha. Mukundaya Namaha. Having been requested by such dear devotees with their faultless devotion, Bhagavan goes out and grants the highest land of moksha, Sri Vaikuntham, to them. Thus he is called Mukunda, the bestower of moksha. Amidavikramaya Namaha. Amidavikramaya Namaha. He who possesses immense power, with which he effortlessly bears the mass of entities that are contemplated upon by such devotees called Amidavikrama. Ambonidaye Namaha. Ambonidaye Namaha. Bhagavan resides in the waters in the Patala as the supporting base for the entire creation, consisting of all 14 worlds above, in the form of great tortoise. Thus he is called Ambonidhi. Anandatmane Namaha, Anandatmane Namaha. Furthermore, he also stands as the indweller of the giant serpent Ananta atop the Kurma base, which also constitutes the supporting structure for the entire creation. Thus he is called Anantatma. Mahodadishaya Namaha, Mahodadishaya Namaha. The same Bhagavan further sleep on the same serpent bed of Ananta in the vast ocean during the great deluge. Hence he is called Mahodadishaya, the one who sleeps in the vast ocean on a serpent bed. Andakaya Namaha, Andakaya Namaha. He who ends the worlds, destroys, consumes them and keeps them in his belly during the great deluge is called Andaka. Srimat Narayanyam hails thus: at the end of creation, you are seen in the water as a great serpent. Ajaya Namaha, Ajaya Namaha. At deluge, since Bhagavan is contemplated upon as the object of syllable A in Pranava, he is called Aja. The Taittiriya Upanishad Narayanyam says this: he who is represented by the syllable A, which is the root of Pranavam, that is expounded both at the beginning as well as the end of Vedas, is the Supreme Lord. Maharhaya Namaha, Maharhaya Namaha. By knowing the nature of self clearly through Pranava, when a devotee completely surrenders to Bhagavan, since Bhagavan befittingly accepts such high submission, worship, since he is eligible of such high submissions, he is called Maharha. Swabhavyaya Namaha, Swabhavyaya Namaha. Having realized their true nature from the Pranava mantra, since all his dear devotees essentially revere him as their sole master, he is called Swabhavya. Jidamitraya Namaha, Jidamitraya Namaha. Since the obstacles to the historic knowledge expounded in the Pranava mantra, such as Mamata or Mamakara and others, are won over by Bhagavan for his dear devotees, he is called Jidamitra. Pramodanaya Namaha, Pramodanaya Namaha. Bhagavan also bestows bliss upon his devotees who meditate upon the Pranava mantra right from the first instant. Thus he is called Pramodana, the bestower of joy. Anandaya Namaha, Anandaya Namaha. In his incarnation as Kapila, Bhagavan was verily the embodiment of supreme bliss as expounded in the Anandavalli chapter of Taittiriya Upanishad. Thus he is called Ananda, the blissful one. Nandanaya Namaha, Nandanaya Namaha. He who always bestows the same bliss as in the previous divine name upon liberated and ever liberated souls in the state of moksha and keep them ever happy is called Nandana. Nandaya Namaha, Nandaya Namaha. Since Bhagavan is always replete with objects of enjoyment, tools for enjoyment, the experience of enjoyment, the souls who enjoy, etc., he is called Nanda. Satyadharmine Namaha, Satyadharmine Namaha. The one who devotedly carries out his vow, which is also his dharma, of protecting his devotee right from their initiation up till their attainment of moksha, is called Satyadharma. The 8-lettered mantra enhances honesty and righteousness among us devotees. Trivikramaya Namaha, Trivikramaya Namaha. With his unbounded glories, the one who pervades all the 3 Vedas, Rig, Yajur and Sama, is called Trivikrama. Maharshaye Namaha, Maharshaye Namaha. In his incarnation as Kapila, Bhagavan knew the true purport of Vedas. Thus he is addressed as Maharishi, the one who visualize the true purport of Vedas. Kabilacharya Namaha, Kabilacharya Namaha. Bhagavan in his incarnation as Kapila Muni possessed a radiant hue. Hence he is called Kapila. Also he propounded the tenets of Vedas and became an Acharya. Hence he is called Acharya. These two attributes together form the divine name Kabilacharya. Kridajnaya Namaha, Kridajnaya Namaha. He who considered the small noble deed of Amsuman of humble submission with great compassion is called Kridajna. Medini Pataye Namaha, Medini Pataye Namaha. The one who bears all the worlds in the form of Kapila is called Medinipati. This 9-syllable mantra is known to bestow land unto the worshipper. Tripadaya Namaha, Tripadaya Namaha. Bhagavan preaches about the three entities symbolizing the enjoyer, Bhoktru, the enjoyed, Bhokyaha, and the controller, Niyanta, respectively meaning the sentient, Chit, insentient, Achit, and the Supreme Lord, Ishwaraha. Thus he is called Tripada, the one who shows the three entities with his words. Tridakshatyakshaya Namaha, Tridakshatyakshaya Namaha. Thence the Varaha Avadaram of Bhagavan is hailed, since Bhagavan protected Brahma and other Vedas during their fear of deluge, is called Tridakshat. Mahashrinkaya Namaha, Mahashrinkaya Namaha. As Varaha, Bhagavan held up Bhumi at the tip of his tusk. Hence he is called Mahashrinka, the one with a magnificent tusk. The scriptures say that, O Lord, all of these entities making up the Bhumandalam are held at the tip of your tusk as effortlessly as a lotus leaf bears a drop of marsh, etc.
Kritanta Krite Namaha, Kritanta Krite Namaha. The one who slew Hiranyaksha, who was like Yama in the prowess, is called Kritanta Krit. Alternatively, Bhagavan propounded the highest philosophy in the Varaha Smriti and Varaha Puranas. Thus also he is called Kritanta Krit. This 8-syllable mantra is capable of conferring all the desires of a devotee. Mahavarahaya Namaha, Mahavarahaya Namaha. The Vishnu Purana hails the Varaha Avatara in a glorious statement thus, thence the great wild boar, Mahavaraha, having wide lotus-like eyes, lifted up the earth with his tusk from the Rasathala and rose from the waters like a great blue mountain. Govindaya Namaha, Govindaya Namaha. Bhagavan himself claims thus in the Santi Parva of Mahabharata, having lost Bhumi earlier, I rescued her as Varaha and united with her again. Thus am called Govinda. Sushenaya Namaha, Sushenaya Namaha. Since Bhagavan possesses an auspicious divine body made of 5 Upanishad mantras, which is full of Shuddha Sattva and which Bhagavan uses as an army to win over all the bounded, liberated and ever liberated souls, he is called Sushena. Kanakanghadine Namaha, Kanakanghadine Namaha. Bhagavan is also ever associated with divine ornaments made of gold, different from the gold that we know of, which befit the beauty of his supernatural divine body, which is beyond this lowly nature that we can see. Thus, he is called Kanakangadha, the one with golden ornaments. Guhaya Namaha, Guhaya Namaha. Since such a supernatural and distinct divine body of Bhagavan is made of 5 Upanishadic elements, it is
esoteric in nature. Hence he is called Guhya, the one with a divine body concealed from the lower mortals. Gabhiraya Namaha, Gabhiraya Namaha. Befitting his absolute supremacy over all entities, Bhagavan possesses profound dignity. Thus he is called Gabhira. Every bounded soul gets ridden of its blemishes of ignorance, which is accumulated from time immemorial, just by its association with Bhagavan, who is naturally radiant and devoid of all blemishes. Gahanaya Namaha, Gahanaya Namaha. Furthermore, Bhagavan's supreme nature and qualities are unfathomable. Bhagavan's divine nature and qualities can be seen to some extent by everyone, yet that never qualifies anyone to know him in his entirety. Thus he is called Gahana. Guptaya Namaha, Guptaya Namaha. He is carefully protected, concealed from others by the four preceptors, Purvacharyas, who know of his profound nature and qualities. Thus he is called Gupta, the well-conceived one. Chakragadhadharaya Namaha, Chakragadhadharaya Namaha. He who wields the divine powerful weapons such as the conch, discus, mace, bow and the sword is called Chakragadhadhara. Bhagavan possesses an eternal divine body which is made of 5 Upanishadic elements and holds divine weapons like the chakra, etc. Vedhase Namaha, Vedhase Namaha. He who shows great variety of supreme auspicious qualities at all times to his devotees is called Vedha. This 6-syllable mantra is capable of conferring all auspiciousness to the chanter. Swangaya Namaha, Swangaya Namaha. He who possesses all royal insignia such as the white umbrella and others as his characteristic paraphernalia at all times is called Swanga. This 6-lettered mantra confers retinue upon the chanters. Ajitaya Namaha, Ajitaya Namaha. He who owns the town of Ajita, Sri Vaikuntham, which is not affected by the lowly nature in this world, is called Ajita. This 7-syllable mantra is capable of conferring moksha to the chanter. Krishnaya Namaha, Krishnaya Namaha. The one who possesses a supernatural form with an extremely pleasing dark cloud-like hue is called Krishna. Bhagavan says, Arjuna, I plough this earth by being a massive plough. Also, I am extremely dark in color. For all these reasons, I am called Krishna. Dridhaya Namaha, Dridhaya Namaha. Even in the Vyuha form, Bhagavan shines forth with the same beauty and splendor in order to grace his devotees. Thus, he is called Druda, the manifest one. Sankarshanaya Namaha, Sankarshanaya Namaha. Bhagavan is called Sankarshana because he pulls all the sentient and insentient entities in this samsara into himself at the time of destruction. Achyutaya Namaha, Achyutaya Namaha. The scriptures hail thus: O Bhagavan, you do not falter from your high position like the lower devas such as Brahma, Indra, Varuna, who are subject to the cycle of birth and death and thus falter from their positions. Thus you are called Achyuta. Varunaya Namaha, Varunaya Namaha. The Vedas say he by whom all of the space, Svargaloka, and the earth are pervaded. Thus, since everything is pervasively covered by Bhagavan, he is called Varuna. Varunaya Namaha, Varunaya Namaha. The word Varuna also means the one who chooses Bhagavan as his master. Since Bhagavan resides in the minds of such people, Varuna, he is called Varuna. Vrikshaya Namaha, Vrikshaya Namaha. Bhagavan stands as a big tree providing shelter to all of his dear devotees in all ways, thus giving them life. He provides shelter to all such devotees, bearing all their thousands of misdeeds. Thus he is called Vriksha, the protector. Pushkarakshaya Namaha, Pushkarakshaya Namaha. He who possesses eyes that nurture his devotees by showering his grace with his glance is called Pushkaraksha. The chanting of this 8-syllable mantra enhances love towards other beings. Mahamanase Namaha, Mahamanase Namaha. Since Bhagavan shows an extremely compassionate, unquantifiable, and broad open mind towards his devotees, he is called Mahamana. Bhagavate Namaha, Bhagavate Namaha. Since Bhagavan is devoid of all blemishes and possesses abundance of all auspicious qualities, and since he is thus the most revered one, he is called Bhagavan. Bhagagne Namaha, Bhagagne Namaha. Bhagavan is called Bhagaha since he possesses all the auspicious qualities that are denoted by the word Bhaga. This 6-lettered mantra confers happiness upon the chanter.
Nandine Namaha,
Nandine Namaha. Having taken the form of Sankarshana in among the Vyuha forms, Bhagavan accepted Nandagopa as his father in his incarnation as Balarama. Thus, he is called Nandi, the son of Nanda.
Vanamaline Namaha,
Vanamaline Namaha. Bhagavan is always associated with the Vaijayanti garland or Vanamala, which is the essence of the 5 subtle elements created by him. Hence, he is called Vanamali. This 8-syllable mantra confers ornaments upon the chanter.
Halayudaya Namaha,
Halayudhaya Namaha. Bhagavan is also the farmer who holds a plough in order to grow the sentient and insentient entities in abundance. Hence, he is called Halayudha. In order to reap abundant harvest, one must meditate upon Balarama at the time of plowing the fields.
Adityaya Namaha,
Adityaya Namaha. He who is attained by the syllable A is hailed as Aditya. Alternately, the one who is born as the son of Devaki, who in turn was Aditi in her previous birth, is called Aditya.
Jyotiradityaya Namaha,
Jyotiradityaya Namaha. He who shines forth with astounding effulgence that dulls all other entities is indeed called Jyotir Aditya. This 9-lettered mantra confers knowledge upon the contemplators.
Sahishno Namaha.
Sahishno Namaha. In the fight between Shiva and Narayana, illustrated in the Narayaniyam, since Bhagavan patiently tolerated Shiva's faults, he is called Sahishnu. Bhagavan is called Sahishnu since he tolerated the faults of Brahma and other devas.
Gatisattamaya Namaha.
Gatisattamaya Namaha. The same Bhagavan Narayana also preaches the most revered path of Dharma to all his devotees. Hence, he is called Gatisattama. Thus, this divine name gives the meaning of the trustworthy one who can show the right way.
Sudhanvane Namaha.
Sudhanvane Namaha. When the Devas and Asuras fought against each other for the sake of nectar, Bhagavan held his divine bow to end the fight. Thus, he is called Sudhanva, the one with a beautiful bow.
Kanda Parashave Namaha.
Khanda Parashave Namaha. With extreme anger, since Bhagavan ended his war with Rudra using an axe, which broke in the pursuit, he is called Kanda Parashu. This 9-lettered mantra is capable of destroying all sorrows of the chanter.
Darunaya Namaha.
Darunaya Namaha. Bhagavan is called Dharuna since he tears apart all our enemies, both internal as well as external to us.
Dravina Pradaya Namaha.
Dravina Pradaya Namaha. That Sri Hari, who in the form of Vyasa Bhagavan bestows the wealth of Shastras and their true meanings to all seekers, is called Dravina Pradha.
Divis Prushe Namaha.
Divis Prushe Namaha. With his highest knowledge, since Vyasa Bhagavan touches his well-hidden original form in the supreme abode of Sri Vaikuntham, he is called Divispruk, the one who touches the supreme sky. Sarvadrishe Namaha.
Sarvadrishe Namaha. Since Bhagavan Vyasa sees everything and hence knows everything, he is called Sarvadruka.
Vyasaya Namaha.
Vyasaya Namaha. In order for the people to understand Vedas in their true purport in every yuga, Bhagavan Vyasa divided the single text of Vedas into 4 parts. Thus, he is called Vyasa, the one who divided.
Vachaspataye Namaha.
Vachaspataye Namaha. The master of words in Sri Mahabharata, which is hailed as the 5th Veda, is called Vachaspati.
Ayonijaya Namaha.
Ayonijaya Namaha. In his incarnation as Saraswata, since Vyasa appeared from Bhagavan's own words and hence not from a mother's womb, he is called Ayonija. This 8-syllable mantra destroys all karma of the chanter.
Trisamne Namaha.
Trisamne Namaha. The 3 types of samas, namely Bruhat, Ratantara and Vamadevya, sing the glories of Bhagavan. He is called Trisama.
Samagaya Namaha.
Samagaya Namaha. With utmost delight in enjoying himself, since Bhagavan himself sings those samas, he is called Samaga. With such delighting experience, only does Bhagavan make the individual souls sing the sama at his supreme abode, Sri Vaikuntham.
Samne Namaha.
Samne Namaha. The one who destroys the blemishes or sins of those who sing his glories with the Samagana is called Sama.
Nirvanaya Namaha.
Nirvanaya Namaha. Even in this way, since Bhagavan becomes the cause of attainment of the supreme abode onto those who are ridden of their sins, and thus all karma, he is called Nirvanam.
Bheshajaya Namaha.
Bheshajaya Namaha. He who is the best medicine for the dreaded disease of samsara is called Bheshajam. The Bhishma's Thavaraja hails thus with his grace the rishis, the siddhas, great serpent gods, devas, deva rishis et al. Know him to be the medicine for all sorrows.
Bishaje Namaha.
Bishaje Namaha. Bhagavan is the one who knows very well regarding the best treatment for eliminating this disease of samsara from its root. Thus, he is called Bishak, the divine physician.
Sanyasakrute Namaha.
Sanyasakrute Namaha. How does Bhagavan treat this disease of samsara? By growing sattvic sannyasam, detachment from worldly pleasures, in his devotees. He destroys rajas and tamas in them. Thus he is called Sanyasakrut, the one who inculcates detachment.
Shamaya Namaha.
Shamaya Namaha. In order to grow such sattvika nature, Bhagavan also shows the ways to pacify the pangs of desire, fear and anger in his devotees. Thus he is called Sama, the pacified or pacifier. Shantaya Namaha.
Shantaya Namaha. He is called Shanta, who possesses a composed mind without undulations. Bhagavan is as calm as a deep ocean free from waves. For the same reason, Patanjali Maharishi hailed Bhagavan's calmness. Thus, in his Yoga Sutras, one foregoes hostility in his presence.
Nishtayai Namaha.
Nishtayai Namaha. Thus, the wandering minds of the excited souls find solace in the auspicious shelter of Bhagavan's divine body. Hence, he is called Nishtha, the auspicious refuge for the minds.
Shantaye Namaha.
Shantaye Namaha. Since all other engagements of the devotees of Bhagavan who have firmly fixed their minds in him are purged in their deep state of meditation called Samadhi. He is called Shanti. This mantra is capable of conferring highest devotion towards Bhagavan onto the chanters.
Parayanaya Namaha.
Parayanaya Namaha. Bhagavan further enhances true devotion towards himself, which confers the supreme abode amongst such souls who have stabilized their minds. Thus, he is called Parayanam, the one who shows the way to the supreme abode.
Shubhangaya Namaha.
Shubhangaya Namaha. He who bestows the auspicious 8 limbs of yoga such as Yama, Niyama, etc. in order to instigate devotion towards himself is called Shubhanga. This 7-lettered mantra bestows the power to meditate onto his chanters.
Shantidaya Namaha.
Shantidaya Namaha. Since Bhagavan bestows the highly blissful and eternal peace onto those souls who have thus developed pure devotion towards him, which comes from their eternal association with Bhagavan in Sri Vaikuntham. He is called Shantida.
Srashtre Namaha.
Srashtre Namaha. Even by liberating the mumukshus, souls desiring liberation, Bhagavan continues to make the other souls who desire to be in this samsara to be born in this samsara according to their previous karma. Thus, he is called Srashtra, the creator.
Kumudaya Namaha.
Kumudaya Namaha. He who himself always enjoys by making the individual souls who are not interested in moksha enjoy the fruits of their actions in this Prakriti Mandalam is called Kumuda.
Kuvaleshayaya Namaha.
Kuvaleshayaya Namaha. The individual souls whose boundaries are condemned, whose boundary in this samsara are called Kuvala, since they consider themselves as the masters of their body, senses, etc. and are driven by material pursuits. They are called Kuvalesa. He who governs even such fallen souls and eventually attains them is called Kuvalesaya.
Gohitaya Namaha.
Gohitaya Namaha. He who establishes the primordial nature or Prakriti, which is the field of cultivation for the seed of samsara, and thus looks after its welfare, is called Gohita.
Gopataye Namaha.
Gopataye Namaha. Bhagavan is also the master of Swarga, which is the land of superior enjoyments in comparison to our own world. Thus, he is called Gopati.
Goptre Namaha.
Goptre Namaha. Bhagavan further protects this cycle of the fruits of karma, namely birth and death for all individual souls who are not interested in moksha. Thus, he is called Gopta.
Vrishabhakshaya Namaha, Vrishabhakshaya Namaha. Bhagavan maintains the cycle of fruits of karma through dharma. Thus he is called Vrishabhaksha. The one who bestows fruits of karma is called Vrishabha. He is verily the dharma and acts as the pivot to this wheel of samsara. Thus he is himself called Vrishabhaksha. Vrishapriyaya Namaha, Vrishapriyaya Namaha. Bhagavan holds both Pravritti Dharma, that which enhances experiences in samsara, as well as Nivritti Dharma, that which instigates liberation from this samsara, close to his heart. Thus he is called Vrishapriya, the one who likes dharmas. This 8-syllable mantra bestows all fruits upon the seekers. Anivartine Namaha, Anivartine Namaha. Since Bhagavan clearly binds the souls desiring material pleasures in this samsara, thereby preventing them from returning, he is called Anivarti. This 8-syllable mantra confers fear of samsara among the chanters. Nivritatmane Namaha, Nivritatmane Namaha. He who holds all such individuals who practice the Nivritti Dharma as verily his souls is called Nivritatma. This 8-syllable mantra destroys all effects of bad karma of the chanter. Samksheptre Namaha, Samksheptre Namaha. Bhagavan causes the natural knowledge of such individual souls who pursue lowly material benefits to shrink, thereby causing them to cycle in this wheel of samsara. Thus he is called Samkshepta, the one who causes to shrink. The chanting of this 6-lettered mantra causes one's knowledge to be expanded. Kshemakrite Namaha, Kshemakrite Namaha. Since Bhagavan looks after the welfare of noble men, mumukshus, by causing their knowledge to expand fully, he is called Kshemakrita, the one who is beneficial. Shivaya Namaha, Shivaya Namaha. Thus Bhagavan always confers all favorable fruits to all souls who desire material benefits as well as liberation. Thus he is called Shiva. The scriptures hail thus Bhagavan is the cause for both binding in samsara as well as liberation to moksha. Shrivatsa Vakshase Namaha, Shrivatsa Vakshase Namaha. The sign of utmost prosperity, showing the eternal relation of Bhagavan with Sri Mahalakshmi. Shrivatsa by name is seen on Bhagavan's chest. Hence, he is called Shrivatsa Vakshasa. Srivasaya Namaha, Srivasaya Namaha. The attribute of Bhagavan by which he is called Nityashri is shown in this divine name Srivasa. Bhagavan's divine chest is verily the beautiful garden filled with all auspicious trees such as Kalpavriksha and the nice floral plants for Sri Mahalakshmi where she relaxes at all times. Shri Pataye Namaha, Shri Pataye Namaha. Since Bhagavan is verily the divine consort of Sri Devi, he is called Shripati. The Vedas also glorified this divine relation. Thus, Sri Mahalakshmi is the mistress of all worlds and the divine consort of Vishnu, etc. Srimatamvaraya Namaha, Srimatamvaraya Namaha. The one who is superior among the Devas who are recipients of Sri Mahalakshmi's gracious glance is called Srimatamvara. Bhagavan is the recipient of Sri Mahalakshmi's affectionate sight at all times. Shridaya Namaha, Shridaya Namaha. Bhagavan keeps showering the wealth of ever new and causeless love upon Sri Mahalakshmi at all times. Thus, he is called Sridhar, the bestower of wealth. This means that he is verily the life force of Sri Mahalakshmi. Shri Shaya Namaha, Shri Shaya Namaha. As hailed in Sri Ramayanam saying, here is the principal wealth of Sri Mahalakshmi herself. Bhagavan is himself the bestower of Sri Mahalakshmi's stature. Thus he is called Shrisha, the Lord of Sri Devi. Srinivasaya Namaha, Srinivasaya Namaha. Just as a divine creeper is supported by Kalpaka Vriksha, a divine tree, so also Bhagavan is the resting place for Sri Mahalakshmi at all times. Thus he is called Srinivasa, the residence of Sri Mahalakshmi. Srinidhaye Namaha, Srinidhaye Namaha. Sri Mahalakshmi is safely placed and protected in the divine chest of Bhagavan, just like a garland of valuable gems is safeguarded in a jewel chest. Thus, Bhagavan is called Srinidhi, the one who safeguards Sri Devi like a divine jewel in his chest. Shri Vibhavanaya Namaha, Shri Vibhavanaya Namaha. Sri Mahalakshmi is herself the cause for Bhagavan's glories, splendor and fame. Thus he is called Shri Vibhavana, the one who is manifest due to Sri Devi. Sridharaya Namaha, Sridharaya Namaha. He who inherently bears Sri Mahalakshmi on his chest at all times, akin to the nectar, a gem, the moon, and a flower, bearing sweetness, brilliance, coolness, and fragrance, respectively, is called Sridhara. Shrikaraya Namaha, Shrikaraya Namaha. He is called Shrikara, who makes Sri Mahalakshmi also born in various forms, complying with himself in all his manifestations, such as Vyuha, Vibhava, et al., including Antaryami and Archa. The 7-lettered mantra confers wealth upon the chanters. Shreya Srimate Namaha, Shreya Srimate Namaha. That Sri Devi who is eligible to be surrendered to in order to attain any desired wealth is called Shreya Shri. Since she is in eternal union with Bhagavan, he is called Shreya Srimat. This 8-lettered mantra is capable of conferring all desires of the chanter. Lokatrayashrayaya Namaha, Lokatrayashrayaya Namaha. Being associated with Sri Devi, the mother of all worlds, he who is the refuge of all individuals like a father is called Lokatrayashraya. This 10-lettered mantra protects the chanters from all evils. Swakshaya Namaha, Swakshaya Namaha. Bhagavan possesses a pair of divine eyes that keep relishing the nectarine ocean of Sri Mahalakshmi's beautiful form. Thus, he is called Swaksha, the one with a pair of holy eyes. Swangaya Namaha, Swangaya Namaha. Bhagavan possesses a divine body with such extraordinary beauty that even Sri Mahalakshmi herself desires. Thus he is called Swanga, the one with a divine body. Shatanandaya Namaha, Shatanandaya Namaha. Owing to the mutual love between each other, Sri Mahalakshmi and Sriman Narayana, Bhagavan possesses infinite and inundating bliss. Thus he is called Shatananda. This mantra confers joy unto the couples who meditate upon it. Nandaye Namaha, Nandaye Namaha. Thus being flourishes at all times. Bhagavan at all places and in all ways with his eternal association with Sri Mahalakshmi. Hence he is called Nandi, the one who rejoices. Jyotirganeshwaraya Namaha, Jyotirganeshwaraya Namaha. With his eternal association with Sri Mahalakshmi, Bhagavan enjoys the superior status of being served gloriously by the eternally liberated souls such as Ananta, Garuda, Vishwaksena. Thus he is called Jyotirganeshwara. Vijitatmane Namaha, Vijitatmane Namaha. Thence, the divine quality of Bhagavan of being extremely gregarious is described. He is called Vijitatma, whose mind is won over by his devotees who have surrendered unto him. Vidheyatmane Namaha, Vidheyatmane Namaha. He who can be ordered by his devotees like come here, stand here, eat this, etc. at all times, meaning he who is extremely obedient to his devotees is called Vidheyatma. Satkirtaye Namaha, Satkirtaye Namaha. Bhagavan is called Satkirti due to his distinction with such a sociable nature. The scripture says thus, the Lord of all worlds, Krishna, is praised by the learned men, yet very little has been said about him until now. How can he be fully glorified at all? Chinna Samshayaya Namaha, Chinna Samshayaya Namaha. He by whom the doubts regarding his inaccessibility, etc., are shattered with his sociability and widespread fame thereof is particularly called Chinna Samshaya. Udirnaya Namaha, Udirnaya Namaha. Since Bhagavan makes himself visible even to fleshy eyes by manifesting as idols in various places, he is called Udirna. This 7-lettered mantra bestows vision onto the chanters. Sarvata Chakshushe Namaha, Sarvata Chakshushe Namaha. Bhagavan shows himself to the eyes of every individual who are born much later to his incarnations. Thus he is called Sarvata Chakshu. This 9-lettered mantra bestows the power of vision upon the chanters. Anishaya Namaha, Anishaya Namaha. In his arch-A form, Bhagavan completely depends upon his devotees in order to get a ritual bath, dressing, bhogam, food, and an assemblage for singing his glories and all other services. Thus, he limits his own lordship and acts completely dependent. Hence, he is called Anisha, the one who is not the master. Shashvatasthiraya Namaha, Shashvatasthiraya Namaha. Bhagavan, who resides in various idols such as Rama, Krishna, Hayagriva, Varaha, by taking the respective forms in order to show himself to the countless people who are born at a later period as well. Thus he is called Shashvatasthira in his arche form, meaning the one who stays forever. Bhushayaya Namaha, Bhushayaya Namaha. With various forms such as self-manifested, others being consecrated by rishis, devas, siddhas, since Bhagavan sleeps on this land,
he is called Bhushaya. Bhushanaya Namaha, Bhushanaya Namaha. In this way, Bhagavan, the consort of Sri Devi, decorates himself with the most beautiful ornament of benevolence. Thus he is called Bhushana, the bedecked one. Bhutaye Namaha, Bhutaye Namaha. Bhagavan in his Arche Vigraha is the greatest wealth unto those devotees who are knowledgeable about all the explicit means of attaining him. For all such devotees, Bhagavan is verily a treasure, as precious as children, cattle, friends, and relatives and the like. Thus he is called Bhuti, the wealth. Ashokaya Namaha, Ashokaya Namaha. Since Bhagavan is the master of all entities and hence protects them at all times and thereby frees himself from all sorrows, he is called by the divine name Ashoka. Shokanashanaya Namaha, Shokanashanaya Namaha. Even amongst his devotees, Bhagavan destroys the sorrow of separation by being always united with them in the form of Archa Vigrahas. Thus he is called Shokanashana, the one who destroys sorrows. Archishmate Namaha, Archishmate Namaha. He who possesses divine effulgence at all times, which is capable of opening both the internal as well as the external eyes of his devotees, is called Archishman. Architaya Namaha, Architaya Namaha. The word Archa refers to the divine forms of Bhagavan as idols of worship, since Bhagavan manifests at various places such as in temples, homes, etc. in order to accept the worship of his devotees at those respective places. He is called Archita. This 7-syllable mantra confers all desires of the chanter. Kumbhaya Namaha, Kumbhaya Namaha. With his various Archa forms, Bhagavan accepts worship from devotees, showing his resemblance and intimacy with them. Thus he is called Kumbha. This 6-lettered mantra wards off all fears of the chanter. Vishuddhatmane Namaha, Vishuddhatmane Namaha. Since Bhagavan gives away everything, including himself, onto all of his dear devotees, equally, without any sort of discrimination at all times, he is called Vishuddhatma. Vishodhanaya Namaha, Vishodhanaya Namaha. Whenever his dear devotees give up the mortal body in his holy abodes, where he resides as Archa Vigrahas, Bhagavan purifies them by clearing all of their sins and makes them eligible for his attainment. Thus he is called Vishodhana. Aniruddhaya Namaha, Aniruddhaya Namaha. Bhagavan eternally resides in a place called Vasubhandha, where he is popularly called Aniruddha. This 8-syllable mantra is said to be one of the best mantras for chanting. Apratirathaya Namaha, Apratirathaya Namaha. Since Bhagavan Janardhana slays all oppressors and thus does not have any adversaries, he is popularly called Aprathirata. Chanting of this 9-syllable mantra destroys all enemies of the chanter. Pradyumnaya Namaha, Pradyumnaya Namaha. The one who shines with his divine effulgence is called Pradyumna. He is verily the Purushottama, Jagannath worshipped in Puri, bestowing superior attainments upon his devotees. Amita Vikramaya Namaha,
Amitavikramaya Namaha. That Lord of Lords, Bhagavan, who displayed his valor as Trivikrama, stands on the banks of river Yamuna, manifesting out of a lotus flower and bestowing the highest attainment upon his devotees, and whose valor is unmatched in all three worlds, is called Amita Vikrama. Kalaneminikne Namaha. Kalaneminikne Namaha. He who destroys the irrepressible ignorance, which is verily the spoke of the wheel of Kala, which keeps the souls running in the cycle of samsara, is called Kalaneminiha. This 9-lettered mantra destroys one's ignorance from the root.
Shauraye Namaha. Shauraye Namaha. Bhagavan gets the name Shauri because he is the son of Vasudeva, who is alternately called Shura, and hence the divine name is derived as son of Shura, Bhagavan, who stands under the auspicious Utpalavataka Vimanam as Shauri Rajan or Shauri Raja Perumal is called Shauri. Shuraya Namaha. Shuraya Namaha. Shura is the one who goes to his opponents to slay them. It shows the trait of his valor, where he enters an opponent's boundary and gives a mighty fight. The slayer of all Rakshasas is hailed as Shura. Rama himself is hailed as Shura. Shurajaneshwaraya Namaha. Shurajaneshwaraya Namaha. He is only further hailed as Shurajaneshwara, the leader of all Shuras. Bhagavan is called Shurajaneshwara since he is the master of all valorous men. Trilokatmane Namaha. Trilokatmane Namaha. He who constantly keeps going around the three worlds in order to protect his devotees and bless them is called Trilokatma. This 8-syllable mantra confers wealth upon the chanters. Trilokeshaya Namaha. Trilokeshaya Namaha. Bhagavan, who resides in a holy place called Pragjyotishpuram with the divine name Vishveshwara. Thus, he is called Trilokesha, the master of all three worlds. Keshavaya Namaha. Keshavaya Namaha. Bhagavan is called Keshava since the four-faced Brahma and the destroyer Rudra are born out of his divine body. The words of Shiva go thus. The word Ka represents the four-faced Brahma. I am popularly called Isha by all. We too are born out of your divine body. Thus, O Bhagavan, you are called Keshava. Keshigne Namaha. Keshigne Namaha. The scriptures hail Bhagavan Keshava as the slayer of demon named Keshi. Note, Bhagavan gets the name Keshava also because he slew the demon named Keshi, who appeared in the form of a horse. Haraye Namaha. Haraye Namaha. The Lord of all, Bhagavan, resides in the sacred Govardhana hills, or the one who is green in color with the name Hari, accepting worship from all of his devotees. Thus he is called Hari. Kamadevaya Namaha. Kamadevaya Namaha. Bhagavan resides in the abode of Shankara, Himachalam, or Himalaya with the name Kamadeva, being worshipped by apsaras or damsels and granting all the desires of all of his devotees. Thus he is called Kamadeva. Kamapalaya Namaha. Kamapalaya Namaha. Bhagavan does not merely stop at bestowing all the desired fruits upon the seekers and subsequently safeguards his bestowments upon his devotees is called Kamapala. Kamine Namaha. Kamine Namaha. Everyone desires him the most. Thus also he is called Kami, the most desired one. In this case, he gives away himself unto such devotees who seek him, thus becoming an abundant giver again. Kantaya Namaha. Kantaya Namaha. He who is attractive to look at is called Kanta. Even in the forthcoming divine names, Bhagavan residing in various holy places in his archa forms must be contemplated. Kritagamaya Namaha. Kritagamaya Namaha. Hence the Shakti Savataram is hailed. Since he is deeply hidden within the mantras, he is called Kritagama. He is mainly called Kritagama since he shows himself unto the pure-hearted souls from such mantras. Anirteshya Vapushe Namaha. Anirteshya Vapushe Namaha. Bhagavan's divine forms can never be comprehended by anyone in their entirety. He takes on a variety of divine forms following the nature of each yuga. Thus he is called Anirteshya Vapu, the one with incomprehensible forms. Vishnave Namaha. Vishnave Namaha. Thus Bhagavan pervades the entire world with his powers of pervasiveness and controlling every entity. Thus he is called Vishnu. The mantra varnas hail Bhagavan as the one who is omnipotent. Veeraya Namaha. Veeraya Namaha. Bhagavan slays the offenders of your dear devotees without any delay, using his mace and discus, gada and chakram, which are ever awaiting their master's order to eradicate such offenders. Thus he is called Veera, the valiant one. Anantaya Namaha. Anantaya Namaha. Since Bhagavan does not have any bounds in terms of space, time, qualities or objects, he is called Ananta, the endless. The mantra varna hails Bhagavan as the one who possesses an endless form. Dhananjaya Namaha. Dhananjaya Namaha. Not stopping at being unbounded himself, Bhagavan also bestows unbounded wealth upon his dear devotees. Thus he is called Dhananjaya, the victor of wealth. Brahmanyaya Namaha. Brahmanyaya Namaha. The sentient Jivatma and insentient Prakriti are both referenced by the name Brahma. He who is responsible for their existence, enjoyments, etc. in all of their states is called Brahmanya. The 7-lettered mantra confers wealth upon the chanters. Brahmakrudva Brahmane Namaha. Brahmakrudva Brahmane Namaha. The derivatives of Prakriti, namely Mahan, Ahankara, etc. are also called by the name Brahma. The common creator of such objects in this creation, creator of individual objects called Vyashti Srushti, is the four-faced Brahma. He by whom that four-faced Brahma is controlled at all times is called Brahma Krut Brahma. Brahmane Namaha. Brahmane Namaha. Bhagavan always makes the individual souls in both the manifest and subtle forms during the common and specific creations great by showing them his divine forms, nature, auspicious qualities, and the infinite wealth. Hence he is called Brahma. Brahma Vivardhanaya Namaha. Brahma Vivardhanaya Namaha. Bhagavan increases such tapas and thereby the resulting dharma amongst his devotees. Thus he is called Brahma Vivardhana, the increaser of Brahma tapas. Brahma Vide Namaha. Brahma Vide Namaha. The scriptures confirm this by saying thus: the eternal Vedas called Brahma are not known by either the Devas or Rishis. They are known only by that Bhagavan Narayana himself, who is the creator of all. Brahmanaya Namaha. Brahmanaya Namaha. He who incarnates as a Brahmana in various places such as Dattatreya, all is called Brahmana. Alternately, since he reads the Vedas, he is called Brahmana.
Brahmane Namaha. Brahmane Namaha. Brahmi. Since Bhagavan himself possesses the form of the means as well as the object of knowledge, he is called Brahmala. The scriptures say that Hari possesses everything which is called Brahma. Brahmajnaya Namaha. Brahmajnaya Namaha. Brahmagna. Not just stopping at knowing all the infinite Vedas, Bhagavan also understands them in their true purport. Thus he is called Brahmagna. Bhagavan himself declares thus in the Bhagavad Gita, I am only the knower of Vedas in their true purport. Brahmana Priyaya Namaha. Brahmana Priyaya Namaha. Brahmana Priya. The individual soul who have also mastered the Vedas are called Brahmanas. Such people are dear to Bhagavan, hence he is called Brahmana Priya. This 9-lettered mantra confers ritualness upon the chanter. Mahakramaya Namaha. Mahakramaya Namaha. Mahakrama. He is called Mahakrama, who has laid down a sequential path of knowledge, devotion, etc. as verily flight of stairs to uplift a fallen soul from the depth of samsara, to unite such a soul with himself, who is the greatest of all souls. Mahakarmane Namaha. Mahakarmane Namaha. Mahakarma. He who possesses amazing deeds that make even the lowliest of organism to eventually progress and finally attain and enjoy his union called Mahakarma. Mahatejase Namaha. Mahatejase Namaha. Mahatejase. Bhagavan is called Mahateja because he possesses divine influence that takes away the darkness of ignorance which has no beginning from the individual soul born in lowly birth due to their karma. This 8-syllable mantra grants effulgence upon the chanters. Mahoragaya Namaha. Mahoragaya Namaha. Mahoraga. Bhagavan is purportedly called Mahoraga. Bhagavan is popularly called Mahoraga since he enters the hearts of fallen soul through their mind and sense. Mahakrutave Namaha, Mahakrutave Namaha, Mahakruta. As shown in this scriptural statement, Bhagavan is very easily pleased by every simple ways of worship. Thus he is called Mahakruta, the one who is very easily worshipped. Mahayajvine Namaha, Mahayajvine Namaha, Mahayajva. Bhagavan is called Mahayajva since he makes these devotees who single-mindedly worship him alone as much superior to those who worship other devatas. This mantra grants the fruits of good deeds upon the chanter. Mahayajnaya Namaha, Mahayajnaya Namaha, Mahayajna. He who makes his own worship superior to the worship of other devatas is called Mahayajna. The 8-syllable mantra confers verily the worship of Bhagavan Hari. Maha Avishe Namaha, Maha Avishe Namaha, Mahahavi. He who accepts noble offerings such as offering of self, Atma, etc., which are non-violent in nature, is called Mahahavi. Stavyaya Namaha, Stavyaya Namaha, Stavya. Hence the means of verbal worship of that Narayana shall be expounded. He who is worthy of all praises is called Stavya. This 6 letters mantra liberated the chanter from all bondages.
We are beginning with the first set.
Stavapriyaya Namaha, Stavapriyaya Namaha, Stavapriya. He who is extremely fond of prayers sung by anyone in any language and in any way, irrespective of whether or not it is loud, able way of praying, is called Sattvapriya. This 8-lettered mantra enhances love amongst the chanters. Stotraya Namaha, Stotraya Namaha, Stotram. Since Bhagavan's praises are accomplished only because of his grace, he is called Stotram. Furthermore, Bhagavan only sings his praise using the other individuals as mere tools in his hands. Thus, he is only called Stotram. Stutaye Namaha, Stutaye Namaha, Stuta. Bhagavan is called Stuta because he is equally glorified by all souls irrespective of their ranks such as Adishesha, Vishwakshena and other liberated and ever liberated soul as well as all of the bounded souls including ourselves. Stotre Namaha, Stotre Namaha, Stotra. Bhagavan possesses such simple noble chanters that he himself praises those who praise him. Thus he is called Stotra. Ranapriyaya Namaha, Ranapriyaya Namaha, Ranapriya. As seen in various scriptures such as Srimat Ramayana, Mahabharata, etc., Bhagavan is the one who possesses numerous divine deeds in order of please those who praise him. Thus he is called Ranapriya, the one who is fond of wars. Purnaya Namaha, Purnaya Namaha, Purna. Bhagavan pleased by mere praising alone. How it is possible? Because he is Purna, the complete one. He is the one who attained all of his desires and hence does not have anything that must be supplemented by external sources. Purohitre Namaha, Purohitre Namaha, Purohitya. He who is always abiding by his nature of fulfilling the desires of all those who praises him is called Purohitya, the one who fulfill all desires. Punyaya Namaha, Punyaya Namaha, Punya. Bhagavan even purifies a sinner and makes that soul also eligible for praying unto him. Thus he is called Punya. Punya Kirtaye Namaha, Punya Kirtaye Namaha, Punya Kirti. Even glorification of Bhagavan's divine names is sufficient to purify a soul. Thus Bhagavan is called Punya Kirti, the one who glorification is purifying. Anamayaya Namaha, Anamayaya Namaha, Anamaya. Thus, the contact with Bhagavan or his divine names itself acts as a divine medicine. Hence, he is called Amanayaya, the one who is against all diseases. The disease in this context is this samsara. This means that Bhagavan cures as of the greatest diseases called samsara. Manojavaya Namaha, Manojavaya Namaha, Manojava. Bhagavan acts very swiftly in purifying the souls and liberating them from samsara, as shown in the previous divine names. Thus, he is called Manojava, the one with the speed of mind. Tirthakaraya Namaha, Tirthakaraya Namaha, Tirthakara. Bhagavan is called Tirthakara because he is one who creates holy waters such as Ganga, etc. Also because he is the one who promotes holy scriptures such as Vedas, Smritis, and also because he is the one who builds a flight of steps to reach him.
Vasuretase Namaha.
Vasuretase Namaha.
The word Vasu means light, and Reta is known to mean the incarnation for which such light is the cause. Since he, Krishna, is born out of his own form of divine light, he is called Vasureta. Vasupradaya Namaha.
Vasupradaya Namaha.
Since Bhagavan gives away himself completely unto Devaki and Vasudeva as their greatest wealth in the form of their progeny, he is called Vasuprada. Vasupradaya Namaha.
Vasupradaya Namaha.
Since Bhagavan bestowed upon Devaki and Vasudeva another great fortune of being his own parents, he is called Vasuprada. Vasudevaya Namaha.
Vasudevaya Namaha.
Since Bhagavan as Krishna was born as the son of Vasudeva, he is called Vasudeva. Vasave Namaha.
Vasave Namaha.
This divine name Vasu indicates residence of Bhagavan in the Milky Ocean, which he chose as the origin for this incarnation as Krishna. The one who resides in the Milky Ocean is called Vasu. Vasumanase Namaha.
Vasumanase Namaha.
Although residing in the Milky Ocean, which is the birthplace of Sri Mahalakshmi herself, since Bhagavan's mind was always fixed upon Vasudeva, in this world he is called Vasumana. Havishe Namaha.
Havishe Namaha.
Although Bhagavan decided to stay with Devaki and Vasudeva, yet the couple, out of sheer love towards Bhagavan and out of fear of Kamsa, gave him away to Nandagopa and Yasoda. Hence he is called Havi. Satgataye Namaha.
Satgataye Namaha.
Bhagavan removes the sorrows of his dear devotees caused by asuras even while being just born. Thus he becomes the refuge for all noble souls. Hence he is called Satgate. Satkrutaye Namaha.
Satkrudaye Namaha.
He who possesses divine actions such as stealing of butter, getting bound to a grinding stone, crawling with the stone, rasakrida, etc., which are liberating in nature, is called Satkruti. Satthaye Namaha.
Satthaye Namaha.
Bhagavan Krishna is himself verily the support for his dear devotees' existence. He is hence called Sattha. It is true to the extent that there is no life for any of his devotees without him. Satbudaye Namaha.
Satbudaye Namaha.
He who manifests as the wealth of noble souls in the form of wife, children, etc. is called Satbhuti. Satparayanaya Namaha.
Satparayanaya Namaha.
Since Bhagavan is the ultimate refuge for all noble souls, he is called Satparayanama. Alternately, since Bhagavan considers such noble souls themselves as his ultimate refuge, he is called Satparayana. Shurasenaya Namaha.
Shurasenaya Namaha.
Bhagavan had Pandavas and Yadavas as his army, introducing the Lord on earth for killing the evil elements. Thus, he is called Shurasena, the one who had valorous warriors as his army. Yadushtreshtaya Namaha.
Yadushtreshtaya Namaha.
Bhagavan Krishna uplifted the fallen Yadu clan, which had lost its eligibility for being crowned as the rulers, is called Yadushreshta, the best among the Yadu clan. Chanting of this 8-syllable mantra shall grant progeny. Sannivasaya Namaha.
Sannivasaya Namaha.
Bhagavan Krishna is the refuge of noble men such as Sanaka and others, even while being born as a human being, is called Sannivasa. This 8-syllable mantra grants high positions unto the chanters. Suyamunaya Namaha.
Suyamunaya Namaha.
Bhagavan performed many auspicious deeds that are purifying and pleasing to the minds of all people. On the banks of river Yamuna, such as the water sports with gopikas, plucking of flowers on the banks of the river, Rasa Krida, etc. Hence he is called Suyamuna. Budavasaya Namaha.
Budavasaya Namaha.
Even while having incarnated as Krishna, Bhagavan didn't hide his abject supremacy. He showed himself as the abode of all entities, thus as hailed in the scriptures that say, O Bhagavan Hari, all entities reside in you. Hence you are called Bhutavasa. Vasudevaya Namaha.
Vasudevaya Namaha.
Having born as the son of Vasudeva, Bhagavan removes 12 spiritual obstacles in the path of progress for his devotees, namely hunger, thirst, sorrow, passion, etc. Hence, he is called Vasudeva. Sarvasu Nilayaya Namaha.
Sarvasu Nilayaya Namaha.
Bhagavan is verily the support for all lives. Hence he is called Sarvasu Nilaya, the refuge of all souls. The scriptures show thus the entire land, people and creatures therein rejoiced upon the arrival of Krishna, just as it would rejoice the arrival of sun in a dark place and arrival of wind in an airless space, etc. Analaya Namaha.
Analaya Namaha.
Bhagavan does so much for his dear devotees, yet he is not satisfied with what he has done. Thus he is called Anala, the one who feels that his deeds unto his devotees are ever insufficient. Darbhakne Namaha.
Darbhakne Namaha.
Bhagavan humbled the Devas in various contexts, such as while lifting the Govardhana hill, taking away the Parijada tree from the heaven, slaughtering the hands of Bananasura, etc. Thus he is called Darbha, the one who removes egotism. Darbhadaya Namaha.
Darbhadaya Namaha.
He who enhanced arrogance amongst the Yadavas in many ways, such as by feeding them with liquor, inspiring them with his heroic deeds, etc., is called Darpada. Adruptaya Namaha.
Adruptaya Namaha.
Although Bhagavan grew arrogance among the Yadavas, yet since he was humble himself, he is called Adrupta. In another way, since Bhagavan was proud of his being cuddled by Yasoda and Nandagopa during his childhood pastimes, he is called Drupta. Durtaraya Namaha.
Durtaraya Namaha.
Even while displaying his childhood sports, Bhagavan was incorrigible by either of his parents, just like a wild elephant. He possessed such divine actions which couldn't be controlled by anyone. Hence he is called Durtara. Aparajitaya Namaha.
Aparajitaya Namaha.
He who had no defeat at the hands of the armed force of Duryodhana and others at any place, and thus who made his dear devotees, the Pandavas, invincible due to his protection, is called Aparajita. Vishvamurtaye Namaha.
Vishvamurtaye Namaha.
He who possesses the entire world as his divine body is called Vishvamurti. Bhagavan himself declares thus in the Bhagavad Gita, O Arjuna, I am the indweller residing in every entity in this creation. Mahamurtaye Namaha.
Mahamurtaye Namaha.
Since Bhagavan's divine body is the sole refuge of all entities in this world, since his body is huge enough to house all these entities at a time, he is called Mahamurti. Deeptamurtaye Namaha.
Deeptamurtaye Namaha.
Whatever in this world is luminous by whatever proportions is finally a part of his divine body. Thus, Bhagavan himself is called Deeptamurti, the one with a luminous body. Amurtimate Namaha.
Amurtimate Namaha.
The sentient and insentient entities are all the property of Bhagavan, even at the time of deluge, when they do not have the distinction of names or forms. Thus, he is called Amurtamurti, the master of indistinct entities. Anekamurtaye Namaha.
Anekamurtaye Namaha.
Even while having incarnated as Krishna, Bhagavan never gave up his 4 forms of Viyuha, namely Vasudeva as Krishna in his own form, Sankarashana as Balarama, Pradyumna as Bhagavan's son, and Aniruddha as Bhagavan's grandson. Thus, he is called Anekamurti. Avyaktaya Namaha.
Avyaktaya Namaha.
Since Bhagavan conceals his true nature under the guise of a human form as Krishna, he is called Avyakta by the knowledgeable men learned in the highest philosophy. Shatamurtaye Namaha.
Shadamurtaye Namaha.
Hence, the Vishvarupa form of Krishna is hailed. Since Bhagavan showed his universal form, Vishvarupa, to Arjuna, who was keen on seeing that form, he is called Shatamurti, the one with hundreds of forms. Shatananaya Namaha.
Shatananaya Namaha.
Bhagavan is further called Shatanana. In the same Vishvarupa form, Arjuna glorifies thus: I see you in your glorious form, a multitude of faces, eyes, divine jewelry, weapons, etc. Ekaya Namaha.
Ekaya Namaha.
Since Bhagavan has no second entity that can be grouped with him in all his greatness, meaning since Bhagavan is distinct from all other entities, he is called Eka. Naikaya Namaha.
Naikaya Namaha.
He is called Naika, who possesses a second category other than himself, consisting of all his divine wealth, namely all sentient and insentient entities, and hence not alone. Saya Namaha.
Saya Namaha.
He whose glories are popularized among everyone, including small children, during his incarnation as Krishna and others, is called Saha.
Vaya Namaha.
Vaya Namaha.
Since the dwelling of Bhagavan in all creatures, as well as the existence of all creatures within Bhagavan is popular, Bhagavan is called Vaha. Gaya Namaha.
Gaya Namaha.
Although residing amidst dirt in this same era, since Bhagavan doesn't lose his effulgence unlike the lovely gemstones which lose their luster when fallen in marsh, he is called Kaha. Kime Namaha.
Kime Namaha.
Bhagavan is sought after by the seekers of reality by questioning what or which is that supreme entity. Thus, Bhagavan himself is called Kim. The Upanishad says, he is the one who is to be sought, he is the one who is to be known. Yade Namaha.
Yade Namaha.
Bhagavan makes every effort in protecting such dear devotees the seekers of true knowledge as shown in the previous divine name. Thus he is called Yat, the one who puts efforts. Padaya Nuttamaya Namaha. Padaya Nuttamaya Namaha. The supreme destination for all the souls who have surrendered unto him, Bhagavan, is called Padam, Anuttama, the supreme goal. Loka Bandhave Namaha. Loka Bandhave Namaha. In this way, Bhagavan is related to each and every individual equally with a bonding that can never be served. Thus he is called Loka Bandhu. This means the one who is the close relative of every individual. Lokanathaya Namaha. Lokanathaya Namaha. Since Bhagavan, being the sole master of all worlds, is itself the root for his strong relationship with every individual, and since he possesses such a natural relationship of master-servant with such individual, he is called Loka-Atha. Madhavaya Namaha. Madhavaya Namaha. The attribute of Bhagavan, being the sole master of all worlds, come due to his eternal relationship with Sri Mahalakshmi, due to which he gets the divine name Madhava in this context. Bhakta Vatsalaya Namaha. Bhakta Vatsalaya Namaha. Bhagavan is very loving towards his dear devotees who have realized their eternal relationship with him, is called Bhakta Vatsala. This divine name means the one who forgets everything else when is united with such a realized devotees and enjoys his company. Swarna Varayanaya Namaha. Swarna Varayanaya Namaha. Akin to his faultless divine qualities, since Bhagavan also possesses a faultless and radiant hue like tested gold, representing beauty as well as supremacy, he is called Sarva Navadna. This mantra is capable of conferring devotees towards Bhagavan as well as all desired fruits upon the chanter. Heman Gaya Namaha. Heman Gaya Namaha. Since each of Bhagavan's divine and sattvic limbs are all golden hued, he is called Hemanga. This 7-lettered mantra confers beauty upon the chanters. Varangaya Namaha. Varangaya Namaha. He who was born with a beautiful form with all the divine auspicious attributes held by the Upanishads, which would otherwise be concealed in order to fulfill Devaki's desire, is called Varanga. Chandanang Gidane Namaha.
Chandanang Gidane Namaha.
Even without any ornaments, Bhagavan's limbs are most charmingly merely due to his association, and thus please the minds of the beholders. Thus he is called Chandanang Gide, the one who was charming limbs. Virakne Namaha.
Virakne Namaha.
Even while in his infancy with all innocence, Bhagavan eliminated all evil forces by root, such as Upadana, Sakata, Yamarjuna, the twin trees that were broken by Krishna, which were all deceptive in nature. Thus he is called Braha. Vishamaya Namaha.
Vishamaya Namaha.
Bhagavan shows his discrimination between noble souls who tread the righteous path and the ignorant souls who possess crooked minds by being their benefactor and by instilling fear in their minds respectively. Thus he is called Vaishma, the one who discriminates. Shunyaya Namaha.
Shunyaya Namaha.
Bhagavan is called Shunya since he is free from all blemishes, even in the human form. Even while having born as a human, as Krishna, Bhagavan was free from all blemishes. Thus he is called Shunya. Kruda Shishe Namaha.
Kruda Shishe Namaha.
Bhagavan sprinkles the worlds with his noble qualities and thus satiates all entities. Hence he is called Krudashi. He is also called thus since he wished for all the milk, curds and butter from the houses of all covered folks. Akshalaya Namaha.
Akshalaya Namaha.
Bhagavan was invisible to all wicked people such as Duryodhana and all his men. Thus he is called Akshala. Shalaya Namaha.
Shalaya Namaha.
In order to help the Pandavas and others who had surrendered unto him, Bhagavan allowed himself to slip from his promises. Hence he is called Chala, the fickle one or the one who went back on his promise. Amanine Namaha.
Amanine Namaha.
Bhagavan never shows his ego before his devotees. Thus he is called Amani, the humble one. That is why he readily walked as a messenger of Pandavas to the court of Dhritarashtra without the least bit hesitation. Manataya Namaha.
Manataya Namaha.
Bhagavan bestowed the respectful positions to his dear ones, such as mastership of chariot to Arjuna and rule of a kingdom of Udishtas, etc. Thus he is called Amanda. Manyaya Namaha.
Manyaya Namaha.
Bhagavan is called Manya since he shows his belongings to his devotees at all times by being subservient to him, and take that itself as their greatest respect. Logaswamine Namaha.
Logaswamine Namaha.
It is Bhagavan who is the master of all worlds. Thus he is called Logaswami. This means that he does not give up his identity to his nature of being the Supreme Lord of all worlds, although he stoops down to our level in his incarnations.
Trilokashude Namaha.
Trilokashude Namaha.
This divine name means that no matter what, Bhagavan is the one who bears the entire creation, nurtures them, and that takes up the entire responsibility of all souls in the world. Srimate se Namaha.
Srimate se Namaha.
Bhagavan has a very favorable mind towards all those who worship him. Thus, he is called Sumeta. He whose thoughts, mind are auspicious is called Sumeta. Meta Jaya Namaha.
Meta Jaya Namaha.
He who has had a birth in effect of Edvikas worship for begetting a son called Meddaja. This 7-lettered mantra grants progeny to the chanter. Dhanyaya Namaha.
Dhanyaya Namaha.
Bhagavan treats such birth unto his dear devotees itself as a great fortune. Thus he is called Dhanya, the fortunate one. Bhagavan is called Dhanya since he treated his birth in Devika's womb itself as a great fortune. Satyamedase Namaha.
Satyamedase Namaha.
He who is honest in his heart in identifying himself with the coward fox Vasudeva and others is called Satyamde. Bhagavan has said thus to the Adhyavas in
many instances. I have borne in your womb. Know me as your close relative, etc. Taradaraya Namaha.
Taradaraya Namaha.
The one who is instantly bore the Govardhana mountain with his little finger is called Dharadhara. To protect the innocent cowards from the onset of hail rains. Tejosvarushaya Namaha.
Tejosvarushaya Namaha.
Bhagavan is called Tejosvar since he showers his divine effulgence in the form of protection of his devotees. This 8-lettered mantra bestows kinsmen among the chanters. Tiyutidaraya Namaha.
Tiyutidaraya Namaha.
The one who possesses extraordinary effulgence that can tame even the egotistic feelings of Indra is the popularly called Deodhara. This 8-lettered mantra confers upon the seekers. Sarvasvarupapraya Namaha.
Sarvastravaraya Namaha.
He who proved to be the best amongst all wielders of various weapons in fighting against Jarastra and others is popular in all worlds as Sarvastara Buddha Vara. Prahakraya Namaha.
Prahakraya Namaha.
With Bhagavan as his charioteer, Arjuna was controlled by his words just as much as the horses pulling his chariot were controlled by the reins held by him. Thus Bhagavan called Pragraha. Nikrahaya Namaha.
Nikrahaya Namaha.
He by whom the enemies were subdued by mere virtue of skillful charioteering is called Nigraha. This 7-lettered mantra destroys all enemies of the chanter. Vyakraya Namaha.
Vyakraya Namaha.
He who has impatience to wait till Arjuna fought the battle to win over his enemies, and who himself jumped into the war field to ruin the enemy camp is called Vyagra. This 6-syllable mantra destroys all enemies of the chanter.
The beginning. Naikashringaya Namaha. Naikashringaya Namaha. Bhagavan possessed a multitude of means of oppressing the enemies in the battlefield, such as his intellect, his charioteering skills, his vow of never taking up any weapon on the warfield, yet taking up his chakrayuda when needed, etc. Thus he is called Naikashringaha, the one who has a multitude of oppressing ways. Gadagrajaya Namaha, Gadagrajaya Namaha. Bhagavan Krishna was born as the elder brother of Gada, who was the son of Vasudeva and Sunama. Thus he is called Gadagraja. Chaturmurtaye Namaha, Chaturmurtaye Namaha. He who possesses 4 forms of avatara as Balarama, Balabhadra, Krishna, Vasudeva, Pradyumna and Aniruddha is called Chaturmurti. Chaturbahave Namaha, Chaturbahave Namaha. He who was born with the para form, which is the origin of Vyuha forms and which is itself primordial and has no origin, and hence possessed 4 hands called Chaturbahutu. Chaturvyuhaya Namaha, Chaturvyuhaya Namaha. Even in the 4 forms in his Krishnavatara as Krishna, Balarama, Pradyumna and Aniruddha, Bhagavan possessed all the 6 divine qualities: Jnana, Bala, Aishwarya, Virya, Shakti and Tejas, as in his Vyuha forms. Thus he is called Chaturvyuha. Chaturgataye Namaha, Chaturgataye Namaha. Depending on the kind of worship by his devotees and the intensity therein, Bhagavan bestows 4 levels of fruits, destinations upon them, namely Indraloka, Brahmaloka, Kaivalya and Moksha. Thus he is called Chaturgati, the bestower of 4 destinations. Chaturatmane Namaha, Chaturatmane Namaha. Since Bhagavan manifests in 4 forms, both gross as well as subtle, in 4 different states, namely waking, dreaming, deep slumber, and fully enlightened, he is called Chaturatma. This mantra is considered as one of the finest mantras. Chaturbahave Namaha, Chaturbhavaya Namaha. Since Bhagavan manifests in 4-fold forms of each of his Vyuha forms in both gross as well as subtle states and conducts various activities such as bestowing of Shastras and the like, totally 16 in number, he is called Chaturbhava. This mantra bestows good positions in the nether world. Chaturveda Vide Namaha, Chaturveda Vide Namaha. He who is known, albeit very less, by those who are learned in all 4 Vedas is called Chaturvedavid. This 9-lettered mantra grants the knowledge of Vedas. Ekapade Namaha, Ekapade Namaha. Bhagavan is called Ekapat in his incarnation. This is because he incarnated as Krishna and all other incarnations with just a small fraction of his unfathomable splendor. Samavartaya Namaha, Samavartaya Namaha. With such divine incarnations and forms, Bhagavan completely shows his divine glories of his Vyuha forms repeatedly in his incarnations. Thus he is called Samavartaha, the one who keeps cycling back. Nivritatmane Namaha, Nivritatmane Namaha. Although Bhagavan is in control of all the worlds out of his sheer compassion, he still doesn't mix with the lowly world and stays aloof. Thus he is called Nivritatma, the one whose mind is aloof from this lowly world. Durjayaya Namaha, Durjayaya Namaha. He who can neither be sought nor controlled by the mere mortals, such as the demigods, human beings, and others, is called Durjaya, the invincible one. Duratikramaya Namaha, Duratikramaya Namaha. With the divine name Duratikramaha, it is shown that no soul can transgress Bhagavan's lotus feet. Indeed, there is no other means to attain him by burning all sins other than surrendering at his lotus feet. Thus he is called Duratikramaha. Durlabhaya Namaha, Durlabhaya Namaha. Furthermore, Bhagavan cannot be attained by those who have not controlled their senses. The scriptures have spoken thus in this regard. When a person is focused on material benefits, then attaining Janardhana is indeed out of his reach. Durgamaya Namaha, Durgamaya Namaha. Just as people who have a weak vision cannot see the shining sun at noon, so also people with weak minds can never know Bhagavan due to his unfathomable effulgence. Thus he is called Durgama. Durgaya Namaha, Durgaya Namaha. Bhagavan stands hidden from the view of such sinful souls with a weak mind by virtue of their own sinful actions, which separate them from Bhagavan like a fortress. Thus he is called Durgaha, the hidden one. Duravasaya Namaha, Duravasaya Namaha. Since Bhagavan is thus well hidden behind a fort of ignorance, avidya, he is called Duravasaha, the one whose abode is highly inaccessible. Durarigne Namaha, Durarigne Namaha. The ignorant souls treading the evil path is called Durarihis. He who destroys such ignorant souls by various means, such as disengaging them from the Vedic path and the like, is called Durariha. Shubhangaya Namaha, Shubhangaya Namaha. He who is considered as the most knowledgeable, authentic preceptor by the Asuras at all, due to his mere deceitful yet bewitching divine form, is called Shubhangaha. Lokasarangaya Namaha, Lokasarangaya Namaha. Bhagavan always leads the evil-minded souls, asuras, on the path of extreme materialism, which is unopposed to pure logic, though thus being called Lokasarangaha. Sutantave Namaha, Sutantave Namaha. Bhagavan's words in his Bodhavatara were very sweet and could not be overruled by the Asuras. Bhagavan has thus knit a close web with his divine words. He also showed a superficially peaceful form to them in order to trap them. Thus Bhagavan is called Sutantuhu. Tantuvardhanaya Namaha. Tantuvardhanaya Namaha. He who heaves a web named samsara, meaning extends the bondage in samsara, with the thread called sinful taste. Inclination for materialism is called Tantuvardhana. Indrakarmane Namaha. Indrakarmane Namaha. He who possesses actions of destroying the Asuras due to being pleaded by Indra and other devas is called Indrakarma. This 8-syllable mantra is one of the best mantras.
Mahakarmane Namaha, Mahakarmane Namaha. Since Bhagavan thus indulges only in lawful actions abiding by scriptures, he is called Mahakarma. Bhagavan's actions are very much logical and only shows his extreme compassion towards his devotees. Kritakarmane Namaha, Kritakarmane Namaha. In order to fool the Asuras in his trap, Bhagavan also started practicing what he preached, going astray from Vedic path. Therefore, he is called Kritakarma, the one who acted as he spoke. Kritaghamaya Namaha, Kritaghamaya Namaha. In order to firmly establish his words, he even timely created many scriptures in support of his preaching in Buddha, Arhata, Jaina and other incarnations. Thus, he is called Kritagama, the one who created scriptural doctrines. Udbhavaya Namaha, Udbhavaya Namaha. In pretending to preach the path of moksha, Bhagavan appeared as one who has transcended the bonds of samsara. Thus he is called Udbhava. This 7-lettered mantra destroys all sins of the chanter. Sundaraya Namaha, Sundaraya Namaha. Bhagavan's form was also very pleasing to the eyes of Asuras. Hence, he is called Sundara, who appeared very beautiful to the Asuras. Sundaya Namaha, Sundaya Namaha. Since Bhagavan completely melts the hearts of Asuras by his transcendental beauty, he is called Sunda. Ratnanabhaya Namaha, Ratnanabhaya Namaha. He is called Ratnanabha, who sports a huge belly with a charming and prominent navel that shows off his wisdom. This mantra confers all auspicious fruits upon the chanter. Sulochanaya Namaha, Sulochanaya Namaha. Complementing his beautiful form was the beauty of his bewitching eyes. Thus, he is called Sulochana, the one with beautiful eyes. Arkaya Namaha, Arkaya Namaha. Bhagavan was hailed by the Asuras as a Mahatma, a great soul, the most righteous. Thus, he is called Arka, the praised one. Vajasanaye Namaha, Vajasanaye Namaha. he by whose influence the Asuras crave for mean materialistic pursuits in this world, such as food and the like, is called Vajasani. The 8-lettered mantra grants food for the chanter. Shringine Namaha, Shringine Namaha. Bhagavan, as Buddha, held a bunch of peacock feathers in his hand as one of his distinct identifiers in order to propound the Ahimsavada, or the argument of non-violence. Thus, he is called Shringi, the distinctly identified one. Jayantaya Namaha, Jayantaya Namaha. Bhagavan won over the Astikas with his argument of illusion of the entire world and mere knowledge being the soul, Atma, which is why he is called Jayanta.
Sarvavijjayine Namaha, Sarvavijjayine Namaha. How does Bhagavan win over the Astikas with his deceitful arguments? It is because he is Sarvavijjayi. He basically won over the Vedic exponents and thus emerged victorious. Suvarna Bindave Namaha, Suvarna Bindave Namaha. Since Bhagavan conceals these arguments by his own skillful arguments with flair of words, he is called Suvarna Binduhu. This 9-lettered mantra destroys all sins of the chanter. Akshobhyaya Namaha, Akshobhyaya Namaha. Since Bhagavan, with his profoundness, couldn't be subjected to any transformations, couldn't be won over or changed, he is called Akshobhyaha. The 7-lettered mantra confers invincibility upon the chanter. Sarvavagishwareshwaraya Namaha, Sarvavagishwareshwaraya Namaha. He who is an expert in debates and a very skillful orator is called Sarvavagishwareshwaraha. This 12-lettered mantra confers oratory skills upon the chanter. Mahahridaya Namaha, Mahahridaya Namaha. He who is in the form of a great lake in which the sinners get drowned and the virtuous souls rejoice by taking dips is called Mahahridaha. Mahagartaya Namaha, Mahagartaya Namaha. Owing to their sinful acts, many deep pits are dug by Bhagavan for the sake of ignorant souls in the form of Raurava and other Narakas, which is why he is called Mahagartaha. Mahabhutaya Namaha, Mahabhutaya Namaha. The great souls who are noble-minded are considered by Bhagavan as his own people. Therefore, he is called Mahabhutaha. Bhagavan himself declares thus, O Arjuna, the great souls attain me. Mahanidhaye Namaha, Mahanidhaye Namaha. Such noble souls who are abiding by the Shastric injunctions are so dear to Bhagavan that he considered them as verily his greatest treasure. Thus he is called Mahanidhi, the one who possesses great treasure. Kumudaya Namaha, Kumudaya Namaha. Bhagavan rejoices with his dear devotees, his treasure, in this material world itself, even without having to wait for them to come to Moksha Bhumi, Sri Vaikuntham. Thus he is called Kumudaha. Kundaraya Namaha, Kundaraya Namaha. The one who grants moksha, or the one who is pure at heart, like the beautiful oleander flowers, or the one who bestows knowledge about his own supreme self, is called Kundaraha. Kundaya Namaha, Kundaya Namaha. Bhagavan himself is called Kundaha because he is the one who bestows successive stages of Parabhakti, Paradhyanam and Parambhakti upon his dear devotees who have eventually won over their karma with the help of knowledge and renunciation. Parjanyaya Namaha, Parjanyaya Namaha. Bhagavan extinguishes the three heats, fires, namely Adhyatmika, Adibhautika and Adidaivika for his dear devotees by preaching the scriptures to them, just like a heavy downpour from a dark cloud extinguishing a wild forest fire. Therefore, he is called Parjanyaha. Pavanaya Namaha, Pavanaya Namaha. Bhagavan moves towards his devotees like a flow of air in order to remove the three heats of his devotees and impart knowledge about himself. Therefore, he is called Pavanaha. Anilaya Namaha, Anilaya Namaha. He who does not need an impeller or a source of inspiration other than himself in gracing his devotees who have surrendered unto him is called Anilaha. These 7-lettered mantras is one of the best. Amritashaya Namaha, Amritashaya Namaha. In order to grace his devotees, Bhagavan feeds them with the nectar of his own qualities. Therefore, he is called Amritashaha, the feeder of nectar. Amritavapushe Namaha, Amritavapushe Namaha. Not just his divine qualities, but Bhagavan's divine form is also nectarine. Therefore, he is called Amrita Vapuhu. He whose divine form is nectarine is called Amrita Vapuhu. Sarvajnaya Namaha, Sarvajnaya Namaha. Bhagavan knows precisely the strengths and weaknesses of his dear devotees and also what they can achieve and what they cannot and graces them accordingly. Therefore, he is called Sarvajnaha, the omniscient. Sarvato Mukhaya Namaha, Sarvato Mukhaya Namaha. He who can be known and attained by the learned ones, noble men, the dear devotees of Bhagavan, by any means, not wanting to abide or limit by any strict guidelines, is called Sarvato Mukhaha. Sulabhaya Namaha, Sulabhaya Namaha. Bhagavan is furthermore easily accessible. Although he is extremely valuable and cannot be traded for anything, he still appears as the one who can be owned for a small amount of true love. Subrataya Namaha, Subrataya Namaha. Bhagavan is called Subrataha because he has a firm vow of protecting his devotees who have approached him, be it by any means at any cost. Siddhaya Namaha, Siddhaya Namaha. He is called Siddhaha, who is readily attained without external efforts by his dear devotees who have known his true nature. Shatrujitchatruthapanaya Namaha. Shatrujitchatruthapanaya Namaha. He who burns the opponents by vesting his effulgence with select individual souls like Purukutsa, Kakutstha et al. Is called Shatrujit Chatrutapanaha in one single name. Negrodhodumbaraya Namaha. Negrodhodumbaraya Namaha. He who readily graces his even the lowly souls who surrender unto him with Anjali Mudra is called Negrodaha. Furthermore, he who possesses the supreme abode of Sri Vaikuntham, which is characterized by its being devoid of blemishes associated with the three gunas as his own, is called Udumbaraha. Ashwathaya Namaha. Ashwathaya Namaha. He who indwells even the individual souls like Indra and other devas who are merely deputies in their respective portfolios and thereby controls the entire action is called Ashwathaha. Chanurandra Nishudhanaya Namaha. Chanurandra Nishudhanaya Namaha. Being the indweller of Indra and other devas, Bhagavan destroys the lowly demonic wrestler called Chanura. Thus he is called Chanurandra Nishudhanaha. Sahasrarchishe Namaha. Sahasrarchishe Namaha. Bhagavan has vested thousands of rays which are beneficial to the creatures at large due to their inherent quality of heat, which is useful in cooking, digesting, ripening, drying, burning, lightening, etc. Therefore, he is called Sahasrarchihi, the one with thousands of effulgent rays. Saptajihvaya Namaha. Saptajihvaya Namaha. Bhagavan is called Saptajihvaha because he possesses 7 tongues, namely Kali, Karali, etc. in the form of Agni. He is the one who is ever engaged in satisfying the worlds. Saptaidhase Namaha. Saptaidhase Namaha. The 7 forms of firewood used in each of Paka Yajna, Havir Yajna and Soma Samstha, and which are of various origins and used for various purposes, are verily the properties of Bhagavan. He is thus called Saptaidaha. Saptavahanaya Namaha. Saptavahanaya Namaha. He who bears the 7 life forces is called Saptavahanaha. Alternately, since the 7 horses drawing the chariot of Surya are verily his vehicles, he is called Saptavahanaha. Amurtaye Namaha. Amurtaye Namaha. Although Bhagavan is hailed as manifesting in various forms as seen in the last couple of divine names, he is still above all such limitations by nature. Thus he is called Amurtihi. Anaghaya Namaha. Anaghaya Namaha. Particularly, Bhagavan is superior to the individual souls born in this samsara because he is never affected by karma. Therefore, he is called Anaghaha. Achintyaya Namaha. Achintyaya Namaha. Bhagavan cannot be compared even to the superior souls like the liberated and the ever liberated souls, muktas and nityas, who reside in the supreme abode of Sri Vaikuntham. Therefore, he is called Achintyaha, the one who is beyond comprehension. Bhayakrite Namaha, Bhayakrite Namaha. Furthermore, Bhagavan is the one who instills fear in the minds of those who disobey his orders in the form of scriptures. Hence he is called Bhayakrit. Bhayanashanaya Namaha, Bhayanashanaya Namaha. He is also the one who dispels fear from the minds of those who abide by his words. Hence he is called Bhayanashanaha. Anave Namaha, Anave Namaha. The one who is capable of entering or indwelling even the subtlest entities, namely Prakriti, nature, and Jiva, the individual soul, and who is capable of residing in the subtle space of the heart of such individual souls, is called Anuhu. Bruhate Namaha, Bruhate Namaha. He by whom even the expansive supreme abode, Sri Vaikuntham, is reduced to the size of a cupped palm due to his greatness, is called by the name Bruhat. Chanting of the 6-lettered mantra confers greatness upon the chanter. Krushaya Namaha, Krushaya Namaha. Bhagavan is called Krushaha due to his incomparable lightness with which he moves about freely to all places without any hindrance. Sthulaya Namaha, Sthulaya Namaha. He who possesses the great power to touch every entity in every place, even while being stationed in a single place, is called Sthulaha. Gunabhrute Namaha, Gunabhrute Namaha. With his mere thought, Bhagavan bears the entire creation as easily as his own qualities. Therefore, he is called Gunabhrit. This shows his distinct mastership over all entities. Nirgunaya Namaha, Nirgunaya Namaha. Although associated with the material world so closely as seen in the previous divine name, since Bhagavan is still untouched by the blemishes of mixture of qualities, therein he is called Nirgunaha. Mahate Namaha, Mahate Namaha. Bhagavan is called Mahan since he shows his abject mastery in fulfilling his desires by manifesting in this material world as and when he desires, as though taking a dip in a great pond. Adhritaya Namaha, Adhritaya Namaha. With such a magnanimous trait, representing his universal form, Bhagavan shows that he is not controlled even the slightest bit by any external agency. Thus he is called Adhritaha, the one who is not supported by anyone else. Swadhrutaya Namaha, Swadhrutaya Namaha. This natural possession of these 8 special powers by Bhagavan is shown in this divine name Swadhrutaha, which means he has all these powers by himself. Swasyaya Namaha, Swasyaya Namaha. He is called Swasyaha, whose position is auspicious or superior in comparison with that of the liberated souls. The divine name Swasyaha differentiates Bhagavan's position from the liberated souls, Muktatmas. Pragvamshaya Namaha, Pragvamshaya Namaha. The eternally liberated souls are called Pragvamshaha. He who is the base for their tribe is called Pragvamshaha. Vamshavardhanaya Namaha, Vamshavardhanaya Namaha. The class of Nityasuris is called Vamshaha, who are all his children. Since Bhagavan is the one who fosters them all, he is called Vamshavardhanaha. Bharabhrate Namaha, Bharabhrate Namaha. Since Bhagavan bears the responsibility of liberating the bounded souls desiring moksha from the shackles of samsara and eventually enabling them in attaining him, he is called Bharabhrat. The chanting of this mantra bestows the strength to carry out the desired works for the chanter. Kathitaya Namaha, Kathitaya Namaha. He who is hailed by the scriptures for his possession of all auspicious qualities is called Kathitaha. The scriptures instruate, thus Bhagavan Vishnu is glorified in the beginning, middle and end of, in other words, throughout the various scriptures such as Vedas, Sri Ramayana, Sriman Mahabharata, etc.
Yogine Namaha, Yogine Namaha.
The word yoga means to accomplish a feat which is otherwise impossible for anyone else. He who possesses this distinguished capability to the fullest at all times is hailed as Yogi.
Yogishaya Namaha, Yogishaya Namaha.
Bhagavan is the master of even the bounded souls who are yogis, who were or are bounded and born in this material creation, such as Shanaka, etc., who are naturally engrossed in samadhi, communion with Bhagavan. He is therefore called Yogisa.
Sarvakamadaya Namaha, Sarvakamadaya Namaha.
Since Bhagavan bestows all the desired benefits such as Anima, Mahima, etc., the 8 Sindhis, upon those who slip away from the discipline of yoga as a break in their endeavor to attain mukti, he is called Sarvakamada.
Ashramaya Namaha, Ashramaya Namaha.
He who provides asylum to the souls who had gone astray from the path of yoga in the house of learned Sri Vaishnavas who are well taught about the Supreme Brahman is called Ashrama.
Shramanaya Namaha, Shramanaya Namaha.
Bhagavan resumes the spiritual endeavors of deviated souls in their subsequent births by retaining their impressions of earlier samadhi, which are never lost even when they are enjoying the lowly temporary fruits for a while. Thus, he is called Shramana.
Shamaya Namaha, Shamaya Namaha.
He by whom the fallen souls who have deviated from the pursuit of yoga, communion with Bhagavan, are also enabled to resume their practice and cross the ocean of samsara, merely upon showing their willingness to come back is called Shama.
Suparnaya Namaha, Suparnaya Namaha.
The one who leads the accomplishers of Samadhi beyond the darkness of ignorance to the supreme abode of Sri Vaikuntham merely by virtue of their maturity in Samadhi is called Suparna.
Vayuvahanaya Namaha. Vayuvahanaya Namaha.
He who uplifts the fallen souls who have deviated from the path of Samadhi with the help of Garuda, who flies with blazing speed, is called Vayuvahana.
Dhanurdharaya Namaha. Dhanurdharaya Namaha.
Bhagavan himself holds a mighty bow in order to protect such devotees who have earlier deviated from the path of yoga but now desire to come back to him. Therefore, he is called Dhanurdhara, the wielder of bow.
Dhanurvedaya Namaha. Dhanurvedaya Namaha.
He from whom even the rulers of Devas, Manusyas, etc. obtain the skills of archery through the scriptures provided by him is called Dhanurveda. The 8-lettered mantra benefits in the learning of archery.
Dandaya Namaha. Dandaya Namaha.
Bhagavan punishes the evil souls through the virtuous rulers who always protect the dharma expounded in the Vedas. Therefore, he is called Dhanda.
Dhamayitre Namaha. Dhamayitre Namaha.
Not stopping with controlling the bad elements through righteous rulers, Bhagavan also controlled the evil-minded Ravana and others in his own form. Thus, he is called Dhamayita.
Atamaya Namaha. Atamaya Namaha.
While Bhagavan controls every soul, thus as seen in the previous divine name, there is no one who can control Bhagavan. Thus, he is called Adhama, the one who is beyond anyone's control.
Aparajithaya Namaha. Aparajithaya Namaha.
While Bhagavan controls all individual souls, thus in all aspects, he is himself invincible by anyone, anywhere, anytime and in any way. Thus, he is called Aparajita, the invincible.
Sarvasahaya Namaha. Sarvasahaya Namaha.
By his orders, Bhagavan makes even other devas eligible of worship by ignorant souls. He is therefore called Sarvasaha.
Niyantre Namaha. Niyantre Namaha.
Bhagavan also stimulates the interests of such ignorant souls to worship the lowly demigods as per their individual tastes, and thus exercises his control over all of them. He is thus called Niyanta, the controller.
Niyamaya Namaha. Niyamaya Namaha.
When such ignorant souls worship the demigods, it is indeed Bhagavan who manifests as the indweller of such demigods and bestows the fruits of worship such as longevity, wealth, etc. He is called Niyama.
Yamaya Namaha. Yamaya Namaha.
Bhagavan is the one who conducts the demigods by giving them the power to bestow the desired fruits such as wealth, long life, etc. Thus, Bhagavan is called Yama.
Sattvavate Namaha, Sattvavate Namaha.
He who is verily the base for the divine quality of Sattva, which acts as the root for attaining moksha by enabling a soul attain the treasure of bliss easily through complete enlightenment. Thus, he is called Sattvavan.
Satvikaya Namaha, Satvikaya Namaha.
He who bestows the fruits in the form of knowledge, wealth, renunciation, and righteousness to the seekers, which are all a result of Sattva Guna, and hence is fit to be called as the abode of Sattva, is called as Sattvika.
Satyaya Namaha, Satyaya Namaha.
Since Bhagavan is hailed by the Sattvika Shastras, and since he possesses true glories, he is called Satya. Sri Mahabharata says thus in this regard: Krishna is established in truth, and truth is established in Krishna. That Supreme Lord Govinda is also present in both the sentient and insentient entities, and hence the learned men call him Satya.
Satya Dharma Parayanaya Namaha, Satya Dharma Parayanaya Namaha.
He unto whom the sincere devotee who practices the lofty dharma that instigates sattva without any expectations in return is very dear. Thus is called Satya Dharma Parayana.
Abhiprayaya Namaha, Abhiprayaya Namaha.
He who is dearest to the person who follows the principles of scriptures in their true purport with unconditional love for him is known by the divine name Abhipraya. This 8-lettered mantra is one of the best.
Priyarhaya Namaha, Priyarhaya Namaha.
Bhagavan himself declares thus in the Bhagavad Gita: out of the 4 categories of people who worship me, O Arjuna, I like the knowledgeable souls, pure-hearted devotees the most, and those noble souls hold me dear to them. Thus he is called Priyarha.
Arhaya Namaha, Arhaya Namaha.
Even for the devotees who have single-minded devotion unto Bhagavan, he is the only most befitting destination. Thus he is called Arha, the prized possession of devotees.
Priyakrute Namaha, Priyakrute Namaha.
Since Bhagavan makes himself dear to even the worshippers of demigods by granting all of their wishes and alluring them into his fold, he is called Priyakrit.
Priti Vardhanaya Namaha, Priti Vardhanaya Namaha.
He who increases the love towards himself amongst the devotees by showing them more and more of his divine qualities, which are infinite and auspicious, is called Priti Vardhana.
Vihaya Sagadaye Namaha, Vihaya Sagadaye Namaha.
For all such devotees who have eventually turned to Bhagavan and matured to a level of having single-minded devotion in him, Bhagavan only becomes the cause for the attainment of the supreme abode Sri Vaikuntham. Thus, he is called Vihaya Sagadi.
Jyodishe Namaha, Jyodishe Namaha.
Bhagavan himself becomes the first step called light or archis. In this ascension of an individual soul to the supreme abode of Sri Vaikuntham, hence the divine route called Achiradi Margam to ascend to Sri Vaikuntham is hailed. Thus he is called Jyoti, the divine light.
Sruchaye Namaha, Sruchaye Namaha.
The word Ruchi means to exhilarate with sunrise. Since Bhagavan himself is of the form of such exhilaration and divine in nature, he is called Suruchi. This represents the second step in Archiradi Margam called Aha or Ahas, which is day.
Hudabhug Vibhave Namaha, Hudabhug Vibhave Namaha.
He in whose association Chandra, the partaker of oblations that turn into nectar, attains completion, is called Hutabhug Vibhu. This divine name talks about the third step in Archiradi Margam called Sukla Paksha.
Ravaye Namaha, Ravaye Namaha.
He who is celebrated by the period of time called Uttarayana is called Ravi. This mantra confers praise upon the chanters. Thus, he is called Ravi. This is the fourth step in Archiradi Margam called Uttarayana.
Virochanaya Namaha, Virochanaya Namaha.
Bhagavan manifests as a Samvatsara or a year, which comprises of the two ayanas, representing the movement of sun throughout the year. He illuminates even the sun in his chariot during those ayanas. Therefore, he is called Virochana, the illuminator.
Suryaya Namaha, Suryaya Namaha.
He by whom the wind flows is hailed by the six-lettered mantra with the divine name of Surya. This divine name shows the sixth level in the Archiradi Margam called Vayuloka, where the soul then enters the world of wind god.
Savitre Namaha, Savitre Namaha.
Bhagavan is instrumental in producing rain, crops, etc. through sunshine, his manifestation as the sun. Thus, he is called Savita. This represents the seventh stage in Archiradi Margam called Surya Mandala.
Ravi Lochanaya Namaha, Ravi Lochanaya Namaha.
With the effulgent rays of the sun, Bhagavan illuminates the moon, lightning and the god of showers, Varuna. Thus, he is called Ravilochana. This divine name shows the 8th, 9th and 10th levels of Archiradi Margam in that order: moon, lightning and Varuna.
Sudanaya Namaha, Madhusudanaya Namaha. Since Bhagavan is the controller of all, thus and since he is the slayer of asuras and other opponents, and also since he provides immense wealth, he is called Madhusudana, the slayer of demon Madhu, or the controller of senses, the one who killed the asura named Madhu, or the one who attracts the senses. Sharmaya Namaha, Sharmaya Namaha. The word Sharma means happiness. Since he is the most enjoyable goal of all souls, he is called Sharma, the blissful goal. The scriptures say, He is the essence of everything. He is the fragrance of everything. The Supreme Brahman is verily the happiness. He is only the supreme bliss. Vedangaya Namaha. Vedangaya Namaha. Vedas consist of innumerable branches that are verily the divine body or limbs of Bhagavan. Since Bhagavan's intimate divine nature and qualities are exposed by the Vedas, Bhagavan is called Vedanga, the one who possesses Vedas as his limbs. Tate Namaha, Tate Namaha. Since Bhagavan enhances the knowledge about himself as well as the devotion unto himself among his dear devotees, the seekers of truth, he is called Tat. The scriptures support this attribute. Thus, we contemplate upon that indweller of the Son, who is desired by everyone and who bestows the highest knowledge. Ananta Shriye Namaha, Ananta Shriye Namaha. Furthermore, Bhagavan is the owner of infinite wealth, including himself, which can be given away to his dear devotees. He is therefore called Ananta Shrihi, he who possesses infinite wealth at all times, including giving away himself, such that they can be given to his dear devotees, is called Ananta Shrihi.
Anantahuta Bhoktre Namaha.
Anantahuta Bhoktre Namaha. Indra is called Hutabhuka, and the four-faced Brahma is called Bhoktha. The master of these two entities at all times is called Anantahuta Bhuka Bhoktha.
Sukhadhaya Namaha.
Sukhadhaya Namaha. Bhagavan, with his divine touch through the agent named Amanava, removes the binding of a soul in the samsara completely and bestows the joy of uniting with him in his eternal abode. He is therefore called Sukhada.
Naikadaya Namaha.
Naikadaya Namaha. The master of divine apsaras who decorate the liberated souls after crossing the Viraja river with Brahma Alankara is called Naikada.
Agrajaya Namaha.
Agrajaya Namaha. He who manifests out of utter compassion before the liberated souls who have attained the supreme abode along with his divine consort, Sri Mahalakshmi, in the most desirable form is called Agraja.
Anirvinnaya Namaha.
Anirvinnaya Namaha. Since Bhagavan uplifts the surrendered souls from the huge pit of samsara and makes them attain him, and thus feels satisfied as if ridden of a fever, and since he keeps looking at those souls for eternity with bliss, he is called Anirvinna.
Sada Marshine Namaha.
Sada Marshine Namaha. Thence, since the soul has attained Paramapadam, Bhagavan accepts the Kaingaryam or service of such a liberated soul with great joy and endures all of their services. Thus he is called Sadamarshi, the one who accepts the services.
Lokadishtanaya Namaha.
Lokadishtanaya Namaha. the one who is the support for all worlds, where the liberated souls serve Bhagavan, is called Lokadishtanam.
Adbhutaya Namaha.
Adbhutaya Namaha. Although being experienced by every liberated or ever liberated soul in every way, at every instant, the one who still appears amazing, as though he has never been experienced before, is called Adbhuta.
Sanate Namaha.
Sanate Namaha. Bhagavan is called Sanat, since the liberated souls take turns to serve him and distribute the service amongst them.
Sanatana Tamaya Namaha.
Sanatana Tamaya Namaha. Bhagavan is called Sanatana Tama, since he is experienced by the liberated souls newly at every instant, since he provides a new experience to them at every instant.
Kapilaya Namaha.
Kapilaya Namaha. He who shines like an encompassing dark cloud in the middle of lightning is called Kapila. This 7-lettered mantra is considered to be one of the greatest.
Kapiravyaya Namaha.
Kapiravyaya Namaha. Bhagavan also experiences such unbounded bliss as seen in the previous divine names himself. Thus, he is called Kapiravyaya.
Swastidaya Namaha. Swastidaya Namaha. In this way, Bhagavan bestows great auspiciousness upon the liberated souls. Thus he is called Swastida, the one who bestows auspiciousness upon his dear devotees is called Swastida. Swasti Krite Namaha. Swasti Krite Namaha. He who gives the divine experience of his auspicious qualities for the liberated souls, which is termed as Swasti or wellness for that soul, is called Swastikrit. Swastine Namaha. Swastine Namaha. Bhagavan is called Swasti, since he is himself the greatest auspicious entity. Swasti Bhuje Namaha. Swasti Bhuje Namaha. Bhagavan further protects or enhances all auspiciousness said till now. Thus he is called Swasti Book. Swasti Dakshinaya Namaha. Swasti Dakshinaya Namaha. He who possesses auspicious offerings such as powers, divine body, his eternal service, etc., to be given away as donations in the great vagam of submitting himself is called Swasti Dakshina. Araudraya Namaha. Araudraya Namaha. Although possessed with unbounded wealth and mastership over all entities, Bhagavan is ever cool with his auspicious qualities. Thus he is called Raudra, the calm one. Kundaline Namaha. Kundaline Namaha. Bhagavan possesses beautiful ear ornaments and all other ornaments at all times, befitting to his divine beauty. Thus he is called Kundali. Chakrine Namaha, Chakrine Namaha. The one who holds divine weapons at all times is called Chakri. All these divine names are still referring to Bhagavan's manifestation in Sri Vaikuntham. Vikramine Namaha, Vikramine Namaha. Since Bhagavan shows divine and profound pastimes that are befitting of his high stature and divine qualities, he is called Vikrami. Urjita Shasanaya Namaha, Urjita Shasanaya Namaha. Bhagavan's divine orders cannot be disobeyed even by Brahma, Indra at all. Thus, he is called Urjita Shasana, the one with powerful orders. Shabdatikaya Namaha, Shabdatikaya Namaha. He whose glories cannot be sung easily or completely by the Vedas, which has thousands of shakas, or Saraswati, who is considered as goddess of speech, or even by Adisesha, who has thousands of heads and so many tongues, is Shabdatigaha. Shabdasahaya Namaha, Shabdasahaya Namaha. Thence the Gajendra Moksha incident is hailed. Bhagavan bears even the cry of distressed animals, whose words are nothing but unclear sounds, like a huge burden. Thus he is called Shabdasaha. The 8-lettered mantra is one of the best. Shishiraya Namaha, Shishiraya Namaha. Immediately after he heard the elephant's call of distress, Bhagavan rushed to protect it. Thus he is called Shishira, the swift one. The Vishnu Dharma hails thus. Having heard the elephant's distress call, the wielder of Chakra and Gada made his presence in the pond at that instant. Sharvarikaraya Namaha, Sharvarikaraya Namaha. The word Sharvari denotes violence in the form of slaying enemies. The 5 deadly weapons which slay the oppressors are always present in the hands of Bhagavan. Hence he is called Sharvarikaraha. Akruraya Namaha, Akruraya Namaha. Even though Bhagavan had all the needed weapons in his hand to deliver the elephant from its distress, he did not kill the crocodile at once either. Thus he is called Akruraha, the non-cruel one. Peshalaya Namaha, Peshalaya Namaha. He who looked beautiful even with disordered robes and ornaments, which were scattered in his great rush to protect Gajendra, is called Peshalaha. Dakshaya Namaha, Dakshaya Namaha. Bhagavan came running to protect the elephant when it called Adimulame. Thus he is called Daksha, the diligent one. Dakshinaya Namaha, Dakshinaya Namaha. Even after coming promptly, thus Bhagavan showed his greatness by saying, "Down upon me, self. I was so far away from you that I delayed in protecting you." Speaking thus, Bhagavan pacified the distressed elephant Gajendra and spoke soothing words to him. Thus he is called Dakshina, the one who is most courteous and well-mannered. Kshaminam Varaya Namaha, Kshaminam Varaya Namaha. Bhagavan was pacified only after seeing the elephant with the satisfaction of having come to protect him. Thus he is called Kshaminam Vara. The Vishnu Dharma hails this. The Lord of all Devas appeared there, and only then he was satisfied. Vidvattamaya Namaha. Vidvattamaya Namaha. Bhagavan was adept at treating the wounds of the elephant. Thus he called Vidvattamaha, the skilled one. This is as said in the Vishnu Dharma thus, having spoken soothing words. Thus Bhagavan Madhusudana touched the elephant with his hands. Vitabhayaya Namaha. Vitabhayaya Namaha. The elephant Gajendra lost his fear by the mere sound of Bhagavan approaching due to his speed. Thus Bhagavan is called Vitabhaya, the one who dispelled fear. Punya Shravana Kirtanaya Namaha. Punya Shravana Kirtanaya Namaha. Since one gets rid of their sins instantly upon hearing the glories of Bhagavan through the episode of Gajendra Moksha, Bhagavan is called Punya Shravana Kirtanaha. This 12-lettered mantra is one of the best. Uttaranaya Namaha. Uttaranaya Namaha. Bhagavan uplifted both the elephant and the crocodile from the pond. Thus he is called Uttarana, the one who uplifts. Dushkritigne Namaha. Dushkritigne Namaha. The Vishnu Dharma hails thus. Madhava, the consort of Sri Mahalakshmi, tore the crocodile apart after it was brought to the shores. Thus Bhagavan is called Dushkritiha, the one who ends the evil deeds, or the one who slays evil doers. Punyaya Namaha. Punyaya Namaha. With the singing of this glorious Gajendra Moksha episode, all of us are purified, which is why Bhagavan is called Punya. The 6-lettered mantra confers purity. Dusvapnanashanaya Namaha. Dusvapnanashanaya Namaha. He who instantly removes the effect of bad dreams. For the chanters or meditators of Gajendra Moksha episode is called Dusvapnanashanaha. Viragne Namaha. Viragne Namaha. Bhagavan is called Viraha, who slew the valorous trouble-causing crocodile that had come to the elephant in the form of its death. This crocodile itself is being called Veera in this divine name, and Bhagavan is referred to as the slayer of the valorous crocodile. Rakshanaya Namaha. Rakshanaya Namaha. After killing the crocodile, Bhagavan protected the elephant by touching it, embracing it, consoling it, etc. Thus he is called Rakshana. The Vishnu Dharma says he touched the elephant with his hands. Santaya Namaha. Santaya Namaha. He who unites with his dear devotees who have surrendered unto him is called Santa. Alternately, he who lives exclusively for the sake of his devotees is called Santa. Jeevanaya Namaha. Jeevanaya Namaha. He who gave life to the crocodile, who was killed in his own hands in the form of a Gandharva, his previous form, and thereby resolved the curse incurred, is called Jeevanaha. Paryavastitaya Namaha, Paryavastitaya Namaha. Since Bhagavan surrounded the elephant with his great affection, he is called Paryavastitaha. This 9-lettered mantra grants unlimited fruits upon the chanter. Anantarupaya Namaha, Anantarupaya Namaha. He who possesses infinite wealth at all times, including giving away himself such that they can be given to his dear devotees, is called Anantashri. Jitamanyave Namaha, Jitamanyave Namaha. At one instant, Bhagavan was wild over the crocodile, which hurt the elephant, but later Bhagavan came over that anger. Hence he is called Jitamanyave. Vayapahaya Namaha, Vayapahaya Namaha. With his great affection, Bhagavan removes the fear of being orphaned even from the minds of common people like us. Thus he is called Vayapahaha. This 8-lettered mantra is one of the best for chanting. Chaturashraya Namaha, Chaturashraya Namaha. He who is equal to all beings and acts wisely even in times of distress is called Chaturashraha. Gabiratmane Namaha, Gabiratmane Namaha. He who possesses extreme profoundness, even to be comprehended by the four-faced Brahma and others, is called Gabiratma. This 8-lettered mantra is one of the best. Vidishaya Namaha, Vidishaya Namaha. All the humble and stuttering praises of such souls, Brahma and others, are very far to him. Thus he is called Vidisha. Vyadishaya Namaha, Vyadishaya Namaha. Since Bhagavan creates poses or positions from Brahma and other devas, befitting of their statures, he is called Vyadisha. Dishaya Namaha, Dishaya Namaha. He who commands devas, including Brahma and others, into various works at all times, is called Disha. This 6-lettered mantra is one of the best. Anadaye Namaha, Anadaye Namaha. In this way, Bhagavan can be so inclined even towards animals that he gives away himself to them. At the same time, he can be so aloof from even devas that he gives them only lowly fruits. Thus he is called Anadi. Bhuvo Bhuve Namaha, Bhuvo Bhuve Namaha. Since Bhagavan himself is the destination of knowledgeable souls who have realized their true identity as his eternal servants, he is called Bhuvo Bhuvu. Lakshmai Namaha, Lakshmai Namaha. Bhagavan is called Lakshmi because he is himself all kinds of wealth for self-realized souls. The scriptures say thus: Pandavas have Krishna as their refuge. They are powered by Krishna. They are protected by Krishna. Krishna rests his mind fully with them and stays amidst them, just like the bright moon amidst a sky full of stars. etc. Suviraya Namaha, Suviraya Namaha. Bhagavan is the one who protects such realized souls from falling back into samsara. Thus he is called Suvira, the mighty one who holds them up at all times. Ruchirangdaya Namaha, Ruchiranggadaya Namaha. Bhagavan gives away his divine form or divine body, which is very charming, beautiful and worthy of enjoying, on to his dear devotees. Thus he is called Ruchirangada, the one who has a very charming body. Jananaya Namaha, Jananaya Namaha. Thence the purpose of Bhagavan's divine pastimes is told. He is called Janana, since he creates bodies with faculties that enable the fallen souls, non-devotees, to reach him. Jana Janmadaye Namaha, Jana Janmadaye Namaha. Bhagavan is the cause of the births of such non-devotees, as well as the goal for their attainment. Thus he is called Jana Janmadi. Bhimaya Namaha, Bhimaya Namaha. Since Bhagavan is the cause of continued cycles of births in the material creation, for all such souls who shun his divine grace, he is called Bhima. Bhima Parakramaya Namaha, Bhima Parakramaya Namaha. He who possesses enormous might to control the evil souls who go about doing evil to the world, such as Hiranya and others, is called Bhima Parakrama. Adhara Nilayaya Namaha, Adhara Nilayaya Namaha. The righteous souls, such as Prahlada and others, support the entire world by their observance of dharma. He is called Adhara Nilaya, who is the abode or residence for such righteous souls. Dhatre Namaha, Dhatre Namaha. Since Bhagavan himself is the perceptor of dharma, he is called Dhata. He only shows in the Bhagavad Gita that he is not bound to practice any of the Varna or Ashrama principles, yet he practices them studiously, only to preach his followers so that they attain good benefits out of it. Pushpahasaya Namaha, Pushpahasaya Namaha. Furthermore, Bhagavan is as pleasing to his dear devotees, the righteous souls, as a fully blossomed flower in the evening. The word Hasaha means a smile, equated to the joy of experiencing him. Prajagaraya Namaha, Prajagaraya Namaha. Bhagavan protects his dear devotees day and night, watchfully, just as a farmer keeps himself awake to protect his crops. Thus Bhagavan is called Prajagara. Urdvegaya Namaha, Urdvegaya Namaha. How does Bhagavan keep himself awake to protect all his devotees? It is because of his Urdvega. The one with a lofty nature, the Vishnu Dharma, hails this, having taken refuge of that great soul, the Supreme Lord. One will never be depressed even upon facing great difficulties. Satpatacharaya Namaha, Satpatacharaya Namaha. As the greatest result of such lofty nature, Bhagavan puts his devotees on the track of true servitude unto him and develops them on the same track. Thus he is called Satpatacharaha. Pranadaya Namaha, Pranadaya Namaha. By doing all the said things from the previous divine names, Bhagavan gives or revives life for all those who are almost lost due to the deadly poison of material pleasures. Thus he is called Pranadaha. Pranavaya Namaha, Pranavaya Namaha, he who makes the souls realize their uplifting relationship of eternal servitude with himself through the Pranavam, and therefore makes them prostrate to his lotus feet at all times is called Pranavaha. The chanting of this mantra is capable of conferring moksha to the seekers. Panaya Namaha, Panaya Namaha. Since Bhagavan interchanges the roles of mastership and servitude with his dear devotees and behaves with utmost subservience to his devotees, he is called Pana. Pramanaya Namaha, Pramanaya Namaha. In this way, Bhagavan shows the true purport of the hidden meanings of Vedas without giving way to any kinds of doubts or misunderstandings. Thus he is called Pranamam. Prananilayaya Namaha, Prananilayaya Namaha. He in whom the individual souls with life force who live in this material world take refuge at all times, just like birds reaching their sanctuary, is called Prananilayaha. Pranadrite Namaha, Pranadrite Namaha. He also bears them like an affectionate mother. Thus Bhagavan is called Pranadrit. Since he bears such souls like a mother, he is called Pranadrit by learned men. Pranajivanaya Namaha, Pranajivanaya Namaha. Bhagavan enlivens such individual souls and nurtures them like food and water, is called Pranajivanaha by learned men. Tattvaya Namaha, Tattvaya Namaha. Just like butter or cream inside curds or milk, Bhagavan is the essence of all sentient and insentient entities which are benefited by his indwelling. Thus he is called Tattvam. Tattvavide Namaha, Tattvavide Namaha. He who knows the truth about himself is called Tattvavid. The scriptures say thus: you can only know about yourself, O Brahman, O Purushottama. Only you can know about yourself with your intellect. Ekatmane Namaha, Ekatmane Namaha. The sole master, enjoyer and well-wisher of all sentient and insentient entities is called Ekatma. This 7-lettered mantra confers life onto all chanters. Janma mrityu jarati gaya namaha, Janma mrityu jarati gaya namaha. He who is devoid of the characteristics of sentient and insentient entities, namely birth, death, aging, transformations, etc., is called Janma Mrityu Jaratigaha. Bhurbhavasvastarave namaha, Bhurbhavasvastarave namaha. Bhagavan is like the leafy and flowery Parijata tree, which is the shelter for many birds. He provides shelter for all the creatures identified with the worlds of Bhu, Bhuvaha, Suvaha. Thus he is called Bhurbhavasvastaravaya Namaha, Tharaha, Tharaya Namaha, Tharaya Namaha. Since Bhagavan is the cause for all such souls to cross the ocean of samsara, he is called Tharaha. Savitre Namaha, Savitre Namaha. Savita, Bhagavan himself is the creator of all those creatures. Hence he is called Savita by the learned men. Prapitamahaya Namaha, Prapitamahaya Namaha. Bhagavan is called Prapitamaha because he is the creator of even the four-faced Brahma, who is considered as the foremost person to be born. Yajnaya Namaha, Yajnaya Namaha. For all those who lack the capacity in performing elaborate yajnas to worship him, Bhagavan himself is in the form of yajna, japa, yajna and all. Hence he is called Yajna. Yajnapataye Namaha, Yajnapataye Namaha. Yajnapatihi. Bhagavan is called Yajnapatihi since he is the one who provides fruits for such yajna. Ijvane Namaha, Ijvane Namaha. For such people who do not have the required capacity, Bhagavan himself becomes the doer of all yajnas. Hence he is called Ijva. Yajnangaya Namaha, Yajnangaya Namaha. Yajnangaha, even the yajnas performed by the capable people, is turned as a service unto Bhagavan. Thus he is called Yajnangaha. Yajnavahanaya Namaha, Yajnavahanaya Namaha. Giving strength, dedication and the eligibility to perform such yajnas, Bhagavan further conducts the yajnas himself. Thus he is called Yajnavahanaha. Yajnabrite Namaha, Yajnabrite Namaha. Even if the yajna performed is about to go fruitless due to omissions, Bhagavan is the one who protects and completes such yajnas if the Purnahuti is offered with his remembrance. Thus he is called Yajnabrit. This mantra is one of the best. Yajnakrite Namaha, Yajnakrite Namaha. Yajnakrit, the one who created yajnas at the beginning of time for the welfare of the world, is called Yajnakrit. Yajnine Namaha, Yajnine Namaha. Yajni, he who is the master of all yajnas, unto whom all yajnas are offered always, is called Yajni. Yajnabhuje Namaha, Yajnabhuje Namaha. Bhagavan is the one who partakes all oblations in all yajnas. Thus he is called Yajnabhuk. Alternately, he is the one who protects all yajnas. Thus also he is called Yajnabhuk. Yajnasadhanaya Namaha, Yajnasadhanaya Namaha. He from whom the yajnas become the means of attainment through knowledge. In other words, since yajnas are the means of attaining Bhagavan through knowledge, is called yajna sadhanaha. Yajnantakrite namaha, yajnantakrite namaha. He who bestows the final result of any yajna or completes any yajna, which is in the form of knowledge about himself, that his attainment itself is the greatest fruit of any yajna, is called yajnantakrita. Yajna guhyaya namaha, yajna guhyaya namaha. Although being completely satisfied naturally, the one who acts as though he is greatly satisfied with the meager offering in yaga, as though he was never complete before, thereby satisfying the performers by bestowing the desired fruits, is called yajna guhyam. Annaya namaha, annaya namaha. He who is enjoyed by the noble souls, who are highly capable of enjoying Bhagavan in all ways explained till now, at all times, is called Annam by the learned souls. Annadaya namaha, annadaya namaha. Annadaha, he who takes such dear souls near to him and eventually enjoys them himself, is called Annadaha. Atmayonaye namaha, atmayonaye namaha. He who always unites with dear devotees who enjoy him at all times with himself, is called Atmayonihi. The 8-lettered mantra of Bhagavan is capable of conferring all enjoyments to the seekers. Swayam Jataya Namaha, Swayam Jataya Namaha, Swayam Jataha. Bhagavan is called Swayam Jataha because he doesn't expect anyone to plead for his births in this world. Vaikhanaya namaha, Vaikhanaya namaha. Having born in this world, he who exhumes and removes the various difficulties in this material world is called Vaikhana. This 7-lettered mantra removes all sorrows from the life of chanter. Samagayanaya namaha, Samagayanaya namaha. Having been intoxicated with the attainment of whom the liberated and ever liberated souls, Nityas and Muktas, start singing the Saman, Havu, Havu. Such a one is called Samagayanaha. Devaki Nandanaya namaha, Devaki Nandanaya namaha. He who gave up his Paravasta or supremacy in Sri Vaikuntham and descended to be born as the son of Devaki out of sheer affection towards the fallen souls is called Devaki Nandanaha. Srashtre namaha, Srashtre namaha. Srashta, he only, which is Krishna only, assumes the Paravasta or supremacy and creates all the worlds as well. Thus he, Krishna, is called Shrashtaha. Kshitishaya namaha, Kshitishaya namaha. He who possesses infinite forms and manifests in every form, who has the entire creation as his forms and holds the entire creation in his belly, like mother carrying a child in her womb. Although Bhagavan is the master of all, he is particularly called the master of earth because he willingly incarnated as Krishna, only to reduce the burden of this earth. Therefore, he is called Shitishaha. Papanashanaya Namaha. Papanashanaya Namaha. Bhagavan burns the sins of those who contemplate on his pastimes, such as stealing of butter, the blissful dance with the cowherd women, Rasakrida, etc. Therefore, he is called Papanasanaha. Shankabrite Namaha. Shankabrite Namaha. Bhagavan wields the conch named Panjajanya, which he nourishes from time to time by feeding it with the nectar of his lips. Thus he is called Shankabrit. Nandakine Namaha. Nandakine Namaha. That Nandaka by whom Bhagavan himself desired to be gladdened is in eternal union with Bhagavan, which is why he is called Nandaki. Chakrine Namaha. Chakrine Namaha. Since Bhagavan is eternally wielding the Sudarshana Chakra, which is the slayer of all Rakshasas and Asuras, he is called Chakri. The chanting of this 6-lettered mantra destroys all enemies. Sharngadhanvane Namaha. Sharngadhanvane Namaha. Bhagavan further holds a mighty bow resembling himself with the resounding vibration of its tightly tied bowstring, raining arrows on the opponents and wiping away the enemy camp at once. Thus he is called Sharngadhanva. Gadadharaya Namaha. Gadadharaya Namaha. Bhagavan holds the mighty mace named Kaumodaki, which shines like the queen of all maces, which spits out fire in the direction of all opponents, like the great fire during the final destruction of all worlds, and which always pleases him through its acts. Thus he is called Gadadhara. Ratangapanine Namaha. Ratangapanaye Namaha. He who holds a chakra in his hand, ready to be wielded at all times, befitting his stature, he is called Ratangapanihi. This 9-lettered mantra dispels fears from the minds of the chanters. Akshobhyaya Namaha. Akshobhyaya Namaha. Bhagavan is called Akshobhyaha since he is firm in his vow of protecting his dear devotees. He is also called Akshobhyaha since he is invincible due to his own greatness. Sarva Praharanayudhaya Namaha. Sarva Praharanayudhaya Namaha. He who possesses infinite weapons, which are extremely powerful, innumerable, and of unfathomable powers, befitting of Bhagavan's Sarvarupam, and observing a long-lasting vow to protect all devotees who take refuge under the feet of their master, Bhagavan, at all times, at all places, by all means, and in all ways, is called Sarva Praharanayadaha. This great 12-lettered mantra dispels all sorrows from the lives of the chanters. In this way, all wealth will come to those who take refuge under the lotus feet of the Lord of Mahalakshmi. Thus, the explanation for 1,000 names is completed.
इतीदं कीर्तनीयस्य केशवस्य महात्मनः नाम्नां सहस्रं दिव्यानामशेषेण प्रकीर्तितं य इदं शृणुया नित्यं यश्चापि परिकीर्तयेत् नाशुभं प्राप्नुयात् किञ्चित् सोमुत्रेण च मानवः वेदान्तगो ब्राह्मणस्यात् क्षत्रियो विजयी भवेत् वैश्यो धनसमृद्ध्यस्यात् शूद्र सुखमवाप्नुयात् धर्मार्थी प्राप्नुयात् धर्ममर्थार्थी चार्थमाप्नुयात् कामानवाप्नुयात् कामी प्रजार्थी चाप्नुयात् प्रजा भक्तिमान्यसदोत्थाय शुचित्कर्तसमानसः सहस्रं वासुदेवस्य नाम्नामेतत् प्रकीर्तयेत् यशः प्राप्नोति विपुलं ज्ञाति प्राधान्यमेव च अचलां श्रियमाप्नोति श्रेयः प्राप्नोतमुत्तमम् न भयं क्वचिदाप्नोति वीर्यं तेजश्च विन्दति भवत्यरोगो द्युतिमान् बलरूपगुणान्वितः रोगातो मुच्यते रोगात् बद्धो मुच्येत बन्धनात् भयान्मुच्येत भीतस्तु मुच्येतापन्न आपदः दुर्गाण्यतितरस्याशु पुरुषः पुरुषोत्तमम् स्तुवन्नाम सहस्रेण नित्यं भक्तिसमन्वितः वासुदेवाश्रयो मत्यो वासुदेवपरायणः सर्वपापविशुद्धात्मा याति ब्रह्म सनातनम् न वासुदेव भक्तानामशुभं विद्यते क्वचित् जन्म मृत्युजरा व्याधिभयं नैवोपजायते इमं स्तवमधीयान श्रद्धा भक्तिसमन्वितः युज्येतात्मा सुखक्षान्ति श्रीकृति समृतिकीर्तिभिः न क्रोधो न च मात्सर्यं न लोभो नाशुभामतिः भवन्ति कृतपुण्यानां भक्तानां पुरुषोत्तमे द्यौ स चन्द्राक्षनक्षत्रं खं दिशो भूर्महोदधिः वासुदेवस्य वीर्येण विधृतानि महात्मनः ससुरासुरगन्धर्वं स यक्षोरगराक्षसं जगद्वशे वर्तदेवं कृष्णस्य सचराचरम् इन्द्रियाणि मनोबुद्धिर्सत्त्वं तेजो बलं धृतिः वासुदेवात्मकान्याहुः क्षेत्रं क्षेत्रज्ञमेव च सर्वागमानामाचारप्रथमं परिकल्पते आचारप्रथमो धर्मो धर्मस्य प्रभुरच्युतः ऋषयः पितरो देवा महाभूतानि धातवः जङ्गमां जङ्गमं चेदं जगन्नारायणोद्भवम् योगो ज्ञानं तथा साङ्ख्यं विद्या शिल्पादिकर्म च वेदाशास्त्राणि विज्ञानमेतत् सर्वं जनार्दनात् एको विष्णुर्महद्भूतं पृथग्भूतान्यमेकशः त्रीन् लोकान् व्याप्य भूतात्मा भुङ्क्ते विश्वभुगव्ययः इमं स्तवं भगवतो विष्णोर्व्यासेन कीर्तितं पठेद्य इच्छेत् पुरुषः श्रेयः प्राप्तुं सुखानि च विश्वेश्वरमजं देवं जगतः प्रभुमव्ययं भजन्ति ये पुष्कराक्षं न ते यान्ति पराभवम् न ते यान्ति पराभव ॐ नमः इति अर्जुन उवाच पद्मपत्रविशालाक्ष पद्मनाभसुरोत्तम भक्तानामनुरुत्तानां त्राता भवजनार्दन श्रीभगवानुवाच यो मां नाम सहस्रेण स्तोतुमिच्छति पाण्डव सोऽहमेकेन श्लोकेन स्तुत एव न संशयः स्तुत एव न संशयो नमः इति व्यास उवाच वासनाद्वासुदेवस्य वासितं ते जगत्त्रयं सर्वभूतनिवासोऽसि वासुदेव नमोऽस्तु ते श्रीवासुदेव नमोऽस्तु ते ॐ नमः इति पार्वत्य उवाच केनोपायेन लघुना विष्णोर्नाम सहस्रकं पठ्यते पण्डितैः नित्यं श्रोतुमिच्छाम्यहं प्रभो ईश्वर उवाच श्रीराम राम रामेति रमे रामे मनोरमे सहस्रनाम तत्तुल्यं रामनाम वरानने श्रीराम राम रामेति रमे रामे मनोरमे सहस्रनाम तत्तुल्यं राम नाम वरानने श्रीराम राम रामेति रमे रामे मनोरमे सहस्रनाम तत्तुल्यं राम नाम वरानने श्रीराम नाम वरानन ॐ नमः इति ब्रह्मोवाच नमोऽस्त्वनन्ताय सहस्रमूर्तये सहस्रपादाक्षिशिरोरुबाहवे सहस्रनाम्ने पुरुषाय शाश्वते सहस्रकोटियुगधारिणे नमः श्रीसहस्रकोटियुगधारिणे नमः ॐ नमः इति सञ्जय उवाच यत्र योगेश्वरः कृष्णो यत्र पार्थो धनुर्धरः तत्र श्रीविजयो भूतिर्ध्रुवा नीतिर्मतिर्मम श्रीभगवानुवाच अनन्याश्चिन्तयन्तो मां ये जनाः पर्युपासते तेषां नित्याभियुक्तानां योगक्षेमं वहाम्यहम् परित्राणाय साधूनां विनाशाय च दुष्कृतां धर्मसंस्थापनार्थाय सम्भवामि युगे युगे आर्ता विषण्णा शिथिलाश्च भीताः घोरेषु च व्याधिषु वर्तमानाः संकीर्त्य नारायणशब्दमात्रं विमुक्तदुःखा सुखिनो भवन्तु कायेन वाचा मनसेन्द्रियैर्वा बुद्ध्यात्मना वा प्रकृते स्वभावात् करोमि यद्यत् सकलं परस्मै नारायणायेति समर्पयामि।